everybody! Wait a second, I didn't check my mic yet. Hang on. I did some recording last night. I think I might have messed up my mic settings. Also, I feel very congested because I did just wake up from a very a longer than expected nap, I will say. How is everyone doing? That looks good on my end. Cool. In my long and arduous journey to fix my sleep schedule, I've been feeling very, very tired still in the morning when I wake up. It gets better during the day, but right when I wake up in the morning, I feel extremely exhausted. So my plan has been, sorry, again, congested. It is wake up, get breakfast. If I need to, after like an hour and a half nap, just a small little nap to feel better. Not sleep for an hour and a half. It was way longer than that. Not only that, but it was not continuous. So I kept like waking up and then falling back asleep and then waking up and falling back asleep, and I feel really tired now. It didn't really help. Oopsies. Anyway, I shouldn't have been pulling on Fate Banner. It's fine. I still have enough time to get her. I've just been... Don't worry about it. Oi. Give me back Alpha, come on. No! Come on. There we go. Yes, it would have been more efficient to pull in the regular banner, but that's not Ultra Gamma Link, so I don't want to do it. That said, I have until the end of this patch to get another Alpha dupe. So, please wish me luck because, I'm gonna be able to do it easy. But I didn't really think this through. Sorry, I'm still feeling congested. I'll feel better in a bit, but for now I'm like, ooh. Happens every time I nap. Anyway, I've been, it's pity for the next one. Yeah, true. I've been busy, building my Alpha and trying to get Lucy, but that's another story. For now, we have a very long way to go in the main story. We are exactly halfway through. We have halfway to go, and I have heard that it only gets better than this. So I am very excited. We left off witnessing the rocket test, and now I'm sorry, I've done this thing recently where like I rub my hands together evilly, but you guys can't see that, so I'm like we will continue where we left off. Hopefully I feel less congested as we go. I was really hoping that I wouldn't feel so like stuffy after a nap, but I really should have set more alarms, I think. Anyway, let's do it. Let's finish the thing off. We have a while to go, but I've heard very good things. Oh yeah, and this is also where we show up as well. Within the first week, the inaugural class of FOS has learned firsthand how grueling military academy life can be. 6 o'clock, Hervé. 5-kilometer morning run. Sorry, it's French and it stumped me for a second. Standardized room inspections. A schedule measured down to the second. On the very first night, someone broke down in tears. By the third day, a cadet who talked back to an instructor was made to stand in the rain the entire day. By the 7th day, bonds begin to form among the 420 cadets, though some keep to themselves. One morning on the training ground, the instructor announces the squad assignments for the first holographic training session. Teams of 3, determined by lot. The highest scoring cadet leads. Rules are simple. Capture the flag. First team to seize the enemy's flag or eliminate all opponents wins. A holographic round hit counts as a kill. The moment you're hit, your data's logged and you're out. Standard loadout, 1 training rifle, 3 magazines, 1 flashbang, 1 frag grenade. Do not engage eliminated cadets. No unauthorized gear. Do not leave the training ground. Close combat is permitted, but any technique that could cause actual injury is strictly forbidden. Violations will be met with severe consequences. Understood? Sir, yes, sir! Red team, cadets. Adelaide, Nia, Lucia. Captain Lucia. Blue team, cadets Joanne, Ophelia, Evie. Captain Evie. Lucia hears an familiar name and glances over. She recognizes that face. It's the person who handed the influence that day on the observation deck. Ushio Evie. That's me. The person's gaze sweeps across the crowd, lands right on her, and gives a nod. What a coincidence, she thinks. That student is now explaining something to Joanne in a low voice. Joanne nods rapidly, pushing over glasses in quick succession like a woodpecker. Off to the side, Ophelia stands with her hands on her hips, her gaze cutting across half the site, locked onto Adelaide. Is it Adelaide? Yeah, Adelaide. Ooh, sorry. I will feel less congested in a bit. I'm so sorry. Captain? What's the plan? How are your marksmanship scores? Perfect scores. Every assessment. Passing? Understood. From now on, follow my orders and stay close to me. The enemy's composition is similar to ours, which means the deciding factor will be courage and execution. She finishes checking her magazine and looks at her two teammates with a confident smile. So, I will win. Those are fighting words, Alpha! The simulation training field... Oh, it's Adelaide! I had it right, god damn it. The simulation training field sits on the second floor of FLS's main academic building. Once activated, the entire space transforms into a simulated urban war zone. Crumbling buildings, toppled streetlights, stacked concrete barriers. Sightlights twist and turn through a maze of intersecting alleyways. Two flags, one red and one blue, stand planted at opposite ends of the site. Adelaide, second floor window. You have Overwatch on the two streets out front. Knee with me, left alley. Understood. Lucy's assessment is swift. Her first move is to compress the enemy's attack routes rather than rush the offensive. On the opposing side, my deployment is nearly a mirror image. Joanne, hold here. Keep eyes on the main street. I'll have to spot anyone, but don't fire. Giving away your position early is worse than anything. Got it, but what if they spot me first? Then run, as far and as fast as you can to keep them busy. How come I got stuck with all the running around? I wanted to outsmart them, not outrun them. Ophelia. What? You ranked second in marksmanship. Across the board, right? So? First place is Adelaide. She's on the other team. What's your point? She's probably set up on high ground somewhere. Your job isn't to trade shots with her. It's to get around her entirely. Take this route. Cut through the ruins on the east side. You come up behind their line. You want me to grab their flag? I'm sending you to be Adelaide. Ophelia's eyebrow arches and a bright grin spreads across her face. Yeah, you get the number one place. All right, I'll give you that one. Not bad. You gotta make it competitive. In the opening minutes, both teams circle each other with caution. Only scattered shots ring out, echoing through the alleyways. Lucia moves at a relentless tempo, never lingering behind cover for more than 5 seconds. She threads through the lanes, firing in short, measured bursts that choke off the opposing team's advance. Nia follows close behind, struggling to match their pace. Her breathing is already starting to fray. Captain, on the right. I think I saw it. Down. Lucia presses Nia down by the shoulder just as a bullet rips through the space where her head had been. Holographic bricks explode against the wall behind them. It's fate. What? They left that sight line open on purpose. Not enough cover at clear approach. The dangling it draws in. Adelaide, any movement on the east side? Nothing yet. One target line cover at the far end of the main street. Not laying down to sustain fire. Likely a spotter. Ignore the spotter. Watch your flanks and rear. Their captain's sharp. They wouldn't hit us head on. Got it. It's me. I'm the sharp one. No one's ever called me that before. At the alley's far end, Joanne presses herself on cover, her palms sweating where she grips the rifle. I think I told her to take the shot. Just put her round down that way. Doesn't matter if you hit anything. Her shot only hit the air, but it was enough to stop them in their tracks. Joanne, pull back now. Take the side path next to you. Will they come after us? They will, but I'll be their target. This is why we are very smart. Meanwhile, Lucia takes Nia wide, weaving through the ruins to flank Joanne's position. Her steps are so light they barely disturb the silence, her figure fading into shadow play of broken walls. Then she turns a corner and finds a muzzle staring her in the face, her own rising to meet in the same split second. Huh? Evie! Less than 10 meters lie between them, the gap broken only by the hulking shape of an overturned hollow car. Neither fires. Lucia's gaze sharpens by a hair. She runs the numbers in a heartbeat. At this range, the reflexes are dead match. Whoever shoots first might not walk away the winner. There's time to slip the shot. Evie holds still as well. For a handful of seconds, they stand frozen, guns leveled. Nothing but a ruined car separating them. Shrimp are known for being sharp, definitely not round. True! I mean, I'm not exactly a mantis shrimp, but I should still be good at, like, close quarters, right? Then without warning, Evie does the last thing she expects. A sudden step back, a sideways roll, vanishing into the alley. Should've shot while you had the chance, Alpha! L. She gives chase immediately, but the far end of the alley stands empty. It hits her all at once. Her opponent never meant to engage her here. By the way, is the game too loud? I didn't check the volume. Is this a good volume for you guys? The real target from the very start was... Nia, your position? I'm at the corner from before... Ah! Uh-oh, Nia down. Lucia spins around. A pale blue glow erupts where Nia stands. Her body engulfed in... Oh, it's a bit loud now. Cool, I will turn it down. That's probably better, isn't it? Thank you for telling me. Her body engulfed in swirling data fragments. It's system's signal for elimination. On the high ground in the distance, a figure lowers her weapon. One down. Without breaking stride, she turns and pushes north through the eastern ruins, straight towards Lucia's flag. Adelaide, Ophelia's flanking here. She's heading for the flag. Already spotted her. Repositioning now. Stop her! Don't let her reach the flag! Understood. That's good, cool. Thank you! Adelaide bolts through a second floor window. Out of the corner of her eye, past the stairwell's edge, she spots Ophelia surging toward the flag. A route chosen well, carefully avoiding every firing lane she's established. Adelaide breaks into a sprint. Meanwhile, Lucia cuts through the enemy's side alone. Take the blue team's flag and it's over. But that familiar silhouette still blocks her path. Gunshots ricochet through the alleys. They trade fire from cover to cover, never static. Two knives testing each other's edge, unsheathed and clashing in bright, ringing bursts. Every time Lucia attempts to break through, I materialize in her path. Every time Evie tries to suppress her, Lucia finds a new firing angle in a heartbeat and forces a retreat. Some closer acceleration sparks in Lucia's chest. The other person is truly matching her rhythm. On the other side, Ophelia is closed in on the red team's flag. It's planted in the center of a wide-open clearing with zero cover and perfect visibility. Lucia picked this position for a reason. Anyone approaching would be caught dead in the open. But Lucia's nowhere to be seen. Neither is Adelaide, up on her perch. That's it. They just left it sitting here. She moves swiftly towards the flag. Her fingers are just about to close around the pole when... No! Okay, she's still alive for now. Footsteps. Ha! Adelaide explodes out of the wreckage around the corner, fast enough that Ophelia can barely track the motion. On pure reflex, Ophelia's gun snaps up. Adelaide's muzzle rises at the same moment. Both triggers break together. Two shots pass each other in the air. Are they gonna... Okay, cool. It's not an exchange. Ophelia's round skims past Adelaide's shoulder, just wide. Adelaide smashes into Ophelia's rifle stock, knocking the weapon clean out of her grip. Her weapon's gone, but the flag is right behind her, one step away. She spins and reaches for it. Not happening. Adelaide casts her gun away and hurls herself into Ophelia like a projectile. The two of them crash to the ground together, rolling in a tangle. Ophelia's fingers hold just an inch shy of the pole. Get off! Let go of me! Adelaide doesn't speak. She presses Ophelia down hard, body weight anchoring her in place, and her right hand finds a hollow grenade at her hip. Pin pulled. You're taking both of you out at the same time? Wait! Are you out of your mind? Exercise Regulation Article 3. Only innocent blast radius of a grenade to be ruled as neutralized. You're still quoting regulations at me right now! A blue-white flash consumes them both. For a moment they remain frozen in place, still tangled together on the ground, as waves of data cascade across their bodies. You! How long are you planning to stay on top of me? Get off! Next HUD taking you out first. Count on it. Emily brushes the dust from her skirt and lifts her gaze. Her face blank and cold as a machine's. I look forward to our next encounter. I like this. And now it's... We have 2 on our team and only 1 on Alpha's team, so... We've got the upper hand. Joanne, get her. Only 3 left standing now. Lucia, Ushio, Evie, and Joanne. Lucia reads the situation plainly. Evie is demanding every ounce of her focus. That leaves Joanne. She sells a false move using the broken sightlines to disengage from Evie's fire and drives hard towards the blue team's flag. Joanne crouches low behind cover just ahead of the flag. The footsteps are getting closer. Evie said if they come close, run. The flag is right here. She bites down on her lip, her grip tightening around the rifle. Lucia steps into view around the corner. Jan's shot fires on instinct, but it only manages to kick the dust half a meter from Lucia's feet. Lucia's pace isn't waver. She leans past the second round, rifle coming up in a single hand. The barrel is steady and true. Jan's eyes press shut. I'm just not cut out for this. Don't give up, Joanne! She out? Now only 2 remain on the field. The blue team's flag sits barely 10 meters behind Lucia, but she doesn't move to claim it. Because Evie is standing right in front of her. We meet again! Once more, the 2 raise their weapons. No red car between them now. No alleyway slip away into. 2 triggers break at the same instant. They invade in almost perfect symmetry, bullets whispering past the fabric of their uniforms. Second round, a third. The exchange falls into a rhythm, sparks bursting in sequence across the open ground. Lucia surges forward, clearing a concrete barricade just as Evie vaults over from the other side. The 2 nearly collide. Point blank, both fire at once. Both rifles are empty. Huh? Lucia discards her rifle to the ground and sends a high kick flying over off her left leg. Evie slips the kick with a tilt of the head and fires back an elbow. Lucia parries, her hand stepping out to catch the opponent's forearm in a reverse grip. She pulls, aiming for a throw. Evie sinks low, yanking back on her wrist to redirect the momentum. The 2 break apart, each stepping back. The corner of Lucia's mouth twitches. Impossible to tell whether it's a smile or gritted teeth. Hello, Evie, hello! She charges again. Lucia's attacks are fierce and sharp, like a predator that never hesitates. Evie's counters are precise, economical, each block absorbing the force a beat before it lands. Not bad. Lucia drives a kick forward. Evie catches it by the ankle, but Lucia uses the hold to launch herself upward, whipping her other leg around toward her enemy's head. You know what I'm really curious about, actually? I'm curious, like, how people choreograph fights over text. It's really easy when you're like well, not easy, but it's easier when you're like drawing stuff or storyboarding it like visually, so you can kind of imagine where like you can see where people are in relation to each other and like the kind of momentum that you got going. For example, using your legs like this. So I'm curious how they visualize the written combat so well. It's probably just like a skill that you learn, but I always think it'd probably be easier to draw it and like storyboard that way. Anyway, this is it's getting good. Evie releases and leads back, barely slipping the strike. But as Lucia lands, she channels momentum into a spinning sweep that takes me straight to the ground. Evie doesn't try to stand. Instead, Evie rolls to the side, sees Lucia's extended wrist, and uses her forward momentum to pull her down. Lucia's balance vanishes in an instant. Her back slams against the ground. You! She looks up at the face just inches from hers. Hair plastered with sweat, breath coming in short bursts, eyes burning brighter than ever. Surrender? Lucia freezes for less than a second. In the corner, her mouth curves upward. Not a chance. The core ups with force. Her whole body twists like a pinned fish, breaking free. She reverses her grip, her captured hand closing around Evie's wrist instead, hooks her legs in and flips them. In an instant, their positions are reversed. Wow! Now Lucia's on top. She pins Evie's shoulders to the ground, looking down, breath ragged, loose strands of hair falling across her face. What about now? Just then Lucia's hand produces a gun stock from seemingly nowhere, and almost at the exact same moment, Evie snatches an iron rod from the debris on the ground. Who's going first? Ha! Metal shakes through the ruins. Lucia parries and sweeps the gun stock, while Evie deflects and thrusts with the iron rod. Sparks flying with every clash. The stock caves in. The rod bends. Both discard their broken weapons in the same instant and charge each other barehanded. Evie catches Lucia's right fist between both hands. She immediately reaches for her opponent's shoulder with her left. Evie ducks, shrugs it off, and looks, an arm around her waist. The two grapple in a deadlock. Neither able to force the other down. Still not giving up. You first. Requires a vivid mind's eye and good vocabulary skills. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like it's easier, or it's easier to lose consistency with text versus like with again, like a visual representation of what's going on. So good choreography, I like it. Both are shaking with the strain. At the edge of the spectator area, a cluster of eliminated cadets press against the railing, stretching for better view. They're still going at it? Wow. Those two look so what? John thinks for a long moment, then finds the word. Well matched? Huh? In the center of the field, Lucia kicks back, dragging Evie down with her as they slam into the ground together. They roll once, twice, then both go still. Lucia ends up on top, hand braced against her opponent's chest. Evie's fingers are locked around her wrist, ready to pull her down in an instant. By now, the safety protocol warning has turned red. The sound of heavy footsteps closes in. Enough! They both look up at the same motion. 3 meters away, the instructor stands with his arms crossed, his expression hard as tempered steel. His gaze doesn't meet theirs. It's fixed on the ground. On the disassembled rifle components, the shattered stock, the bent shards of metal, and the fresh, unmistakable scrapes across the elbows and faces. Ah! Yeah, we probably caused a bit of a mess, haven't we? What is the standard loadout for holographic exercises? Training rifle. 3 magazines, 1 flashbang, 1 grenade. Anything else? Both fall silent at once, as if even their breathing has been deliberately stifled. Then what are these disassembled barrels and stocks on the ground? The instructor crosses to the monitoring terminal by the field's edge and brings up the recording. His tone remains perfectly level, the kind of voice used to recite headlines. Blue team, Ophelia. 3 instances of unauthorized provocative remarks over the comms channel during the exercise. Over in the observation area, Ophelia, freshly eliminated, freezes in place like a cat that's just been spooked. Red team, Nia. 1 instance of unaimed fire towards suspected non-combat zone without confirming target identity. But it worked! Hang on! Red team, Adelaide. Failed to issue the mandatory 3-second warning before grenade detonation. Detonation distance below safety radius. But it worked. Okay, well, obviously, I don't think that was the best idea, but it still worked. Adelaide stands ramrod straight in the observation area, a faint twitch crossing her face. Blue team, Joanne. Left designated cover area during engagement and entered restricted building complex C. I was just trying to find better cover. The instructor's eyes cut her way and Joanne's voice triples on the spot. Finally, his gaze settles on the 2 figures still sprawled at the field center. Red team, Lucia. Blue team, Evie. Dismantle this gear and modified it into unauthorized weapons. Continued engagement after red safety protocol alert. Is this not something you want to nurture? You want to nourish? Is disassembling weapons and building new weapons not something that's kind of impressive? Come on, man. At this point, you should take us out and put us in, like, weapons manufacturing classes. All members assemble. The instructor pauses briefly. His voice remains utterly flat. All 6 of them are summoned to the field center, including the 4 who had already been eliminated and were spectating from the observation area. 500 push-ups, all of you. If even 1 person fails, you also start from 0. I can't even do 1 push-up, man! I'm asking way too much. Wait, 500! Begin. 1. 6 pairs of hands hit the ground at the same time. I can't even do a single push-up. I'm not strong enough to lift my own body weight. By the 8th push-up, Joanne's arms are already shaking. She bites down on her lip. Her glasses slip inch by inch down this one on her nose. Ophelia keeps her form. You don't teach your students. No, okay, right. Okay, it's not a technique they should encourage people to do, but I'm just saying that, like, this kind of quick thinking is something that should be redirected into, like, something more productive that doesn't involve taking yourself out in the process. Right? Ophelia keeps her form sharp, though a fine sweat gleams across her brow. She throws a sideways glance at Adelaide, who rises and falls next to her in a steady machine-like rhythm, expression perfectly empty. Hey you! Aren't you tired? Physical training is no place for idle chatter. Conserve your energy. I really want to deck you again. Do you want? Without warning, Jan's arms give out completely. Her glasses slip sideways as she collapses face first onto the ground. Someone stopped. Start over. What? You gotta be kidding me. I'm sorry. Round 3, all 6 push past 150. At 183, Ophelia's arms give way and her knees slam into the dirt. No. The glasses fall inch by inch and there's like 2 inches along at least. You know, a good point. You make a very good point. Stop. Start over. Ophelia pounds a fist into the ground. Asher and grit are packed beneath her fingernails. Ooh. I already cut my fingernails recently. I remember I needed to do them, but I forgot if I did, and it looks like I did. Nice and short. No one knows what round it is now. The floor is wrecked with sweat. 6 sets of breathing emerge into one ragged chorus, heaving like old bellows. Joanne's glasses rest somewhere below her. She can't see the ground clearly anymore. She only pushes through each rep by instinct, tears and sweat falling together onto her hands, impossible to separate. Ophelia has stopped speaking. Every fragment of energy is poured into keeping her form. Her face contorts with effort, sweat falling from her chin and striking the floor in small dark circles. Adelaide endures with iron discipline, her tempo slower but every moment whole, precise, unbroken. 450? Please, nobody fall now. Nobody fall now. I can't. Grit your teeth, keep those arms locked. Don't give out. You've got it, almost done. They held on, teeth gritting, knowing that falling would mean wiping out everything the people next to them have endured. 490? Their 6 shadows stretch long under the overhead lights, cast across the training ground floor like 6 pillars about to give way. 499? 500! Yeah! Also, the exact same moment Nia is the first to crumple. Yeah, just collapse on the ground, man. Joanne collapses right after. Her glasses have rolled somewhere a meter away. She doesn't reach for them. She simply lies there, head turned to the side, gulping for air like a stranded fish. Ophelia forces herself to hold for 2 more seconds, as though falling with others is its own kind of defeat. She slumps against the ruined wall, her face tilted upward. Her chest heaves in ragged surges, sweat paste strands of damp hair across her cheeks and temples. She looks utterly spent. Adelaide is the last to stop moving. She transitions slowly from plank to kneeling, palms coming to rest on her. Adelaide, what are you made out of? Palms coming to rest on her thighs. Her head drops low, shoulders shuddering in tiny involuntary tremors. In the silence that follows, she finally speaks. Her voice is frayed down to a rasp, barely carrying past her own lips. All members 500 complete. The instructor says nothing. His gaze remains fixed on the center of the field. 4 of the 6 of them have gone down. The other 2 are still on the ground. Lucia's arms shake. Sweat trails from her chin in a thin, unbroken line and drips onto her hand. Slowly she works herself onto her knees and pauses for a moment. One leg comes up, pauses, then the other. Swaying, she drags herself upright from the ground. Under everyone's astonishment, purposefully falling at 499. That's so evil, man. No! Under everyone's astonished gaze, she stands. Her legs feel like iron bars, heated soft. Knees trembling faintly. She gasps for air, raising the back of her hand to wipe the sweat from her face. Then she looks up. Beside her, Evie is rising too. The same slow sequence, to the knees, one leg braced, the other foot planted, body wavering as Evie pushes upright. Lucia takes the figure across to her. Sweat-matted hair is split at the corner of the lip, legs trembling. A mirror of her own wrecked condition. Evie. The name crosses her lips again, so quiet it's barely there. Next time, I'll win. As long as that means I don't end up back here again, man, I'm down. She speaks suddenly. Other pauses a moment and answers with a smile. Then you better pick up the pace. Lucy says nothing in return. She stands in the scattering light of the dissolving simulation, looking at the classmate at her side. Sloan her own age, as if seeing the person for the first time. The edge of her mouth curves upward. Don't know I'm that strong? I'm not, man. I'm like so weak that I struggle, okay, right. Not only do I struggle to do push-ups and stuff, that's a good. But I realize that my flexibility is like really bad because I haven't got much like range of motion in my legs from sitting at my desk so much. Can I leave like 20? I can do 1. Not even that. I don't have this like my hands don't lie flat against the ground in a way that lets me do a push-up. Because my hands don't bend that way. Like my wrists don't bend. So if I have my hands on the ground, like I can't do like a 90 to put myself above my hands. It just doesn't. Like, I could maybe try it on my fists, but I can't do it on my hands. I'm not flexible enough to like actually get my wrists like flat against the ground. Like a front runner who has long since forgotten the sound of footsteps behind her, turning to find she's no longer alone in the wind. She can't remember the last time she felt this happy. Hell yeah. Wait, is this enough? That's not enough to do a pull, is it? Damn it! Sorry, I'm getting very excited about doing more pulls. We're now passing through the lower garrison of FOS College and approaching the construction site of the zero-point reactor. Reactor build has just entered its 4th year. The Science Council estimates that at least another 6 before final calibration and ignition can even begin. Some of our viewers might not realize this, but even without ignition, humanity's space-faring capabilities have already outstripped everything the previous generation deemed possible. All of it born from the breakthroughs of the preliminary research alone. The lunar base has now been operational for a full decade. 800 permanent personnel live in the region of eternal daylight in the moon's south pole, where helium-3 collection pipelines stretch across the craters. The first energy samples are currently en route to Earth for industrial validation. In Jupiter's orbit, the space deobservation array runs autonomously, unmanned, transmitting spectral data back to Earth by every 72 hours. Just last month, it captured the atmospheric spectrum of Proxima Centauri B. However, still, Dawn 2 drifts through the silence. It has already passed beyond Mars's orbit, accelerating along its pre-plotted course towards Jupiter gravity assist point. And when the zero-point reactor is finally complete, all this will have been merely the beginning. But even now in this very moment, standing at the Bifrost launch site and looking up, watching that silver track fade into the atmosphere, I believe anyone would feel it deep in their bones. We, humanity, are truly setting forth. FOS Military Command College, Aerospace City District. I will chuck some more real quick. Dominic has envisioned the Voyage initiative as a future state by FOS College, an unending source of talent to fuel Earth's unification war and push into interstellar colonization. A beacon meant to cast the spine of humanity in steel. I spilled water on myself, this is great. Its curriculum reflects that dual destiny. Unlike any ordinary military academy, FOS splits its training between 2 domains, half on the battlefield, half in the cosmos. Cadets learn to strip a rifle by morning, plot orbital machines mechanics by afternoon, and by night climb into simulators meant to master zero-gravity operations. Aerospace City is no ordinary campus. It serves as the war government's international military security area, garrisoned by the most elite joint forces on active rotation. FOS cadets don't simulate your environment. They live it, training on-site with cutting-edge weapons and advanced technical doctrines. No academy in the world can match that. At the world government military's direction, the FOS inaugural class is soon deployed into three months of joint field training. A7 hatch sealed. Pre-pressurization in progress. Copy, B7 sealed. Assigned by Gestalt. It is Gestalt. I keep saying Gestalt. Sorry, Gestalt. Lucio and Evie, the inaugural class's premier combat and command operatives, are dispatched to the airborne command post for their rotational field training. The post itself is a modified heavy transport aircraft, circling at 6,000 meters above FOS. It functions as the nerve center for regional air defense and relay hub for drone swarms. Inside, the cabin is claustrophobically tight, lined with snaking cables, glowing screens, and bathed in a sickly blue-green light. The air hangs thick with the smell of metal and lubricant. Their workstations are pressed so close together that even a slight turn knocks against the other's chair. This is way tighter than The Sims. Evie speaks, hands busy calibrating the command terminal in front. Big enough for 2. Seated shoulder to shoulder before a wall of screens and a sea of switches, Lucia looks to her side. Evie's bent over a military terminal, fingers moving swiftly across the controls. This is a drone test flight, but you did your homework. I can tell. Lucy returns her gaze to her own station. Her fingers find the rhythm instantly, gliding from left to right as she fires upon the system programs in one smooth, uninterrupted motion. Look who's talking. Lucy answers with a faint shrug, offering neither agreement nor denial. Regs say we should have a commanding officer up here. Why isn't anyone coming yet? They probably figure we're just rookies. Not worth the trip. Fine by me. She verifies the last group of system parameters. On the screen, the data streams settle into a smooth, steady rhythm. By the time they show up, we won't need them. We'll have it locked down. I'm filing a report when we land. Everyone command online. Alpha 1 to Alpha 3. Joanne, you copy? Alpha 3 copy. System permissions granted. Coordinating ground data links now. Inside the makeshift mobile I can't speak now. Inside the makeshift mobile base station, rows of outdated terminals sit in haphazard disarray. One of the overhead fluorescent lights, broken, flickers and buzzes incessantly. Real-time monitoring of the 36 comm channels, 7 base station nodes, and a drone status for no fewer than 200 units. Holy, is this really a one-person job? Joanne flips the rulebook open to the very last page. There in handwriting so crooked and jagged it looks like something a lizard crawled across the paper is a single handwritten note. You got this, little genius. I know you can do it. This is my quantum comm zone. Completely secure, zero eavesdropping. Reach out anytime you need cash. The greatest, most beautiful, most kind-hearted Madame Cassandra. How did she get to write on my stuff? She inhales deeply, presses her fingers to the bridge of her nose, and sinks back into her seat before the dozen odd screens. The display is pulsing and jumping with data. Okay, 36 channels. Channel 1. Hey, why am I the only one stuck on guard duty outside? Ophelia, this is a public channel. Personal grievances do not belong here. Mind your own business! As the students throw themselves into their training, a black and gold stretch limousine cruises at a leisurely pace along the elevated highway, skirting the perimeter of Aerospace City. I had plans for a cosmic stardome on that site, you know. Oh, I did do British for it, didn't I? Now look at it. Just a dull slab of metal. I'd have done better sticking one of my garden rockeries there. Or a pretty pine tree. The car cruises along barely 20 miles an hour. Cassandra hangs her mechanical arm out the window, his metal joints catching the sunlight and glinting as if waving hello to the entire base spread out below. Keep going that way. Yes, circle around Bifrost again. Ma'am, this is the third lap today. And it's my money. What's wrong with taking another look? Reclining in her seat, she squints towards the training grounds below. Cadets are scattered across the field running drills, dismantling gear, crawling on their bellies through the simulated ruins. 16, 17 at most. Every last one of them is drenched in sweat and caked in dust. Now where was I? You were speaking about Gestalt, man. And then the zero-point reactor. Ah, yes. After that, Dominic introduced me to this new project called Construct. Said the technology could turn a person into a mechanical frame capable of resisting cosmic radiation, while perfectly preserving human memory and consciousness. I told Dominic I didn't care about any of that. All I wanted to know was whether the machines could keep me young forever. Dominic, this is a good voice for her, man. I'm trying so hard, but I don't think I can find a voice that fits her. Dominic said they could, so I wrote a check. She lifts her mechanical arm, working the fingers one by one. The joints answer with a faint series of clicks. After I became the first Dracula, Dominic suddenly asked if I'd be interested in joining a Voyage. Said there'd be companions too, including legendary madman Professor Trout. I asked if Dominic had been playing too many video games. Worked stupid on overtime. I'm allergic to cat fur. No chance of boarding a ship with a man who keeps an orange tabby. Then later, Dominic's precious FOS finally got built, taking in students from every corner of the world. And now out of nowhere, that person contacted me again, talking about another project. Sephora, he called it. Went all serious on me. There's no time. Your frame will be the only one that can make it happen. I can only handle what's on my end. It's a path I have to walk alone. She wriggles around in the backseat, hands waving, whispers into a theatrical parody of the chief technician. What's so special about my frame anyway? Did Dominic need me because my taste module costs more than everyone else's? Huh? Wait, what's that? Bifrost, man! That's twice today you brought it up to tease me. I understand you funded the thing. No, I'm talking about the one in the sky. of Bifrost in the highest reaches of the sky, something flares briefly and vanishes. Cassandra's arm senses it first. Middle joints spasm hard like an invisible hand is clamped down on them. Stop the car. Man? I said stop the car! I do really like Cassandra. She's grown on me, man. No sooner does the car stop than a dozen silo hatches across the military zone slam open all at once. White smoke erupts upward. 1, 2, 6. Anti-radiation interceptors blast out of their silos at speeds just shy of human sight. Tail flames cutting through the air. Straight white smoke. Trails spearing into the sky. A second wave launches, then a third. Acrid clouds of exhaust fall off as whole, and shock after shock rattles through the black and gold limousine like a tremor through bone. Cassandra tracks the missiles until they pierce the clouds. Sensors in her mechanical arm is still shaking even harder now. Turn around. Back to the control center. At the very instant, alarms flare across every corner of FOS. Channel 33, signal strength low. Flag this. Huh? A sudden lurch pitches Joanne forward. Her stylus slashed in an unsteady dark line across the tablet surface. A deep, resonant shudder creeps up through her chair, as if something immense and heavy is barreling through the depths beneath them. Her eyes drop to the water glass on her desk. The surface trembles, breaking into countless concentric ripples that pulse outwards in delicate, unwavering rings. Earthquake? A thunderous crash, and suddenly the papers are cascading off her desk, the flickering overhead light now strobing in frantic bursts. Joanne clutches the desk edge, bracing herself, and she catches the sound. It's not rising from underground, but coming from overhead. In a flash, she remembers the simulations. The deep, violent shriek of solid rocket monitors igniting, dull and brutal, like a sledgehammer pounding into the ceiling, blow after relentless blow. She bursts through the station door and runs out. There, in the direction of the Bifrost, over a dozen white contrails lance straight up into the heavens. Missiles erupt from their silos in rapid succession, each tail flame a searing point of light too fierce to behold. Winds tear the white smoke into the impossibly straight lines, stretching from the earth into the cloud layer, then through it, vanishing into some unreachable altitude beyond. What's going on? Then another sound reaches her. The high-pitched scream of turbofan engines, multiplied 1,000-fold, fused into ceaseless, chest-filing drone. She whirls around. In the military hangar complex on the eastern edge of FOS, Aerospace City, every bay door rises as one. An instant later, thousands of military drones pour forth, a swarm of startled iron-gray birds taking frantic wing. Heat haze shimmers from their exhausts. The formation is so dense, the wings nearly clip tails, machines pressing against machine. Their wings follow the sunlight. The shadows they cast roll across the earth like thunderclouds, and the bright afternoon collapses into a false dusk. Joanne stands before the mobile base station, assaulted by winds that tear in from every direction, her eyes squeezed to slits. What in the world is happening? The cabin glows with pale blue light. Then it flows across the screens in slow rhythmic waves. Everything looks routine. Lucille leans back in her seat, having just finished logging the Eastern Sector patrol, ready to submit the report to Joanne stationed on the ground. Simulation Sector E21 patrol clear. No anomalies. Copy, Alpha 3, standby for drone deployment. Huh? A sudden tingling creeps into Lucia's fingertips. She glances out the window and sees a cloud stretch beneath them, and the tip of Bifrost pierces the white sea below. It's silvered by the afternoon sun. Everything looks perfectly normal, but something feels off. Evie, do you feel like... All screens go black in the same instant. Through one heartbeat, the cabin is followed by absolute darkness. The emergency lights sputter to life, their sickly red glow, barely touching their faces, leaving more shadow than illumination. The make-control panel flatlines, zeros across the board, and then the numbers erupt in wild manic spasms, corrupting into unreadable code one character at a time. What is this? A viral intrusion! A violent shudder shoots through Lucia's seat, too sharp for turbulence. Just the whole aircraft seizing up. A spasm rippling through its electronic systems as if something had just pierced through. Their hands hit terminal almost simultaneously. Electromagnetic pulse sources from the orbit. The EMP is breaking through our shielding. What about ground comms? We need to know what's happening. Evie's fingertips race over the frequency dial, switching from one channel to the next. 1, 2, 5. Every single one spits back only the cold hiss of static. Well, channel's dead. Wait, there's one backup line. The ground station. Joanne, do you copy? The metal hatch behind them is suddenly kicked open. Lucia twists around in pure reflex. A man in a flight crew uniform fills the doorway, weapon drawn and leveled. Pointed straight at Evie. Lucia's body is faster than thought. She kicks off, her chair rocketing backwards as she springs forward, left leg whipping into the man's wrist. The gun spins free, bouncing off the bulkhead and sliding out of reach. She surges into him, hands clamping around his throat, and rides the momentum straight through the doorway. The man's spine crashes against the cargo shelves with a dull thud. His forearm snaps upward and smashes through her hold. Before she can recover, he has her by the wrist, locking it and cranking it outward with brutal precision. It's a standard suppression technique, clean and practiced, the kind only a trained close-quarters fighter would know. Lucia's wrist is wrenched to a dangerous angle, forcing her to pivot with the pressure. The enemy presses the advantage, driving harder to put her on the ground. Is there even that much room in this thing? A dull, heavy impact cuts through the struggle. The man's body goes rigid. His grip on Lucia slackens. Let her go! He wheels around, enraged at being blindsided, and launches a punch directly at Evie's face. Goes in and fight back! Evie ducks the punch with a slight tilt of the head, and rather than retreat, steps in. The left hand snares the man's extended arm, redirecting it wide, as the right palm heel snaps upward into his jaw. The man stumbles back. Evie sweeps her leg behind his, plants a shoulder deep into his chest, and commits every pound of weight behind it. The man struggles to hold his ground, but the force drives him backward until his head slams into a shelf's metal crossbeam. His gaze goes blank for a half beat. Yeah! The next instant, Lucia springs to her feet. Her kicks catches him square in the back of the knee. His leg folds and he topples forward. She and Evie move as if sharing a single breath. Their coordination's seamless, a maneuver they once drilled against each other in The Sims. Together, one from above and one from below, they twist his body and drive it into the ground. He hits the deck hard, eyes rolling white as he goes limp. They release him simultaneously, each retreating half a step, chest heaving. You alright? Lucia works the soreness out of her wrist and nods. I'm fine. Nice timing. The two exchange a glance, quickly scanning one another for wounds, and give a single synchronized nod. An acrid burnt odor hangs in the cabin aisle, near the dark red wash of the emergency lights. Pools of liquid glisten across the floor. It's something other than oil. Blood. One crew member has crumpled near the turn of the aisle, chest darkened with a spreading wet stain, body already still. Further on, a secondary slumped sideways against the bulkhead, head lolling to one side with electrical burns seared into the neck. We've been hijacked. Lucia! Evie! We read you, Joanne. Thank goodness, finally! Listen, dozens of drones have gone rogue. They're suicide bombing FOS. What? They're hitting everything! Training grounds, construction sites, supply depots, even Bifrost! Lucy looks down through the cockpit glass. Between breaks in the clouds, thick black columns of smoke are beginning to climb from the surface of FOS. Something is flashing below. Bursts of light ignite across the base, one after the next, like silent, distant blossoms. We've been hijacked. All aircraft control systems are compromised. Likely something in the forward cockpit. What? Hijacked? All of the channels are down. Japan, we need help from the ground. Wait, let me think. Silence hangs over the comms for a few long seconds. Nothing but the muffled chaos of far-off blasts, Joanne's uneven breath, and the unconscious rhythm of her fingertips drumming lightly against the desk. Drones have been hacked. Send override protocols require commands from the main control tower, but that's almost certainly gone by now. What can a mobile base station even do? I've got one backup link, just one, and the bandwidth isn't anywhere near enough for the data streams for over 200 drones. Without thinking, her gaze trails across the terminal screen. A small line of text in the lower right corner, which she had glanced at when she first entered the station, drifts back into focus. This is a Gestalt distributed node, training clearance, receiving mode active. That's it! Gestalt! She yells out, startling herself with how loud it comes. I might be able to request Gestalt's computing power. Use the space station to reverse override FOS's entire command system. How are you getting approval at a time like this? I have Miss Cassandra's quantum comms code. That's not the point right now. Look, the override takes time, okay? And we only get one shot at this. When it's done, you two have to retake the airborne command post. If the enemy figures out another way in before then, it's game over. I have no idea if this will even work. I'll link up with whatever drones are still operational through the base station and buy as much time as I can to protect Bifrost. Understood. So our job is to retake the command post. Seems we aren't the only ones with that idea. Lucy fixes her gaze into the darkness stretching ahead through the cabin. Footsteps sound from inside it. Out of the red-lit gloom, ominous figures begin to take shape. 6, 8, fully armed with tactical vests, goggles, and modified rifles. No war government markings. Steel never scraped clean off, metal buffed to a dull shine. The only one at the front stops 10 meters out and lifts a clenched fist. Behind him, every figure freezes in perfect unison. There you are. 2 little fish slipped the net. I have to thank you for that unification of yours. Every weapon tied to a single system made things easier than I ever expected. Putting up on your own. Are you still calling yourself a soldier? Lucy drops into her crouch, her hand finding the pistol she kicked aside moments before. My own? The country I spent my life fighting for is gone. It's because you signed some treaty on a nice sunny afternoon. That doesn't excuse what you did to Aerospace City. You know the difference. I don't give two shits which star you ended up reaching. Ain't my business. Someone paid for my revenge, so here I am. Simple as that. And you're lucky, by the way. This bird's locked down tight. You know what that means? He cocks an eyebrow toward the clouds beyond the window. You got front row seats for the most spectacular fireworks show in history. We will stop you right here. We? You mean you two? Couple of kids in school uniforms. The man clasped his hands and laughter erupts throughout the cabin. Just then, a muzzle flashing lights to dim. A bullet rips through his hand, blowing apart flesh and bone. Blood splatters across the deck. We're FOS students. Kill them! Come on then, all of you! We're dragging you to court-martial alive. Above them, the emergency light stutters between brightness and dark. They stand pressed nearly shoulder to shoulder, both facing forward. We'll have to fight our way through. A voice is barely above a whisper, meant only for the person at her side. I trust you! The corner of her mouth twitches. Not a smile, but something sharper. Move. Sorry, my throat's killing me. That's fine though. Meanwhile, what's Cassandra up to then, and Gestalt? Down on the ground, FOS is burning. The drone swarm has gone rogue. No longer the iron shield guarding Bifrost, they have turned. Now they are steel rain, pouring down from the heavens. Munitions slam into target after target with surgical brutality. Craters carved through the training grounds. Half the supply warehouse roof buckles inward. Flames and smoke climbing skyward in a churning black pillar. Those drones still under station control scramble to strike back. The two forces crash into each other like opposing waves, grinding together in a brutal, shrieking arc of explosions that stitches across the sky. The window strobes with firelight. Inside Joanne's sensory terminal, fingers ripping across the keys. Which layer is this? Second layer, and the outer firewall's still up. Drone of engines closes in, dropping from the sky in a sheer dive. The nose sharpening to a needle-thin scream. First overrate in progress. I'm down to a few dozen units. Come on, little guys, just hold on. The wine is directly above her now. Dust shivers loose from the ceiling and falls in thin streams. Her cup slips from the desk and breaks against the floor. Please, just a little faster. Something bright flares across Joanne's lenses, blinding for an instant. She wrenches her gaze upward. Beyond the glass, the drone's cannon yawns directly at her. Ah! Joanne squeezes her eyes shut. The pain she's waiting for never hits. She opens her eyes. A burning husk grazes the window and drops away, swallowed by the smoke. The second drone banks in. Armor-piercing fire ups through its belly and out the engine. The sky ignites. The third strains upward, rotor screaming before rifle rounds shatter them mid-spin. It corkscrews into the far clearing, a broken thing trailing sparks. Rehydrate? Yes, I will. Good call. Through the thick smoke and flames, she spots two familiar figures. Yes! Teamwork! What are you gawking at? Get back to work! Ophelia leans out from behind cover on the opposite side. Her assault rifle kicks against her shoulder as she squeezes off short. Precise burst into the sky. A burn tears across her shoulder, still wet with blood. She doesn't look at it, not even once. Next wave's coming, hurry! Adelaide is down on one knee behind the sandbags outside the station. Her anti-material rifle still smoking at the muzzle. I can't read. Her shoulder glows in anger from the recoil. Face blank, she cycles the bolt. The spent casing spins out and rings against the ground. Joanne tries to say something, but more engine roars are already swelling in the distance. The drones have locked into the still active comms node. They're closing from all sides now, sweeping toward them like a storm front. That's when more shapes emerge from the dust. First Class Cadet Nia reporting in. First Class Cadet Yori reporting in. First Class Cadet Effie, first aid supplies here. 3, 5 dozens of West cadets pouring from all sides. Some collect training rifles, others hold tactical shields from the equipment room, and some carry nothing but iron pipes pulled from the rubble. Voice after young voice rises before Joanne, before Joanne, they gather, a wall of bodies resolute and unbroken. The entirety of FOS has planted itself in front of her, shielding the ladder that leads to the stars. All units hold this position. Protect the base station at all costs. Yes, sir. You all. She feels some heat in her eyes, but the tears don't fall. Leave it to me. She pulls in a long breath. Her hands settle back over the keys, and they move faster than before. You got this, Joanne. Come on. The second Lucia charges, 2 bullets shoot the air beside her ear. But she doesn't slow down. A narrow passage is force multiplier for the few against the many. It compresses their firepower into a straight, narrow line, turning the whole of cabin into a bottleneck one defender can hold. Lucia flattens herself against the cold bulkhead and pulls the trigger. The first hijacker's weapon cartwheels out of his hands. The flesh between his fingers ripped wide. He falls back screaming. The second man answers instantly. A wild sweep of gunfire chews into the walls, spikes erupting in white-hot bursts around her. Lucia ducks, rolls through a row of seats, and comes up with a firing from the opposite side. A bullet catches the second hijacker in the knee. He collapses, his crumpled frame blocking the line of fire for the ones behind him. Evie advances in her wake, perfectly synchronized, pushing forward in those fleeting silences between Lucia's shots. Die! Dream on. The third charges in, knife flashing. Evie meets him with a fire extinguisher. Parry steps through a vicious backhand swing that connects with the man's temple. A single clean, brutal arc. Without warning, a fourth attacker springs from behind the row of seats and wraps his arms around Evie's middle, dragging, twisting, trying to slam Evie to the deck. Get away from Evie! With a sharp shout, Lucia slams her boot into the attacker's ribs, kicking him bodily off Evie. Side by side, they cower through the aisle with less than 3 meters of width. One guns down threats from a distance, the other dismantles them up close. They weave between each other with brutal efficiency, sharing the same rhythm like a single body breathing. Lucia's 5th round tears through the shoulder. The 5th man hits the bulkhead and crumples. The 6th shot strips the weapon right out of the next man's hands. 7. She's out of ammo. The 7th and 8th hijackers lunge forward simultaneously. Duck! Lucia dips slow to the side. Evie spins forward, uses the seats for leverage, and vaults over her body, driving a flying kick into the jaw of the man on the right. Hey, eyes on me! Simultaneously, Lucia closes the gap on the man to the left. A short, brutal sequence. Elbow to the throat, knee driven into the abdomen, both hands gripping the back of his head, then a savage pull downward. His forehead meets the metal armrest with a sharp crack. Ugh. The right attacker struggles to rise, but Evie plants a boot on his back, yanks the seatbelt free, and binds him tight in a matter of seconds. In the blink of an eye, the aisle falls silent. 8 bodies lie sprawled across the aisle and between the seats. Some are unconscious, some groaning, some bound and unable to move. Lucia braces herself against a seat back, breathing hard. Blood runs from her elbow where this uniform sleeve had been torn open in a long gash. Whether it's from a blade or a bullet fragment, she can't tell. Evie isn't faring any better. The old chest wound is torn open again. Grime shakes the person's face, both hands are raw, the skin broken open in multiple places. Uh-oh. Without warning, the deck plunges. The entire aircraft is wrenched downward like a massive fist to close around it, sending everyone staggering. Above them, the emergency lights swing wildly. The bulkhead shriek with the sound of stressed metal. Beyond the window, the clouds are climbing, visibly accelerating upward. Their gazes look for half a breath. Cockpit. Let's go. Hey, what's going on back there? What's... hijacking. We're hijacking the hijackers! Yay! She grabs the back of his head and slams it down. His forehead connects with the control panel in a soft, brutal thud. Flight controls are still locked. Manual inputs completely overridden. He just added another failsafe. Lucia throws herself into the pilot's seat, hands closing around the stick. The hydraulic system answers her pull, but the instant she adjusts course, the autopilot overrides her and snaps it back. Joanne, how much longer? Almost there, just give me a few more seconds. Through the windshield, there's nothing but Bifrost now. Altitude 1200, 1 minute left. Ushio holds the stick back as far as it will go. A hydraulic shriek, a high metallic wail, and the whole fuselage shivers in response. Only for the autopilot to seize control again, shoving the heading back into line with cold and feeling precision. We're out of time. 10 seconds, just give me 10 more. Ushio turns back to look at Abby. Pull with me. 2 pairs of hands close around the stick at the same moment. 4 hands, layered and straining, wrenching it back until the hydraulics can give no more. Together they hold it there in a precarious, shuddering deadlock. The autopilot fights are correct, but the nose drifts, degree by painstaking degree. Every increment pushes the predicted crash point farther from the heart of Bifrost. The stick convulses violently in their hands, the metal grip grinding into their flesh until it aches. 15 seconds to impact. Keep pulling! The hydraulic lines groan under the overload. 7 seconds. Suddenly Joanne's voice explodes over the comms, so shrill it nearly cracks. Yes, that's online! A break command uploaded! The soda flicker goes across the screens. The flight control panel, frozen in red for so long, pulses, then blooms green. All at once, the control stick loosens beneath their hands. Now! She and Evie wrench the stick back, and the nose heaves upward. They are too low, too fast, and over rises, yet the belly and wings below keep skydiving into Bifrost airspace. We still hit it! The left wing catches Bifrost out of maintenance gantry and comes apart like shredded paper. The impact detonates into a shrapnel storm at killing speed. The aircraft rolls hard, grinding a bright scar of sparks down Bifrost's side. And then all across the sky above FOS, the road drones simply stop, their engines cutting out as if an invisible hand has snapped every string at once. They tilt, stall, and drop from the clouds in a long, ragged cascade. Every face turns upward. Iron gray machines trail black plumes as they tumble, delayed metal rainfall hammering into the corners of FOS, raising clouds of dust and ash. Ground runs from the base station, their gaze snapping skyward. The command craft skims over at barely 100 meters. Wandering remains, the fuselage is a mangled, burning thing. Smoke and fire streaming from its tail. I miss Bifrost, but now it's going down. Lucia! Abby! We can't hear you from the ground, Joanne, but thank you for your concern. The cockpit's a cacophony of shrieking alarms now. Every gauge pulses red. Overheating engines, hydraulic collapse. Altitude critical. Movement piling together into one unbroken, deafening howl. So you get for putting me in the cockpit, man. I really shouldn't be trusted to fly these things. Right wing still intact. Still generating lift. It's enough. I'm not putting this down on FOS. She throws her full weight against the stick, using the single remaining wing to claw against gravity. The aircraft carves a lopsided, desperate arc across the sky, skimming over FOS. On the ground, the crowds are pulling back. Cadets, instructors, engineers, faces tilt upwards, watching the burning aircraft drag itself across the sky above them. Up ahead, open ground! On the periphery of Aerospace City, there's an empty waste of untouched ground. No sectors, no people. It was originally set aside for launch facility expansion that is yet to come. It's too far, we're losing speed. We'll make it. She doesn't know where the certainty comes from, but she throws every last bit of her strength into the control stick. We'll pull the stick with her. 50 meters, 30, 20. The boundary line of FOS streaks past the window. They have cleared the base. 10 meters. Evie! Really, my name? Made it this far, so if you're scared, scream. Same to you! The moment the belly hits the ground, the world flips violently. Seatbelts bite deep into their shoulders. Every ounce of air is slammed from their lungs. Then comes a long, deafening shriek of metal tearing through the earth. The plane gouges the deep trench in the ground, throwing up a wall of dust as well as the sky. It's probably gonna, like, we're already on fire, but I feel like it's gonna make it worse, right? Boom! Hopefully the fuel is not in a place where it's gonna catch fire too. Smoke and dust hang heavy over FOS, thick with the acrid reek of scorched metal and fuel. Along Bifrost's flank, a section of the maintenance gantry lies shattered. Debris is scattered across the foundation, and the giant silver-white blade now bears a raw, jagged scar. Lucia! Abby! She stumbles forward, barely keeping her feet. Glasses hang askew. Her legs are weak as if the bones have dissolved into cotton wool. She doesn't know where the plane finally fell. Only that in that moment before the comms went dead, a massive bone-deep crash thundered through the line. She runs through the ruined training field, past the warehouses, still breathing smoke, past the first shell-shocked cadets and instructors creeping out of their shelters. Ahead in the barren stretch of land beyond the base, a black trench tears across the earth for hundreds of meters. At its end lies the aircraft, broken-backed, torn in two. The left half is a charred skeleton as far as an ash. The right half still bleeds smoke from its engines. Joanne's stride falters. A sudden dread settles into her chest. She's afraid of what comes next. Ophelia reaches her side, the burn on her shoulder raw and untended. Her face a mask of soot. Ahead, Adelaide is already sprinting, rifle gone, fist pumping, charging towards the wreckage in complete silence. Then in the drifting smoke, two silhouettes take shape, pulling themselves from the wreckage. You have the strength to pull yourself from that? Man! That's kind of incredible! An arm is slung across his shoulder. The second figure is hunched, dragging a bad leg. Together they stagger, propping each other up, listing dangerously with each step as if they might crumble. Yet somehow, they keep moving. Neither one goes down. Behind her glasses, Joanne's vision blurs. Her lips part, but her voice has left her completely. Lucia! Abby! Behind her, more people pour out from her direction. Some still carry their guns. Some are empty-handed, and some hold up wounded fellow cadets. They all see the two figures emerging from the smoke and begin running toward the same place. Lucia lifts her head and sees everyone rushing towards her. Joanne is out in front. Ophelia jogs and... my voice is killing me. Oh. Jen is out in front. Ophelia jogs and complains under her breath. And Adelaide, quiet as always, takes the longest strides. Behind them are many more faces she cannot name. Before she knows it, a smile of relief crosses her face. In that moment, Emmy feels the weight on one shoulder ease slightly and slowly turns to look. Still alive? Yeah, still alive. Side by side, they press forward, moving toward the wave of people rushing to meet them. Joanne hurls herself at them so hard she almost brings both down. We need to go to like a medic or something, man. We're cooked. Report: during a recent rotation training flight to the ground, the college airborne command post was hijacked midair. Yusaka's planned to crash into Bifrost. In more encouraging news, during the incident, 2 cadets on burn duty worked with ground communications staff and several students to stop the arm to hijack as planned. The injured survivors have been taken to FOS College Hospital. The college and its partner insurers providing the maximum compensation available to the crew members who lost their lives. Bifrost and damage FOS training grounds are currently under repair. Students need to make reservations to use training guns 8 through 11 instead. Cool. Well, we survived! She doesn't really know when it started, but Lucia keeps having strange dreams. In the dream, her vision drifts free from her body, floating over the world like a ghost. Decoration complete! Lucia! Should we start the party? Lucia. Lucia, don't come out. Take your sister upstairs. Here it comes. Lucia sees Evie relentlessly chased by eerie shadows, his body slowly dissolving. Forced to turn away from the light and plunge into darkness. She watches as Evie ascends this strange staircase, pushing onward all the way to the very top. And Lucia too chases after Evie's retreating figure, climbing, falling, returning to the same starting point again and again. In that bewildering, phantasmagoric haze, Lucia calls out. The dreadful crimson nightmare follows like a second shadow, swallowing every cherished soul around her. Her father's banished shadows, when his face is blotted out. Oh, I don't like tinnitus sound. Luna's voice elongates into a sharp wail, then silence. In her world, nothing is left but that retreating figure. Evie! She runs, stumbling, her lungs about to explode. At last, her finger sees that arm. Her head turns. She's holding nothing but an arm. It sears her palm. The blade jagged and raw, splinters of bone thrusting out from torn sinew. Blood pouring out from the cross-section. Evie? Like thrusting her hand into molten iron, the pain burrows from the surface of her skin, straight into the bone. Her fingertips blister and shrivel, eaten through bit by bit. She doesn't want to... Oh, I didn't... Sorry. She won't let go, she can't. The blood seems alive, crawling up her wrist, creeping into her sleeve, seeping into the creases of her skin. Lucia? Lucia! Her eyes snap open. Ugh. One itch. Sunlight slants through the window, sharp enough to make her squint. her cheek rests against the cold desk. Before her lie scattered documents and a pen that is rolled to the very edge. Abby! Abby stands outside the window, one hand braced against the frame. The next light to peer inside. Morning light pours in from behind, casting a long shadow across the desk. Time to go! Lane day 1 and the instructor will have your name noted down. She lingers in a daze for a moment, then exhales deeply as though shedding a heavy weight. Right. Lucy rubs her eyes, scrubbing away the paper creases imprinted on her cheek. Beyond the window, the sky is a flawless blue. Far off, Bifrost catches the morning sun in a glance silver. Its maintenance rigging already restored. Every trace of impact erased. A full year has passed since the attack. And a lighter again. You went on for way too long last night. Too long? One prospector model. 4 different solutions. I had to spend half the night untangling them just to figure out which one was worth using. You asked me to walk you through it. You could have just said something. Lucy doesn't answer. She gets up, brushes the creases from her uniform, and snatches the textbooks off the desk, stuffing them into her bag with visible irritation. You're surprisingly dense sometimes. Move. She swings a leg over the sill and slips out through the window. Living on the first floor of the dorm, she's been treating this window like a door for a whole year now. Elven uniform is very cute. I agree. She looks so good in it, man. Abby watches her land, not opening as if to speak, but ends up saying nothing. The two walk side by side towards the academic building. A thin morning mist still clings to FOS, and from the distant training grounds come the faint shouts of underclassmen already running their laps. Lucia keeps her earphones strapped around her neck. Not her ears. When this habit changed, she can't quite say. What she does know is that ever since she started down this path with Evie, so much has begun to change. The subject list for next year's placement exam is out. You've seen it? The Science Council's setting it this time. You think it'll be tough? Difficult isn't the problem. I just want everything to go without a hitch. Lucy's overall scores have consistently placed her in the top 10 of the first class cadets, with combat and physical training firmly holding top 3. Academic subjects aren't her strongest area, but the foundations are solid, and she's never once fallen below the safety line. Evie's strengths run in the opposite direction, and the two are often locked in a tug-of-war around the same ranking band. The lunar base is expanding its second phase next year. Word is they're badly understaffed. If people with combat experience transfer in, it saves them a lot of time bringing everyone up to speed. You want to serve at the lunar base? Well, FOS didn't put us through a list just to pass exams. I want to go somewhere. I'm actually needed. Doesn't matter if it's the moon, Mars, or even the front lines on Earth. As long as I don't have to sit in this classroom. Besides, Luna said she wants to see lunar soil. She paused for a beat, her voice softening just a little. Lunar soil? She mentioned it on our last call. One of her classmates, whose parent works at the lunar base, brought back a small bottle. She's been wanting some ever since. If I'm going, I might as well bring some back for her. The two have barely rounded the corner of the academic building when the sound of arguing reaches them from up ahead. More precisely, a shrill voice and a clipped rigid voice clashing back and forth. I told you I got you first! Training ground access is determined by a reservation timestamp, non-physical arrival time. I was standing here at 6 in the morning! The terminal confirms I submitted my reservation at 5:57 AM. Who in their right mind makes a reservation at 5:57 in the morning? Somebody shows up at 6 should understand someone who reserves at 5:57. You said that on purpose, didn't you? I was only stating a fact. You absolute mule! What an insult. Can you talk like a normal human being for once? I believe everything I've said complies with the academy regulations. I can't say that word, man. I swear I'm gonna wring your neck. And they're at it again. At least now they argue while walking side by side instead of shouting across the whole training ground. Lucia and Evie walk past them, tilting their heads slightly. Morning. Hey, Ophelia, Adelaide. Morning. Morning. Good morning. The two replies hold the argument in perfect, unexpected sync. 2 seconds stretch by, and then... I already let you use the training ground. Why are you still following me? I'm not following you. The equipment room is in this direction. Excessive sensitivity is a recognized physiological condition. I recommend... Lucy and Evie shake their heads and keep walking. At the stairwell entrance to the academic building, a piercing wail spills out from a third-floor window. I can't take this anymore! Miss Cassandra, please, I'm begging you, leave! The comms lab requires absolute electromagnetic silence during signal calibration. Your mechanical arm is wrecking the readings. Wrecking? Darling, I'm only sitting here and observing. Practically a statue. That's not electromagnetic arm. Go, leave. You're a knot. The arm of yours is spraying data fragments every other second. My switchman analyzer is completely flooded with your signal. Oh, this arm is performing rather magnificently, isn't it? That is not something to be proud of in a lab. Joanne leans out the third floor window, hair a bird's nest, glasses askew, her face the picture of despair. Lucia, Evie, save me! She showed up at the crack of dawn, insisting on inspecting teaching outcomes. All my calibration data is ruined. Lucy doesn't slow her steps, only casting Joanne a look of pity. Hey, you're just gonna leave me here to die? Sorry, Joanne, we'll be late. Wait! Joanne pulls back inside and a racket of banging and clattering erupts. She's likely wrestling to reclaim something from Cassandra's grasp. You're really not helping? Last time we stepped in to solve Cassandra's cosmic ray hair project, it landed us a 3,000-word written reflection. Sorry, Joanne. This is how they spend their days and how they will go on spending them in the year to come. Time is like a steady and hurried river, carrying along the mundane routines and the growth that crept in unnoticed. After the attack, the Academy tightened its security protocols, and the Bifrost defenses underwent 2 full rounds of reinforcement. The first-year cadets were no longer treated as merely students. They began rotating into active security duties across Aerospace City, standing guard, patrolling shoulder to shoulder with soldiers on duty. Some have matured along the way. Some have grown silent. Some didn't really change. Lucy and Evie fall squarely into the last group. She still isn't much of a talker. The earphones still sit around her neck, but she stopped eating by herself. Somewhere along the way, the corner table in the cafeteria went from holding 1 person to 2, then to 5. Lucy sits at the very end, Evie beside her. Joanne across, Ophelia and Adelaide flank either side. There's still at least a seat's worth of distance between them, but far less than when they first arrived at the academy. They attend classes together. When's gonna go wrong? What's gonna go wrong? Come on. They attend classes together, train together, and then go on missions together. They get hurled around together in Zergaudi Simpods, endure 3 straight days of downpour during wilderness survival training, and get chewed out together by the instructors during combat evaluations. They volunteer as test subjects for Joanne's experiments, circulate ads for Ophelia's family business, and learn to sail alongside Adelaide. And on the occasional mission, free dusk, they lie together in the vast setup beneath Bifrost, watching the clouds drift slowly overhead, stealing laughs as they tease Cassandra about her galaxy-rendingly disastrous fashion sense. They cry, they laugh, they burn out, they savor. Every last piece of it belongs to that beautiful stretch of youth, the kind meant only for the young. The night before the placement exam, June 15th. The study room... Wait, how close? We're like... 5 days away, wow. The study room holds only a scattered handful of students, most buried in their final reviews. A tense, stifling atmosphere hangs over everything. Tomorrow's results will decide where each of them spends the coming year. The Lunar Military Base, a planetary observation station, the Cosmos Technicians Union, or remaining behind on campus. Lucia sits by the window, an orbital mechanics review book laid open in front of her, headphones on and volume cranked to maximum. Because FOS's campus broadcast system is currently spewing something utterly indescribable. Good evening, darlings. It's time for your... Oh, British again. Good evening, darlings. It's time for your evening music broadcast. Today's selection is a genuine masterpiece. Freshly composed by your illustrious trustee, using a mere 1/10,000th of a genius in a precious 15 minutes of her afternoon. An indescribable torrent of electronic beats pour from the speakers. The bass booms like muffled thunder, the melody veering wildly across bizarre frequencies, punctuated now and then by what might be a human moan or just a synthesizer shorting out. The entire academy building is suffering under the assault. Beneath the desk, Lucia's right leg is jittering faster and faster. Her pen has already punched several holes through her notebook. Her face remains impassive, but a vein at her temple is slowly visibly beginning to throb. Across the table, Evie puts down the pen, checks the time on the terminal, and discreetly fires off a message to some group chat. Audience mayor? Where? Back here, it's quiet. With a small jerk of the chin, Evie gestures towards the window. A year ago, the two of them had flown over that very place in a plane on the verge of falling apart. Let's take your motorbike. I'll ride this time. Huh? Lucy's right leg stops. She pulls over her earphones and looks at Evie. You can ride now? You taught me before. I taught you once, you crashed 3 times. I tried again later on my own, didn't crash. She closes her notebook. The hill behind FOS is not much of a climb. Just a gentle slope on the outskirts of Aerospace City, strewn with sparse tropical bush. There are no streetlights here, and few ever bother to come. From the top, the whole of Aerospace City unfolds below. Bifrost lights climb from the ground straight into the clouds, a pillar of radiance driven into night. The motorcycle rests beside a low, scrawny tree at the hilltop, its engine ticking softly as it cools. The two of them sit on the grass, legs crossed, shoulders pressed slightly together. The stars above are fierce and bright. So near the equator with no light pollution to dim them, the Milky Way spills across the vaulted heaven like a pale river of light. Lucia tips her head back, watching the boundless, ink-dark sky. She stays silent for a long, long moment. The exam's coming up. You nervous? No. But you've been pulling up grass this whole time. Lucia glances down. Sure enough, a small patch of the tender green grass beside her has hands been plucked clean. You talk too much. Frowning, she gives Evie a pointed jab. Ow! A breeze drifts up from the foot of the hill, carrying the dry, crisp scent of evaporated liquid oxygen. It's a smell unique to Aerospace City, one that follows you wherever you go. Lucia smooths back a strand of silver hair lifted by the light wind and turns her head. After all this is over, what do you want to do first? You mean the exam? I mean after we graduate, when we leave FOS. Evie lowers her gaze, taking a moment to think. Wherever this world needs me most, I guess. What does that mean? Maybe some corner of Earth where unification war is still going. Or a moon, or Mars. The Copernicus outpost is expanding. I heard they're badly understaffed. Oh, and after graduation, the zero-point reactor should be almost done too. That could work. The Science Council will definitely need hands. Basically, I just go wherever I'm needed. Lucia rests her chin in her hand, offering no response. What about you, Lucia? Me? After you graduate, what do you want to do first? She tilts her head, giving it a genuine thought for a moment. Same as you, I suppose. Really? Yeah. I want to go somewhere higher, where I can protect more people. She still pulls at the grass, her gaze fixed on the light atop Bifrost. When I was little, I used to have this strange dream. I'd fall into this thick fog. Stares at the camera. People around me. But they vanished one by one. I just stand there reaching out, but I couldn't hold on to anyone. Every time I woke up, I couldn't remember a thing. Just my palms would feel hot, like I'd forgotten something important. Ever since then, I wanted to get stronger. Protect Luna, to protect my parents. As I grew older, I wanted to reach higher and protect more people. Like the heroes in those cartoons. That's why I came to FOS. She snaps another blade of grass, her eyes fixed on the toes of her shoes. There are so many people in this world fighting for the same cause. It makes me want to be at the very front, to stand before all of them. For a brief moment, Evie says nothing, simply following her gaze out towards the distant sky. You're gonna laugh, aren't you? Lucy's fingertips tighten unconsciously. She deliberately turns her head away, refusing to look at Evie. No, why'd I laugh? Then why are you so quiet? Because I feel the same way. Same way? Not a dream exactly, but sometimes I feel something's pushing me forward. Oh god, I meant to mute, sorry, my finger missed the button. Like there's someone, something, or a voice from somewhere far away that always urging me to keep going. Like it's from another world, maybe. I can't explain it, but it's always been there. Lucia studies Evie. The dark hides every expression, leaving only a silhouette and the faint glint of stars reflected in those eyes. In some ways, we really are alike. So, Lucia. Evie smiles gently. After we graduate, you want to stick with me as my teammate? Teammate? I just think we make a good team. So that's what you've been thinking about. She smiles, but then into something drifts across her thoughts. The motion stills. Lifting her head to the sea of stars above, Lucia turns over that distant, yet achingly real future in her mind. She thinks for a moment, lips parting as if to speak, when a low resonant rumble rolls in from the distance. Orange flames erupt from the nozzles and Bifrost launch pad, their glare setting up half the night sky ablaze. A rocket rises, slowly at first, then gathering speed, piercing the clouds with a long tail of fire, like a star being born alight. Both of them look up at once. In their eyes, the trail stretches into a single burning line, reaching from the edge of the horizon all the way into the deepest vaults of the sky. Lucy watches for a very long time before she finally opens her mouth. My life's changed a lot since I met you. Having to deal with all of these people. Being dragged into group activities, squeezing around a cafeteria with 4 others. 2 of them never stop bickering. My schedule got more regular. I have training partners now. And someone stays after class to review lessons with me. Even if explanations do drag on a bit. She pulls up another handful of grass, eyes lingering on the flames as they slowly dissipate into the distance, entirely unaware of the soft rustling stirring in the grass beside her. It's a hassle. Exhausting, way too loud, but Lucia. What? Turn around. She turns. In the darkness, 3 figures are standing on the other side of the hilltop. Jan holds up a crooked piece of cardboard with both hands. Someone has scrawled a few large words across it in marker. Letters are uneven, sloppy, clearly thrown together in a rush on the way here. Ophelia stands beside her, hands planted on her hip, her expression somewhere between smug and awkward, like she's fighting hard to keep a straight face. Adelaide stands rigidly upright on the far right, clutching a bag of still deflated balloons she hasn't managed to blow up yet. And then, all together, they draw in a deep, synchronized breath. Lucia! Happy birthday! The shout comes in pieces. A stagger of voices. Jan bellows loudest of all. Ophelia chimes in half a second late. Adelaide throws at a carefully measured volume, neither overly enthusiastic nor entirely indifferent. You... Caught off guard, Lucia turns to look at Evie. So that's why you messaged the group chat! Aha! We planned this. At some point, Evie has risen to stand, holding a modest cake with a few candles planted in it, her tiny flames flickering unsteady in the night breeze. June 15th! You said you forgot last year, too. Lucy opens her mouth, instinctively ready to protest, but no words come. With practiced restraint, she settles for silence. She really did forget her own birthday. She always forgets it, if someone always remembers it for her. Back then, it was Dad, Mom, and Luna. Now... Billy and I made the cake together. It took us 2 tries to get it right. The first time she set the oven to some weird unit, somewhere between Celsius and Fahrenheit, I think. Kelvin? Shut it! Do you have to say all that? Anyway, it turned out great. Hold on, you tasted it. I couldn't help myself when it came out of the oven. Just a tiny bite. A tiny bite moved an entire chunk from the side. Until I turned that side toward the back. The next moment, everyone swarms around Lucia in a jumble of overlapping voices. Ophelia doesn't bother asking. He just stuffs a crumpled party hat straight into Evie's hat. I'm remembering the crown that was made in the last lifetime, or the last timeline. I'm remembering the crown here, man. Evie, put it on her. Wait, I don't... Lower your head. Evie. Before Lucia can even react, Evie has already settled the little crown onto her head. The party hat is crooked, its elastic strap pinching her ear. Not exactly comfortable. Jan is the terminal out, snapping photos. The flash strobing bright. Ophelia stands beside her, calling at angles. Adelaide is trying to inflate the bag of balloons, but clearly struggling. She's made 3 attempts already and still hasn't managed to tie a single one off. Lucia stands in the middle of them all. A crooked hat perched on her head. A cake with a chunk missing in front of her. And behind her, the rocket/trail of exhaust still climbing through the night sky. She can't tell if she's happy or she just feels too miserable, but her nose prickles all the same. Make a wish, Lucia. Lucia looks down at the candles trembling in the wind. Their flames dance in her eyes, small but very bright. I hope you live a life filled with happiness, Lucia. I wish those strange dreams would never come true. I wish Mama's wish for me would come true. Please make it come true. And I wish... The candle flames shiver in the night breeze, mirrored in their eyes. Small yet impossibly bright. Far away, the lights of Bifrost climb from the earth all the way into the clouds, where they blur seamlessly into the stars overhead. Everyone will find their way to tomorrow, safe and happy. Their wishes are more for others than herself. Because when it comes to Lucia's own wishes and happiness, those she has the resolve to make happen on her own. She closes her eyes, silent for a few seconds. Then she blows out every candle in a single breath. So? What's your wish? You can't say it, Joanne. It's gonna make it not come true. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling what come true if I do. Oh, you're no fun. Fine. Anyway, placement exam. Everyone feeling confident? What kind of question is that? I'll ace every single subject, obviously. You placed third in materials engineering last time. Behind Lucy or Nevi. Shut up, shut up, shut up! Only to skip the fitness test. Lucy gets a slice of cake and passes it to Evie, then cuts 4 more, handing them out one by one. We'll get through it. Her voice comes out soft as if meant for everyone to hear. Yet also for herself. After placements, whether it's the moon or staying on the surface, she glances up at the sky, her eyes following the rocket's trail as it slowly dissolves. Either way, we'll all see each other again one day. On the hill by FOS, 5 young people sit gathered around a handful of candles and a less than perfect cake wrapped in the Academy's night. In the distance, Bifrost blazes with light. The rocket's exhaust trail long since vanished into the sleep of the Milky Way. The wind scatters the candle smoke, threading the air with the sweetness of green. The evening breeze rolls across the grassy hillside, catching their laughter and carrying it far, far away, so far it feels like even the stars might hear. I'm worried things are gonna hit the fan. Hang on, I need to go pee. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Hang on. Hang on. I took too much water right now. Hang on. Hang on. Where's my pee text? Hang on. That's not right. That's not right. Where's the text that's about peeing? Oh god, the background. I just saw. Okay, right. Pee time. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And then we'll continue. Yippee! 1 sec. 10 more notes to go. Yo, I'm back. Sorry. Oh, hang on. There we go. All right, let's continue. Graduation, let's go. What do you mean back then no journey, no end in sight? What do you mean by that? I'm terrified because like things are obviously gonna hit the fan at some point. I'm just like I'm waiting for the what's the expression? I'm waiting for the blind to drop. I'm waiting to figure out like where it's gonna start getting painful again. It's been too happy, man. Something's gonna happen soon. Anyway, on the first day of departure, Bifrost's launch site thrums even louder than it did on the first day in the academy. The rocket's fueling system cycles through its final checks, like when oxygen lines hissing plumes of white vapor. The viewing stands overflow with second and third class of students, their voices buzzing with excitement as they gather to send off the first and upperclassmen bound for space. Lucy and Evie, clad in standard flight suits, stand on the gangway leading to Voyager 1's hatch. Steel grating stretches beneath their feet, gas revealing the ground dozens of meters below. Wind surges up from the base, whipping the ceremonial banners into a sharp, crackling frenzy. Joanne stands at the far end of the gangway. Beyond lies the security zone. This is as far as she can go. Ushio, Evie! The second you land on the moon, message me. Promise! Her eyes have already reddened, but she fights desperately to keep the tears in. Hands clamp around the railing. Knuckles drained white. You know there's a 1.3 second delay on moon comms, right? I mean it. 1.3 seconds, 13 seconds, I don't care. Just send it and stay in touch. I will. Oh, wait. Use your pockets. Look inside. I put a little snack box in each one. The rations on the ship are awful. I looked it up. Just please don't tell anyone. Miss Cassandra helped. Thanks, Joanne. Next time we meet, I'll bring you back some local specialty. Don't thank me. This is literally all I could do. As she speaks, the tears finally spill over. Lucia watches her fall silent for a moment and then walks back a few steps. She reaches out and gives Joanne a gentle pat on the head. Just stay focused on your research. Keep an eye on FOS for us. Joanne chokes back a sob, then nods at everything she has. You too, both of you. Go see what the far side of the moon looks like for us. Yeah! T-minus 4 minutes. Lucia's back presses hard against the acceleration seat, the 5-point harness digging into her chest. With every breath, she feels the buckle pressing against the outline of her ribs. Inside her helmet, launch control's callouts pulse through the comms channel, steady as a metronome. Voyager 1, launch lunar transfer vehicle, propellant loading complete. Launch sequence entering automated mode. What is? Okay, right. Question. Maybe there's like a video about like the some astronauts talking about this. But I'm just needing to go pee on like the launch or landing of a like spaceship because it takes a while to like prepare everything, right? All crew, confirm life support system status. Lisa glances down at the instrument panel on her chest. Heart rate, blood oxygen, cabin pressure, every reading holds steady with normal range. Only her heart rate runs a little high. She turns ahead. Evie's strapped into the acceleration seat, half a meter to her right, clad in the same cream flight suit. Behind the faceplate, the expression is unreadable. Nervous? No. Your hands are shaking. Lucy looks down at her hands. They are shaking. She can see it now. She balls them into fists and shoves them under the restraint straps along her thighs. Didn't need to point that out. T-minus 2 minutes. Main engine pre-ignition sequence initiating. A low guttural hum rises from beneath the seat like some ancient behemoth just now opening its eyes. The whole skeleton of the ship resonates, vibrations threading from the tail nozzles all the way up to her spine. She remembers the sound of Dawn 3 during ground testing. She stood on the observation deck, I can't speak all of a sudden now. She stood on the observation deck back then, a safe distance away, kilometers between her and the roar. Now she sits directly on top of it. T-minus 60 seconds, launch tower arms retracting. Outside the window, the gantry support arms pull back in slow motion, their metal framework unfolding like opening fingers. Beyond them, the sky is an impossible endless blue. She's never looked at the sky like this on her back. Through a pane of heat-resistant glass, watching the small patch of azure framed above her. That is what she's about to fly through. T-minus 30 seconds, automatic flight control system engaged. All manual commands locked. The hum shifts into a tremor. Bulkhead, instrument panel, harness buckle, even her own breath hissing inside the mask. All of it hums now, vibrating in a single shared frequency. Lucia draws her deep breath and pushes her skull back into the headrest. T-minus 10 seconds. Her hand works its way out of the restraint strap and settles on the right armrest. Abby's hand rests just beside hers. And we get to hold hands. What if we held hands while the rocket took off, huh? 5, 4, 3. Lucia breathes in deep, her hand drifting to the side almost without thought. And then fingertip meets fingertip. We're holding hands! On the elevated highway, ringing the launch site, a black and gold limousine waits in silence. Cassandra's alone against the window, but no entourage, no cigarette dangling from her lips. She does nothing but watch. The Voyager 1 rocket perched on the pad, carrying Evie, Lucy, and 10 other flight cadets into the sky. Between her fingers, the old pocket watch turns. Open, closed, open, closed. The faded photograph on his back flashes in the sun, one flicker of light after another. Would you look at that, Neart? Her lips move, her words barely a whisper. Humanity's children are setting out. The last countdown rings out across the heavens. Cassandra closes the watch with a quiet snap until slips it into her breast pocket. They will find it, the answer you chased your whole life. Amid the deafening roar, flames erupt skyward. Success? When the airlock on the base's south side opens, Lucia's first step onto the lunar surface feels far softer than she imagined. It's like stepping onto untouched gray flour. Each footfall sinks deep, leaving treads sharper and clearer than any print she's ever left on Earth. Lucia crouches down, pinches a bit of lunar soil between her gloved fingers, and holds it out to her visor for a closer look. Gray. What color did you think it would be? Not sure. Lee thinks it might be silver. She carefully tucks the lunar soil into her sample bag and seals it shut. First sample down. The first 2 days on the lunar surface follow the routine. Check the comms relay, stations, ringing the base perimeter, swap out aging solar panels, and pull soil samples from the Science Council designated sectors. It's tedious, repetitive work, but every single task demands obsessive precision. Their instructor puts it bluntly, good enough doesn't exist in space. One loose bolt becomes a lethal leak the next time the temperature swings. Lucy takes it to heart. She works meticulously. As you should, because, you don't want to die in space. But on the third afternoon, after 6 standard hours patrolling the perimeter, she does something every instructor would shake their head at. Hop on. Huh? The lunar river sits at the gentle slope of a crater. Old four wheels sunk into the regolith? How do you pronounce that? The old solar panels from earlier repairs still hanging off its antenna. Just drive safe, please. Abby sighs, circles around to the passenger side, and climbs in. The seatbelt hasn't even clicked before the rover surges forward. Lunar gravity is only 1/6 of Earth's, but the rover's motors are built for terrestrial loads. Here that means acceleration hits hard. The wheels tear into the soil, kicking up a grey plume of dust. In the vacuum, every particle traces a perfect silent arc, rising, falling, trailing by them in slow motion. Lucia throws the real right, full luck. The rover tilts into the crater wall, carving the slope at an angle no Earth vehicle could survive. But the moon catches it gently. One soft bounce and the wheels find the dust again. Slow down! Lucia! Relax, I've got it. Just sit tight. You've got it! There's a crater right in front of us. Lucia stomps the accelerator flat. The rover lifts off, all four wheels leaving the surface as it sails over the crater rim. For one breathless moment, it hangs in the void, arcing through space, then lands clean on the opposite slope. The impact ripples through the frame in total silence. A burst of laughter crackles through the comms. Takes Lucia back to the day she stole her father's motorcycle for a joyride. Except this time, there's someone beside her. After the wild ride, the rover comes to rest on a high ridge, its tire tracks tracing an irregular path behind it. They climb out one after the other, boots sinking into the lunar surface with every slow, deliberate step. They take their time because a moment like this is worth slowing down for. There's no wind or sound, not even a trace of life. The great horizon stretches endlessly in every direction, meeting a dome of absolute black above, the universe laying bare its stark beauty for all to witness. Stars. They stud the black velvet of space like countless points of light, dense and unbroken, filling the entire dome of the sky. Only out here, beyond the atmosphere, does the truth become undeniable. Oh my throat! Earth's night sky reveals barely a fraction of what the universe holds. Lucia. Yeah? Abby's voice comes through the comms, underlaid with a faint crackle of static. The military's probably opening applications for Mars in the surface after graduation. Yeah. Lucia, walking behind, answers softly. They need people. And you said you wanted to go where you were needed. So if I put my name in, do you want to go with me? Lucia does not answer. Lucia? Abby turns and finds Lucia motionless, no longer walking. She stands facing away, frozen in place. Something catches the light in her eyes behind the visor. The look on her face is caught somewhere between awe and perfect stillness, the way a child looks upon the sea for the very first time. Lucia! Abby. Without thinking, she reaches out and takes Abby's hand, pointing toward the lunar horizon. Earth is rising over the curve of the moon. The whole planet looms up from the far side of the lunar surface, immense and slow, like a towering reflection rippling forth from still water. It hangs in the pitch-black void, the only slash of color for hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in any direction. Even the stars dim before it. A vast blue arc begins to spread, wider and wider, white clouds drifting across its face in slow, rolling motion. And the continents, the oceans, the maps humanity spent millennia charting, all of it now unfolds across the face of a planet, half-lit by the solar system's lone star. Lucia stands on the grey wasteland, her suit catching Earth's blue light, casting a pale shadow across the lunar soil. Earth is rising for us. Her voice, when she speaks, is barely a whisper. The two of them stand there, facing Earth as if facing something far greater than their own fates. On that blue planet, billions are drawing beneath. Billions are being... people are being born. People are dying. People are growing, working, looking up at the sky. And right now, two tiny figures in that sky are looking back at them. It's just it's probably a bit quiet for you guys, so turn up a little bit. Lucia! About what I asked earlier. Evie, I don't know. Her voice finds its normal register again, though something lingers beneath it. Mars, the moon, back to Earth. I don't have an answer for you. I can't tell you what comes next. No one can. She turns to face Evie. But... She reaches out. Oh! The suit gloves are thick and unyielding, her fingers buried under layers of airtight fabric and radiation shielding. Clumsy, rod-like things, but she pushes through it and reaches for Evie's hand anyway. Two gloves meet. The hold is clumsy, barely a grip at all, but she holds on tight. At least right now, there's something I want to tell you. Only you. Her gaze travels through both visors and finds the eyes waiting within. Only this once. She lifts her other hand and presses a button on the comms panel at the side of her helmet. A soft beep, then the comms channel goes dead. Absolute silence settles back over the lunar surface. Lucia's lips are moving. What are you saying, Alpha? A soft smell flickers across the face of the one who reads her lips. Lucy isn't finished. There's one more thing. You are... She speaks slowly, each word measured and solemn, like someone afraid that one wrong syllable means never getting another try. Behind the visor, her face is open and serious, carrying the faintest trace of nerves, the kind she hides from absolutely everyone. Where I belong? Lucia's words come to an end. Through the visor, Evie stares at her. Suspended between their helmets, the Earth's reflection glides past in silence, its glow spilling from left to right, lighting up both their faces in soft blue. And then... in the silence of the moon, Evie's lips start to move too. Same rhythm, the same words. A smile breaks across her face, her eyes glinting tender in the night and in the light of the earth. Their hands clasp tighter. They step closer and press their visors together. Overhead, the earth watches, its blue light tumbling gently down across their shoulders. You said it yourself. The whole earth just heard you. Saying this for you. Now take backs. You got the whole universe as a witness. You fool. Around them stretches an endless grey wasteland, an endless black cosmos, an endless silence. Within those few centimeters between their visors, nothing feels missing at all. After the placement exam, 420 cadets of FOS's first class scattered toward their chosen futures. 6 months later, Lucia and Evie returned planetside and were formally commissioned into the world government's tactical command ranks. The evaluations carried the highest marks possible. Across 2 years, they saw frontline action 3 times in the Unification War and twice returned to space on deployment. Joanne stayed behind at FOS. She declined the military commission, accepting instead an assistant role within the Science Council, and devoted herself fully to a project she couldn't fully grasp. Codename Crown. Interesting. It was the final piece of the puzzle Dominic had derived from the cosmic signal received 18 years ago, and the most complex by far. A year earlier, the construct of mind technology as Dominic had championed finally secured government approval, and small-scale applications and modifications began rolling out across various fields. 6 months later, Dominic followed a project named Project String into the Mind Research Institute, apparently aiming to make gravitational field research with construct tech. Around the same time, using Elysium's brain computer interface technical prototype, I can't read, Dominic began developing the component blueprint designated Crown. It was during this period that Joanne was recruited to the research team. In Dominic's original vision, both humans and constructs would be able to use the Crown to manipulate the gravitational fields of the universe. From what Joanne could gather, the Crown's intricate design demanded exceptionally high compatibility with either a mind or a human brain, and Gestalt needed to find a suitable match. They had to iterate around the clock to lower the threshold. To that end, Dominic even devoted the computing power of the entire Atlantic undersea cable network to support the development. Separatist forces responded with multiple large-scale attacks, and the ensuing clashes left roughly 2,000 casualties. Joanne felt sick over it. She couldn't shake the feeling that her research was stained with blood. She would often go Lucy and Evie in tears, but the moment she heard their voices, she would quietly swallow her anguish and say nothing. She believed that if Dominic valued it so deeply, then Crown had to be vital to humanity's future, which meant she had to push forward no matter what. Like Joanne, Ophelia stayed behind. Her field was different, but neatly complementary. Materials like science and engineering. A choice reportedly inspired by Sister Helentine's particular obsession with chainsaws. The two of them worked at the opposite ends of the same floor, sharing one supercomputer in a single break room. By all accounts, they bickered over equipment schedules at least twice a day. Yet their names kept appearing together on more and more joint publications. Adelaide chose the road nobody expected. Not the regular forces, not the academy, not the international bodies that courted her. She signed with a private military contractor and became a mercenary instructor. She plunged into the ugliest, most volatile corners of the Unification War, the lawless edges where official forces feared to tread. Magazines loved her. Adelaide alone became behind enemy lines. Adelaide dragging hostages free. Adelaide carrying refugee children through the smoke. The day Ophelia learned where her friend had gone, she said nothing for a long time. Then she walked to the range and put rounds through targets for a whole long hour. 3 more years passed in what feels like a breath, and FOS prepares for its very first graduation. Every member of FOS's FOS's premier class receives a summons back to campus wherever they happen to be. Lucy and Evie depart from their respective field stations. Jen and Ophelia simply walk out their labs, not much of a journey for those two. Adelaide shows up last. Her uniform bears no country's colors and no institution's seal. Only a small, understated company code on her left arm. She's thinner now, sharper at the edges, and her gaze is settled into something still and deep. When Ophelia sees her again, her mouth opens in surprise, then closes. In the end, all she says softly is, "Let's go find something nice to eat." Alright. On graduation day, the FOS auditorium swells to full capacity. Outside in the square, a massive screen rises above the assembly. 420 first-class graduates stand gathered. Uniforms, lab coats, medals glinting in the light, prodded by the instructors into something that vaguely resembles orderly rows. Lucia, one of the honors graduates, stands at the very center of the front row. Evie's right beside her. The shutter clicks. At the exact moment, the wind sweeps in, catching hair and sleeves, lifting the edges of everything. Alright, darlings, time for the grand finale. As your beloved trustee, writer, talk show host, angel investor, and certified nutritionist, I, Madam Cassandra, have prepared a magnificent gift for your graduation. The FOS anthem. In the podium at her back, she snatches up a stack of papers and vanishes them at the crowd. Top shelf composers, custom lyrics. Do you have any idea what the composing fee alone? She pauses for a moment and waves it off with a flick of her hand. Anyway, just know it was obscene, so you better appreciate it. She presses play. A melody trickles out the auditorium speakers. It's a simple tune. So simple it barely counts as songwriting. More like someone wandered over to a piano and pressed a few chords without much thought, and then hit record. The arrangement is sparse. The melody goes nowhere. The lyrics are graduation, boilerplate. Youth, dreams, take flight. Every cliche possible in the book. Rearrange into combinations that no one will remember. Jan drops her gaze to the lyric sheet, feigning deep concentration. Her mouth clamped shut. Adelaide's face gives nothing away, but her fingers keep pressing at her knuckles. A little habit she can't hide when she's biting something down. Ah, just listen to that craftsmanship. That's what real music sounds like. Lucia's face betrays nothing, but somewhere along the way, she has crushed her earphones in her fist. Evie's glanced over at her and gives her a light tug at her sleeve. It'll be over soon. I'm fine. You're crushing your earphones. At last, the song ends. Cassandra turns to face the audience, her expression brimming with anticipation. Well, what do we think, darlings? Tasteful, no? Absolutely fire, as the kids would say. The students fall silent, exchanging glances. Oh, don't be shy now. Let me hear it. Suddenly, a chair scrapes harshly against the floor from the back of the room. Ophelia's risen to her feet. Miss Cassandra, I've spent 5 years at FOS. I've been forced to run punishment laps until my legs gave out. I've been blown up, hunted by 5 live fire drones, and nearly frozen solid on polar deployment. I endured all of it without complaint. But this is my final day at this academy, and I refuse to let my last memory of FOS be singing something this utterly, irredeemably tasteless. A sharp intake of breath echoes from somewhere in the auditorium. What? Tasteless? I apologize for my bluntness, Miss Cassandra, but it is tasteless. But the commission! It is tasteless, no matter how much you spent! Cassandra's lips part, then press shut again. Her middle fingers tap twice on the table, making sharp, hollow clicks. Is she gonna take it? Not waiting for a response, Ophelia is already out of her seat, striding up onto the stage. Allow me! She turns to face the crowd. Countless faces tilt up towards her, waiting. We're writing our own. Wait! We're what? An end to FOS should be written by the people who actually lived it. We have voices, we have brains, we have 5 years of blood, sweat, and absolutely absurd experiences. That is worth infinitely more than some generic off-the-shelf take-flight drivel. I'll compose the music, all of you, give me the words. She sweeps her gaze across the audience, and makes her way towards the piano set up for the ceremony. Say whatever comes to mind. 1 line, 3 words. I don't care what it is. If it needs something over, that's my job. She draws a deep breath and rests her fingertips on the black and white keys. Sorry, Cassandra, your work sucks. For the next 7 seconds, the crowd sits frozen in stunned silence. When the stillness breaks, nothing fills the golden hall but repeating chords. And then... beware. Suddenly a voice everyone knows rises up, singing softly along with the piano. Where are the stars above her fading? Lucy remains seated, eyes leveled forward. She doesn't raise her voice, but in that still, silent hall, every word cuts through, impossibly clear. Robes of forerunners stained with blood. She pauses. The auditorium falls silent for a bit. Nemi's voice picks up where she left off. Goodbye, dear mother, say your prayer to the stars. The time to sail away is here. Very good, keep going. Ophelia plays on as a caught by a sudden inspiration. Piano flowing beneath Evie's voice. Evie reflects her 5 years of campus life gathered like tributaries, merging, every small memory dissolving into words that rise unbidden. For reasons unknown, the moment Evie starts to sing, strange distant voices seem to echo through as if reaching across from another world. Visions shared from golden days, onward to a glorious tomorrow. Those voices seem to be right here, hidden within the tender melody, guiding Evie to sing their names. A new path rising from ashes of old. Evie glances at Lucia. They're footprints of our countless forerunners. Ophelia nods, shifts to a new key, and brings her left hand in. A few chords unfurl softly across the keys, the framework of a melody slowly taking shape beneath her fingers. It's not complex, even a little rough around the edges, but she can feel something weighty inside it. Something real. Yes, this is it. Oh, I thought of something too. It's just sometimes when I'm alone in the lab past midnight, stuck on a problem I can't solve no matter what I try, I think about all of you, everyone at FOS, and all those soldiers on the front lines, fighting for us, for Earth. For mercy, we will cry and hold strong our faith. Those steady shadows from a distant land. Everyone here is really good at writing lyrics down. Her voice fades to a whisper, but Ophelia's fingers are already chasing the words, tugging into the music. Voices start surfacing everywhere now, scattered through the crowd. Somewhere offers. The stars gaze upon the sea. Another picks up in its embrace lie the sails. Someone shouts, engage with the sharp sword, cut through the night. They're immediately mocked for being melodramatic, but after the laughter fades, the line stays. Ophelia plays a phrase, pauses, fits a new lyrics into melody. When something doesn't land, she switches up the rhythm and tries again. Melody stutters forward in fragments, like a house being built on one brick at a time. Who's writing this down, by the way? Who's keeping track? Should I get up a key here? No, it doesn't need to go that high. It should grow the way we did. Keep moving forward, then break into a run when the moment's right. Just then a student who knows their way around music leans forward from the crowd. What if we use a suspended chord there? For the transition, they'll give this nostalgic feel to it, like everyone coming together while we're lost in the long voyage. Ophelia's fingers freeze above the keys just for a moment. She tests the change. Suspended note, drifting, weightless, holding for one breath before singing back to the tonic. A quiet exclamation escapes from somewhere in the crowd. Alright, we're using that. The song takes shape through a clamor of voices. I wish songwriting were this easy, man. This would be awesome. Someone's just leaving a stretch of silence into interlude. Now this is just the line for tomorrow should repeat 3 times. Someone argues the ending should land on a high note but sink lower instead. They're covered in wounds falling down in the deep. I will grit my teeth and rise again. Ophelia picks out a familiar voice from the noise. She stops for a beat, lets his suggestion settle, and plays the lines through. She plays them a second time. A smile breaks across her face. She's pleased with what they've made. She nods and places the passage at the song's climax. No! The arrangement of the school anthem takes an entire afternoon. Cassandra sits off to the side, legs crossed. At first is the irritation of having her song rejected, then silence. Dedicated listening. At some point, without realizing it, her chin comes to rest on the back of her hand, and she simply watches these kids bicker and laugh around a battered old piano. By evening, the final version is settled. Ophelia steps down from the stage and hands the handwritten score to Joanne, telling her to find a copier and print several hundred copies. Why am I the one running errands? Because you're the slowest runner. That way everyone else has more time to practice. Wait, what kind of logic is that? The first rehearsal is pandemonium. Rhythms trip over each other, keys clash, half the room barrels ahead while the rest still squint at the lyric sheet. The second attempt finds its footing. Melody's bones stand bare and steady. The tune isn't flashy but simple and solid, like a wall of bricks stacked in a hurry. No grace to it, but it won't fall. The third time, the 420 voices finally merged into one. Today you are held tight in my hand. And with will time remain unchanged. And with today's time remains unchanged. We thrive daily holding our heads high. For tomorrow. 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 That was beautiful. As the final note fades, Cassandra suddenly bursts into tears at the side of the stage. She pulls out an expensive handkerchief and dabs at her cheeks with a theatrical flair. Many don't realize for the first time that Constricts too can cry. It's really quite beautiful. So much better than the one I paid for. Someone in the crowd lets out a laugh. Cassandra sniffles, collects herself, and rises back to her feet. Right then. This is our anthem now. Mine's going straight into the incinerator. Miss Cassandra, what's the name of the song? Name? A sudden stillness takes her. She looks towards the back corner of the auditorium. The corner is empty. No one stands there. And Cassandra stares at it for a long moment. The sensor on her arm flickers faintly, as though registering some impossibly weak signal. It's like a gaze cast from somewhere far away, resting quietly upon the hull. When she blinks once and the strange sensation is gone. I haven't the faintest idea. Huh? It's your song, darling. Oh, it's the fish. It's your song, darlings. You should be the ones to name it. Cassandra's words, the hull erupts. How about FOS Battle Song? That's way too corny. Let's call it Song of Humanity. It's even worse. With a clamor, Abby turns to look at Lucia. You wanna give it a try? You heard my playlist. This isn't really my style. Trying won't hurt. Resounding storm. That's definitely a different direction. Cal takes over. Students shout over each other from the floor on stage, each new proposal more absurd than the last, and each shouted down with even greater volume. Cassandra pops her chin up on her hand and watches the pandemonium unfold, thoroughly entertained. In the end, the matter of naming the anthem simply fizzles out. No one calls for a vote, or makes the executive decision. Executive decision! Oh my god! Just keep arguing until everyone's hungry and hoarse. Then give up and disband. And so the name of the FOS anthem remains an unsolved puzzle among the first graduating class. But every student who walks out of FOS remembers the melody. By the time they leave, night has already fallen. Students trickle out the auditorium but in small groups. Some still humming the tune they just learned. Some smiling, others have fallen quiet. The lights at the far end of the corridor go out one by one. Tomorrow this place will be silent, ready to become the next class as always. The next class's classrooms. The next class's training grounds. And they will carry this nameless song with them as they set off toward their separate horizons. Either way, we will see each other again one day. Back then they had years to set sail. Back then they had yet to set sail. The joy knew no end in sight. God, my stutter's kicking in hard today. Oh wait, we missed one. A notebook containing a handwritten copy of us anthem, our edits, notes, and crossouts. We wear the stars above are fading, the robes of forerunners stained with blood. Quiet your mothers say a prayer to the stars, the time to sail away is here. Vision shared from golden days onward to a glorious tomorrow. A new path rising from the ashes of old. The footprints of our countless forerunners. The world turns peacefully, flowing forward in orderly measure for 2 years. The zero-point reactor moves into its final testing stage. The lunar base's fourth phase expansion is taking shape on the drawing board. Just last month, the Copernicus outpost sent out its first collection of Martian core samples. The asteroid belt's mining fleet finally pushes off from the docks. The first unmanned extraction craft is accelerating towards Ceres' orbit to transmit its initial resource data by spring. The second and third graduating classes leave the academy one after another, scattering into the sweeping design of a civilization charging boldly ahead. Some depart for space, others stay Earthside, keeping the peace in the Unification War's last open fronts or driving hard against the Science Council's most critical projects. And the first FOS graduates too stand at their posts whenever the need is greatest. Lucia rises to become an outstanding field commander. Pushed to the forward line like that, like... I can't read, oh my god. She lives those days inside desert tents. Sometimes late at night, she opens a terminal to glance at the time on the far side of the world. Because Evie is on that far side of the Earth. Abby's been deployed to peacekeeping operations in the South Pacific, placed in charge of rebuilding defense networks across 3 island chain bases. The days drown in back-to-back meetings and paperwork that never lets up. The two don't get to see each other often, but somehow they always manage to find 10 minutes, 20 minutes, just enough. Sometimes Lucia calls unexpectedly at 3 AM. Not many words are spoken, but simply hearing Evie's voice is enough to let her fall asleep in peace. The weight of the day finally eased. Other times, Evie sends a photograph snatched between meetings. A South Pacific sunset washed in orange, red, and captioned, "Sun looks bigger here than it does on your side." Once in a while, when their leaf falls into alignment, the two find a quiet resort island in the Indian Ocean. All day of nothing, just holding each other close, the ocean breeze drifting over them, watching the sun go down and the dawn come up. Lena's in college now. She does photography as a major. And those two friends of hers, Roland and Lamia, is still right there beside her. Word is their band is really taking off. Several major labels are already looking to sign them. Oh my god. Whenever her little sister comes up, Lucia can't keep the smile from her face. One summer night this year, Lucy makes a promise to Evie that once things settle down, she'll bring Evie to meet Luna and her parents. Joint affiliates labs have merged into a single operation. After 2 years of working side by side, the pair have risen to become the youngest technical experts in the Science Council. Ophelia breaks through the nanotechnology bottleneck, and Joanne, drawing fresh insight from the work, reinterprets the engineering data transmitted by the Landau probe 16 years ago, unlocking a new breakthrough for the Crown Sephira's development. For the past 6 months, Lucia and Evie have been regular visitors to the lab, calling for compatibility tests for the Crown. Tests are tedious, abstract, demanding repeating trips back to FOS for deep-level brain scans. Each time Lucia finishes feeling as though her mind has been turned inside out. Every memory taken apart, inspected, and crammed back in. Yeah, the crown mention is scaring me. Sensation unsettles her, but Evie says it matters for the future of humanity, so she bears it. Adelaide follows the longest road out, and then she follows it back. During an orbital drop, her landing pod fails. The ligaments in her right knee are torn. The surgery is a success, the recovery too. But the medical report leaves no room for interpretation. She is no longer fit for frontline combat. English is hard, it is! I read way faster than I can speak, and I speak pretty fast anyway. So I'm at a point where like I can't keep up with how fast I'm reading, so I end up stuttering a ton. She doesn't argue. She simply returns to FOS and takes up the role of instructor. Her cadets say she's stern, quiet, impossible to read. In every field training exercise, she's always the first one forward, even when the dull ache in her right knee never leaves her. Ophelia has made a habit of accompanying her to the clinic every fortnight, and the top drawer of Adelaide's desk is perpetually full on pain relief patches, gathered and gifted by all of them. In 2160, just before FOS Homecoming Day, every member of the inaugural class receives an invitation from their alma mater to the anniversary gala. Nearly at once, Joanne, Adelaide, and Ophelia received 2 additional mails, one from Ushio, one from Evie. From what's written, it's clear the two hadn't coordinated, and each seems to end keeping it a surprise. The message set everyone off chuckling. Everyone but Adelaide, who only allows herself a more scheduled smile. It's a subdued smile. Where the hell did I get scheduled? I can't read! I'm illiterate! I can't read! By all appearances, this gala is about to come into full celebration. So they each pull their old academy uniforms from storage and wait eagerly for homecoming day to come. Whoa! Tonight's banquet unfolds beneath the college auditorium's great dome. 2 years ago, Cassandra won her budget standoff with the united government, a hard-fought victory, and transformed the ceiling into a canopy of stars. The dome itself is a single sweeping projection screen, fed live data from orbital observatories, painting the real heavens of the gathering. Tonight, the projection is startlingly vivid. The Milky Way arcs across the full span of the dome. The careful eye can even trace the 4 Galilean moons circling Jupiter. See? This is the starry dome I told you about. The world government called it frivolous. Not in keeping with military facility standards. Is it beauty and bunkers can't share a roof? These children have spent years staring at reinforced concrete. One night into the actual heavens, eating something that didn't come from a ration packet. Is that so decadent? So remind me, how did I finally win those tasteless people over? If I recall correctly, ma'am, you threatened Dominic by filing 17 consecutive formal complaints. A woman of means does not file complaints, my dear. That's called standing on principle. She sweeps her hair behind her. Today she's wound a string of small lights around her knuckles, and they flicker in time with the starry dome above. So eat, drink, dance if you like to remember how. It's homecoming day. The world outside can wait one more evening. When the music swells, the hall is packed. Not just for the first graduates, but alumni delegates from every year. Instructors, researchers, and even the council's engineers fill the room. White linen covers the long banquet tables. The cutlery gleams softly beneath the star-filled dome, and wisps of steam curl upward from the feast. And no matter where the conversation flows, eyes keep staying again and again to the 2 seats at the very center of the hall. Oh my god, they look so cool! Lucy is dressed in the dress uniform gifted by the Academy. Clean-cut lines, shoulders set sharp, and the small FOS emblem pinned over her heart. She's never been comfortable in formal wear, and her fingers keep drifting unconsciously to her cuffs. Abby sits beside her wearing a matching outfit in deeper shade. Pinned to Abby's chest is a new medal. The unit insignia awarded after the peacekeeping mission just wrapped up last month. Joanne leans across the table, hand cupped over her mouth, and whispers, Lucia, your collar's crooked. It's not. It is, it's tilted slightly to the left. It's the design, I already told you. It's not. Just then, Abby's hand reaches across at Lucia's collar right. Lucia tilts her head just slightly, but she doesn't pull away. Did you just chuckle? No, I didn't. I was just clearing my throat. Ophelia slips through the crowd, a stemmed glass in her hand, and takes the chair next to Joanne. She's wearing an old-school skirt today, her hair falling free around her shoulders, a world apart from the perpetually ponytailed, arms akimbo figure seen in the lab. Alright, quit staring at those two. You're like a paparazzo trying to get a sneaky shot. I wasn't taking the photos, I was just looking. What is there to gawk at? It's not like they just got together today. Today's different. Today is... Shh. Ophelia lifts her gas, using it to shield her mouth as she scans the room, checking that Lucy and Evie aren't paying attention. I know, everything's in place. Toast confirmed? With them, are really gonna... Oh my god, then doesn't that mean... Shh, do you want the whole hall to hear you? Jan nods back with desperate enthusiasm, hands clamped tight over her mouth, but her eyes are already smiling, curved into delighted little crescents. Oh, by the way, Professor Dominic is running the first ignition test tonight. You guys know about it, right? The 0-point reactor. Please, as if I trade this for some dusty lab bench. Experiments can wait. They'll always be there, but meeting with friends. How many more times do you think we're gonna get? One less every time. Adelaide sits tucked away in a corner with a handful of young cadets, who are the students she's mentoring now. Ophelia makes her way over, wine glass in hand. Why are you camped out in the corner? My students are here. They're cadets, not ducklings. Let them breathe. Instructors should stay by their students. You're not an instructor tonight. It's homecoming day. Read the invitation, alumna. Ophelia settles into the seat beside her and slides another glass across the table. Have a drink. I can't. What? One promotion and suddenly you're too distinguished for a drink. Adelaide's gaze drops to the glass, then lifts to Ophelia. Just one. Adelaide drains the glass in a single tilt. Ophelia's gaze drops just briefly to the exoskeleton bracing her right leg. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt. I notice it when the weather turns, that's all. You notice it. Right. Because it really isn't serious. 700 meters, Adelaide. You fell from that height. Define not serious for me, please. Mission objective achieved. All hostages evacuated safely. She takes a long drink and sets the glass down on the table with a heavy thud. God, you're insufferable. You know that. You mentioned that plenty of times. Don't do it again. We're all worried about you. Adelaide doesn't answer. Adelaide! I'll be careful. Ophelia knows exactly what those words mean. Not making any promises. Tonight she lets it go. The banquet hums with a good feeling. Tonight everyone seems to be holding their breath for something. Even the stiffest guests carry a looser, lighter air. Glasses clink and voices rise. Some recount their last 2 years. Others spin old heroic tales for wide-eyed underclassmen. And a few circle half the hall just to touch glasses with a long-lost classmate. Lucy and Evie sit side by side at the center of the long table, on the seats reserved for outstanding graduate representatives. Their dress uniforms are immaculate, academy edges glinting beneath the starry dome. Lucia's plate remains almost untouched. She's been listening to Evie talk with the people nearby, adding a word here and there, but mostly she just listens. Beneath the table, her right hand keeps drifting absently towards something tucked inside her uniform's inner pocket. Evie's left hand carries the same restless habit. While neither one notices the other is doing precisely the same thing. Joanne notices. She can sense that both of them are waiting for just the right moment. Whew. She draws a deep breath, tightens her grip on her terminal, and rises from her seat. Everyone! Sorry for the interruption. The noise in the hall slowly quiets. Just last night, I received word from my lab, and... Her voice is shaking. The third stage analysis of the crown Sephira is finally completed. Silence settles over the hall, deep enough that the faint hum of the dome projector fills the air. After all these years of iteration, of dead ends and recalibrations, we've finally brought the matching threshold down to a feasible range. Gestalt ran a worldwide matching scan. She looks at Lucy and Evie. Out of all the eligible candidates on this planet, only 2 of mine structure perfectly compatible with the crown, Sephira. It's you two. Lucy and Evie! The hall erupts. Some gasp, some burst into applause, and a few who haven't quite caught what's happening get swept up in the excitement anyway. Lucy turns to Evie without a word. What exactly does that mean? She turns her terminal around. On the screen is a diagram of a gravitational field interference model. If the crown achieves operational status, it means direct localized manipulation of the gravitational field, which in practical terms we can pull in space. The implications are enormous. Interstellar travel without relativistic constraints. Proxima Centauri. Sirius. And even places beyond, all within reach. And in more extreme theoretical applications, we can even potentially influence past events to steer history towards a brighter future. Her voice grows brighter. When Professor Dominic received that signal from space 20 years ago, the Professor already saw this path ahead. He spent so many years, so many people pouring their hearts into this. Today, we're finally here. Tears gather at the corners of her eyes, yet a smile shines through. You too, Lucia, Evie. You might be the first people in human history to really touch the stars. Applause rises again, louder this time. Lucia listens to all of it in silence, and lifts her head. But for the Milky Way stretches across the star-filled dome. Every pinpoint of light glowing quietly in place. The light that has traveled hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years to arrive here. And now Joanne is telling her that one day she might reach out and touch its source with her own hands. She gazes upward for a long moment. Evie does the same. The two sit side by side, heads tilted back, starlight falling across their faces and settling on the fabric of their dress uniforms. And without turning, Lucy reaches out. Her fingertips brush the back of Evie's hand. It's like nothing has changed between us. What do you mean? The day we enrolled, we stood there looking up at Dawn 3, and now here we are looking up at the stars. Yeah. Whoa! Lucy turns to face Evie, her gaze steady and resolute, as if she's finally made up her mind. Evie, there's something I want to tell you. Almost the exact same moment, Evie speaks up too. Something I want to tell you. For a beat, they both go still. You first. You first. I said you first. Want to say it together? The next instant, both of them reach into their inner pockets at the same time, pulling something out and hiding it behind their backs. Remember what happened on the moon? The lunar rover ride. Not that, you fool. I know. A sea of eyes watches. Overhead, the dome starlight falls across them both, and their shadows stitch across the table, layered one over another. I remember you shut off the comms channel and said something to me, and your face went a little red. I did not! That was Earth's reflection of my visor. Lucy's eyes find Evie, her lips move just barely before she seals them tight. I told you back then I'd only say it once. Yeah, I lied. After that, there were so many times I wanted to say it again. Lying awake at 3 in the morning in North Africa, I wanted to say it. Checking my gear before a mission, I wanted to say it. When I saw those sunset photos you sent me from the South Pacific, so terribly shot, honestly. But I still wanted to say it. So why didn't you? Because I said only this once. So I figured out another way. Slowly she draws her hand up from behind her back. What a coincidence. What? I figured out a way too. Haha! Joy proposal! The two sit face to face, each holding a delicate little box. Their expressions shift from shock into something far harder to name. Somewhere between laughter and a sigh, mouth opening as if to speak, but no words coming out. Joanna's already on the verge of tears. Ophelia's face flushes red, her laughter barely contained. And Adelaide's mouth gives the faintest twitch, which, by her sentence, is practically a roar of laughter. Evie, will you... Someone starts clapping. The sound catches, spreading across the hall, mouths open, breath drawn for a cheer. But the joyful laughter dies in their throats. Overhead, a deafening crash comes. The dome of stars splits open in its center. Uh-oh, here it comes! Fractures sputter out in all directions. It's quick as lightning, fine as webbing, wrong as something clawing its way from the other side. Spread out. The dome's glass shatters into a million pieces, refracting blinding light in every direction, like a blizzard falling upward. The lights flicker, then everything goes dark. And with the darkness comes something else, an eerie fog rolling in. White fog pours down through the fractured dome, flooding into every door, every window, every ventilation shaft. It has texture and weight, nothing like smoke or vapor. It slides across skin like cold silk, swelling as it moves, swallowing tables and silverware, devouring every last trace of light on the floor. Screams, glass splintering. Every sound gets caught in the thickening fog, warped, pushed further and further away. What's happening? Her hand shoots out blindly, grasping for anyone within reach, and catches the fabric of Ophelia's sleeve. Move, Joanne! This whole place is coming down. A second ago, Lucy and Evie were right there, barely 3 steps off. Ring boxes raised, wearing matching looks of stunned, goofy happiness. Now the space is empty. Lucia? Lucia, Evie! Her voice is swallowed whole by the white fog, like it's been thrown into an abyss made of cotton. They were just right here. Don't panic, stay together. From beyond the hall, more sounds rise as if something is clawing its way up from the underground, dragging with it the scream of twisting steel and the piercing shriek of dying electronics. Ah! The sunburn sears her palm. She looks down and sees a terminal writhe with blood-red symbols, its surface glowing like molten iron. Crimson current crackles outward, eating through her glove and biting into her skin. She hurls it away without a thought. Ah! The scream tears through the air beside Joanne. She turns as shooting tentacle goggles crumbles to the ground. The lens is growing crimson, glowing crimson, seeing into her eyes, her nose melting through her skin, through skin and bone like liquid corrosion. Within seconds, her head dissolves into a spreading pool of blood. Escort electronics now. The hell is this? Is this an attack? No, this is not right. The auditorium shudder as if bones have snapped, swaying under the weight of deafening roars. Philly seizes Joanne by the hand and pulls her into a frantic run. Joanne stumbles forward with her in a daze. She glances back at the nightmare unspooling behind them. A terrible certainty grips her. It's a 0-point reactor. Here it is! 0 point? What are you talking about? Outside the window across the square, the training mechs are moving. Ranked and orderly just moments ago, now their hulls ripple, armor buckling, tearing, resealing like muscle and membrane. Their limbs fold backwards in impossible geometry. A red current crackles from their joints. Raw as torn veins. Cockpit glass bursts outward. The pilot seats lay empty, but the machines stand up anyway. The moment the reactor connected to the power grid, as if something propagated through, it spread. Now it's on the electronics. Defibrillator, run down. Adelaide picks up a broken metal table from the floor. She hefts it once, testing the weight, then locks her grip around it. Her right knee throws at every step. She doesn't slow. Drop your smart weapons. Do not touch any electronics. Form up. Groups of 3, whoever's closest to you. Grab anything you can use as a weapon. Roger. There's no arsenal in the doorway outside the auditorium, but FOS students don't need one. Table legs are wrenched loose. Steel tubes are snapped from chair backs. Thinner knives find their way to the clenched fists, and ceramic bases are shattered against the floor with only the sharpest shards kept. Under 20 seconds, every person still standing in the hall is armed. Down guard mechs or grenades. Old stock still viable. 1 per squad. Do not use them without my command. Understood? All squads, stay tight. We fall back to Prism Square. Roger. Come on, you monsters. The first corrupted crawls out from his side passage and lunges straight for the students. Only be met with 6 steel pipes smashing down as one. 3 meet its head on. 2 seal the flanks. 1 watches the rear. It's a standard 6-person close quarters suppression formation. A mandatory first-year course at FOS. This thing won't go down. You don't need to kill it. Break the joints. Keep it up its feet. By the time the second wave of corrupted surges forward, the students have already fallen into a coordinated fighting retreat. The front rank engages. The rear rank observes. Every 10 steps, fresh fighters rotate forward, and the wounded are pulled to the center. Nobody ever trained them for this nightmare, but FOS has trained them for everything. The giant corrupted's tail drives clean through Nia's left side, smashing her back against the fallen pillar. She's hit! Cover her! The student lunges with the metal plate held high. The corrupted pivots, striking sideways. Its pincer lashes out and cleaves through his left leg, clean as a blade through soft butter. Don't worry about me, just go. FOS will never leave anyone behind. Push together, aim for the joints. A jet of scorching steam bursts from the thing's metal joints, hurling 2 students backward. Corrupted raises its claw high, steps forward, and chops down viciously at the fallen student before it. The claw freezes inches from the student's face. The corrupted snaps its head around. Its tail is still speared through Nia, and the stone pillar behind her is locked in her grip. It cannot advance. Blood spills from Nia's mouth. Along the length of the tail impaling her, she forces a ruined body forward, inch after agonizing inch, closing the distance to the corrupted's core. Nia, first class cadet FOS. Designation 374. She pulls a grenade from her belt and bites down on the pin, blood staining her teeth. For tomorrow! A blast lands in every ear like a stone dropped into dead water, rippling through the chaos. It reminds everyone still standing on the battlefield that what hangs at their hips, and what their bodies are still capable of. A corrupted surge forward in waves of steel. One wave recedes, the next crashes in behind it, the metallic shriek pressing in from all sides. The second explosion rings out. First class cadet Hanif, designation 264. Corrupted takes his right arm. The last of his strength, he pulls the pin, charges the 2 nearest corrupted, and blows them all to pieces. A third, first class cadet, Beable? Designation 197. The 4th, second class cadet, Sika. Designation 367. One after another, grenade blasts air through the air, their echoes rolling across the chaos of the battlefield. They use everything FOS taught them, including themselves, to carve out the only path forward for their comrades. By the time they break through to the first floor, the group has shrunk by a full measure. One more push through the training wing, and they'll spill out into Prism Square, which means more open ground, room to breathe, a chance to break the stranglehold of fighting in corridors. As Eva prepares to move, Joanne drifts to the back of the line. Without a word, she peels away and walks the other way. Joanne, where do you think you're going? Joanne freezes mid-step. A pause, then reluctantly she turns her head. The crown is still in the lab building. I have to get it out. Are you insane? That was like they're swarmed. The crown gets corrupted too. To remind the catastrophe it could cause. 20 years, the research, the data, everything everyone fought for. All of it will be gone. How much sacrifice is poured into it? You grew up in the TEC. You knew better than what you knew better than anyone what it means. I have to get to Lucy and Evie. Ophelia's lips part. A retort rises and dies before it reaches the air. You couldn't even fight your way out of the paper bag. I'm coming with you. She pulls the bandaged towel across her right shoulder, breathes in deep, and heads into the shadows behind them. Wait. Adelaide? Adelaide holds her ground. Her eyes click between Joanne and Ophelia, then settle on the lieutenant beside her. Take everyone to the square. Regroup in the main force there. Where are you going? The crown is still in the lab building. It'll be too dangerous for just the three of you. We can go with you. No, go into the square. Adelaide. We cannot afford to lose the crown or FOS. 3 is enough for the lab building, but those things out there won't wait. Someone needs to cut a path to the square and cover the wounded along the way. Your eyes sweep over the injured students at her back, then settle on the lieutenant. You've been in the field longer than I have these years. Get everyone through this floor. I know you can. What about you? We'll go where we need to go. So will you. The lieutenant falls silent for 2 seconds, then gives a single nod. All of you come back alive. Yeah, we will. The lieutenant turns and calls out to the group. Information draws tight, and they begin their push toward the training area. Ophelia watches Adelaide approach. A dozen sharp remarks sit ready on her lips. In the end, all that comes out is a flick of her tongue. Can you even run on that, Nate? It won't slow me down. Alright, look, I'm supposed to believe that. Jen raises her head. Her eyes find the 2 friends in front of her, and her nose prickles with a thread of tears. Think. Save it. We're moving. The 3 turn and rush toward the corridor that leads to the lab building. The laboratory building has become a living hell. The entire ceiling lighting system has been corrupted. Lamp tubes have burst apart, their warped metal frames drooping downward like sprouting tentacles, swaying slowly through the air, their tips pulsing with a deep crimson glow. Shattered glass and broken door frames litter the floor. Sharp shrieks echo intermittently through the gloom. The 3 press themselves tight against the walls and push forward quickly. Rounding a corner, they spot the door to the mind. The mind reasons to shoot at the same time. The steel light is still green. We're not too late. She rushes forward and presses her finger to the biometric panel. The light flickers once, and the lock springs open. All 3 of them charge inside at once. The crown is hovering silently in its magnetic cradle. True to its name, its precision-built structure is shaped like a laurel wreath. Its outer shell of pale gold. Its surface etched with patterns the council is yet to understand. Thank goodness. She dashes over and eases the prototype of his cradle with both hands, clutching it to her chest. The chill of the metal shell bleeds through her gloves. It hasn't been corrupted, it's still in perfect condition. In the next instant, as though something has set it off, the corridor fills with sound. The clang of metal and the snap of electrical arcs merge into a single din, as if every wall along the passageway has suddenly stirred to life. They're coming! With a deafening bang, the door is rammed open by 2 corrupted. Adelaide snatches up the nearest metal rack and charges to meet them. Her first strike crushes the lead corrupted skull. The second shatters the other's forelimb. Both enemies crumple on impact, and the path ahead clears for a brief, fleeting moment. Move, now! The moment the door opens, an iron spike suspended from the ceiling shrinks down. Adelaide jerks aside, but the sharp metal rakes across her skeleton frame. The hydraulic line along her right knee is torn open. A spray of milky white fluid bursts out. Ooh! Adelaide's body lurches violently to one side. She drops to one knee, jaw clenched, bracing herself with her arms. Ophelia holds Joanne forward, charging over the mangled remains of corrupted and battling her way into the corridor. Behind them, Adelaide drags her right leg, its hydraulic gone, using the metal rack as a makeshift cane hobbling after them. They're everywhere! Where do we go? corrupted tendrils dangling from the ceiling grow denser by the second. The walls on both sides warp and contort, metal conduits slithering out from the cracks and coiling across the floor like spreading roots. The corridor is closing in like a constricting throat. There's nowhere left to flee. Nowhere around. Then on my lap, a bed! At the end of the corridor, a metal door marked Nano Laboratory still appears intact. Ophelia presses her palm to the access panel. The light turns green. All three of them stumble inside. But when Ophelia turns to slam the door shut, a corrupted claw shoots through the gap. She throws her shoulder against the door, trapping it, but the tip still slices across her right leg. She runs through the pain, shoving the door shut with all her strength. The lock snaps back into place, shearing the claw clean off. It drops to the floor, still twitching. Ophelia! Ophelia slumps against the door and looks down at her right leg. A long gash slices across the outer thigh, its edges peel back to reveal pale flesh beneath. The wound runs deep enough to expose the glistening, cool, fat fascia. How do you pronounce that word? Fine. Fine, your leg! Said I'm fine. Through the door, the corrupted have begun their assault. One impact, then another, growing faster, more frenzied. The entire door shudders into its brain. Adelaide drags her in right leg to the door and begins hauling everything within reach. Rope benches, equipment racks, material cabinets. She shoves them one by one against the entrance, but everyone knows it won't hold for long. How is this happening? Joanne stands in the center of the lab, clutching the crown to her chest. Tears slide silently down her face. Ophelia sweeps her gaze across the lab, the place she spent 3 years building. She can name every piece of equipment by heart, down to the model number. Her gaze locks with Adelaide's. No words pass between them. They simply turn together toward the small door in the western wall. The emergency exit. Ophelia lowers her head and stares at the wound on her leg. She spins around abruptly, seizing Joanne by the back of her collar. Fighting through searing pain, she hauls Joanne towards the emergency passage. Huh? What? Let's go. Adelaide pushes in from the other side at the same moment. The two of them bracket Joanne between them and drive her towards the passage entrance, half carrying, half dragging her every step of the way. Wait, what are you doing? Ophelia yanks open the emergency exit door. The corridor is narrow, barely wide enough for one person. Stairs descend into the dim glow below. The light's weak, but still holding on. And Adelaide shoves Joanne forward. Joanne stumbles into the passage, her shoulders slamming against the tight wall. The crown nearly slips from her grasp. She catches herself and whips around. Ophelia is standing at the entrance, her hand already on the door handle. Joanne, it's okay if you're slow. Just don't stop running. Adelaide looks at Ophelia and gives a single nod. The door slams shut. No! From the other side, Joanne hears it all. The sound of something heavy being shoved against the door, the screech of metal scraping across the floor. They're barricading the exit too. Ophelia! Adelaide! Open the door! Open it! Open the door! Her cries cannot break through the thick iron door. No one answers. Her fist slams into the wall. The skin of her knuckles splits open. Blood and tears smear together across the rough concrete. I don't think I can scream. I feel like if I scream properly, I'm gonna end up like, getting a noise complaint. Ah! And she turns, pulling the crown tight against her chest. And she runs. With tears in her eyes, she runs with all the strength she has left. Ophelia scans the lab one last time. The machine she spent 3 years building, the data she compiled. The non-material synthesis units she turned and returned until every parameter was flawless. What a waste. All those materials, and I barely got to use them. With a piercing screech, the iron door gives way. The corrupted pried open and stream through the fissure, one after another. Adelaide moves to meet them, still gripping that iron rod. 2 years as an instructor at FOS, drilling students on how to stay alive with whatever they could find. Now those lessons are hers to use. She sidesteps the first corrupted's charge. The rod sweeping through its forelimb with a crack. A kick to its torso follows, and a bolt of agony shoots through her right knee. The second blow lands. Other corrupted attacks from the side. She takes the hit head on, her shoulders splitting open. Blood streams freely down her arm. Rehydrate again? Fine, I'll chug some water real quick. I'm gonna need to pee again soon. Then when Ophelia launches holds a nitrogen canister from behind the lab bench. It hurls it towards the order corrupted pouring through the doorway. Move! Adelaide sidesteps clear. Ophelia snatches up an electric probe and holds it at the canister. The nitrogen canister erupts at the doorway. Cryogenic gas billows outward in an instant. flash freezing the front line of corrupted. Frost blossoms across their joints. The movement slow to a sluggish crawl. But only seconds later, more corrupted surge through from behind, trampling over the frozen, shattered husks of their own. They keep coming. This is it. Ophelia slumps against the lab bench, chest heaving. Her shoulders and arms are streaked with wounds. She scans the room and sees the nanomaterial synthesis device sitting just 3 meters behind her. Its control panel still glowing a steady green. High-density nanosilver filament. 3 years of life poured into it. The moment the magnetic containment is released, it will expand outward in every direction, 1,200 meters per second. Like a bomb. Adelaide? Yeah? Remember our first holographic drill? Adelaide smashes down a corrupted, clawing its way onto the... God damn it, man! Onto the lab bench, the retreats 2 steps, her back nearly flush against Ophelia's. You charged me like a lunatic, pulled the pin, and took us both out. It was the most efficient call. I know. Her voice suddenly catches in her throat. Back then, I said I'd get you back for that next time. I never did. Another wave of corrupted floods through. Adelaide sends a metal table crashing into them, driving 2 back. But a third slips in low from beneath, claws across her calf. Her right knee, already ruined, buckles at last. She drops to 1 knee. Ophelia lunges forward, seizing Adelaide's arm, and drags her back with clenched teeth. She tips the table over and staggers back onto the recent nanosynthesis device. Drained of nearly all their strength, the 2 of them collapse back to back, slumped against each other. Just like that, evening years ago on the training grounds, when they finished hundreds of push-ups and sagged shoulder to shoulder against the wall at dusk. All around them, the shrieks of the corrupted and the blaze of crimson light press inward like a cage slowly closing. All those postings you took, the front lines, couldn't have been a picnic. It was manageable. I didn't really get hurt. You want to know what pissed me off the most about you? Corrupted crashed through the barricade. We're within 10 meters now. Tell me. You never told us anything. Not how badly you were hurt, not how dangerous your postings were. Not a single word about your knee killing you. Every time we had to piece it together ourselves, lying awake at night wondering if you were even still alive. You'll throw yourself in front of anyone, but you never let us protect you. I don't want to make you worry. There, right there. You're doing it again. She smiles wearily. If we're ever going to get another chance, stop carrying everything by yourself, okay? Adelaide doesn't answer, but she presses her back harder against Ophelia's. Through the blood-soaked fabric between them, Ophelia feels her trembling. Ophelia? Yeah? I've learned a great deal from all of you over the years. You, Evie, Lucia, Joanne. Thank you. Idiot, I don't want your thanks. A corrupted shriek, overturning the last barricade. 5 meters now. This thing's blast radius covers the whole floor. The nanowires will tear through everything. Us included. Adelaide says nothing. Her hand reaches out, resting over Ophelia's on the switch. My biggest regret is picking a fight with you on day 1 at the academy. I regret it. God damn it, man! 3, 2, 1. Next instant, nanowires erupt from the core of the synthesis device. Countless silver filaments, threads too fine for the naked eye to perceive, bloom outward in all directions at supersonic speed like an iron flower blossoming in the span of milliseconds. They shred through the corrupted's armor, carve through steel lab tables, rip through concrete ceilings and pipelines. The silver wires surge in a roaring tidal wave, reverberating across the entire floor, screaming as they tear the space apart. Then in silence that follows, cracks spiderweb across every surface. The entire floor shudders and collapses. Behind her, Joanne feels the tremors. The walls of the emergency passage shake. Dust sifts down around her in thin, whispering streams. She clutches the crown tight against her chest, teeth clenched, running hard. Her tears streak behind her, spattering against the corridor floor. The emergency passage stretches on endlessly. The lights flicker on and off. Her footsteps echo through the narrow space, a frantic heartbeat in the dark. Time loses shape. But then the distant point of lights falls wide, floating across her face with a brilliance so sharp she has to shut her eyes. She stands now in Prism Square, the open-eyed FOS College District. For 7 years, she walked through here every day, gazing toward the distant Bifrost, brushing shoulders with cadets and colleagues, faces passing like currents in a river. And now it lies in ruins. The entire world is on fire. Smoke chokes the skyline where Bifrost once stood. Against the horizon, the Titanic corrupted drift slowly over FLS, Their bodies fused from the steel frames of whole buildings, moving like cathedral-sized beasts through the burning air. How is this even possible? Joanne holds her crown tight against her and stares, frozen at the fog-wreathed square. All around her lies hewn wreckage, blood and corpses. Little faces drowned in red. A few she recognizes. Most she's never seen before. One by one, crimson eyes rotate through the fog. Trembling with hunger, they hone in on Joanne in unison. A pack of wolves catching the scent of blood. No. Joanne clasps a hand over her mouth and stumbles backward. Her shoulders crash against the wall behind her. The horde lets out a low, guttural shriek and charges toward her like a volley of bullets. Then a familiar silhouette cuts in front of Joanne, blocking their charge. Back off! Her right arm sweeps out. Metal plates snap open in layered succession, extending a blade almost 2 meters long. It slices clean through non-coming corrupted. She pushes forward another step. Flames pour from the metal joints, the blade hanging to a searing white as it sweeps through the air, bisecting the corrupted on both sides. Crimson veins crawl across her metal arm, only to fade in an instant. These monsters cannot infect her. Miss Cassandra! Joanne, listen. Take the crown and... Cassandra, no! She staggers, spitting out a mouthful of vital fluid. Her gown hangs in tatters, slashed open in several pieces to reveal a mechanical framework beneath. She's clearly been fighting for her life here for some time. Uh-oh. Where the words are fully out, the tyrant comes into the distance, locks onto them. It stretches its colossal frame and hurls its full weight toward them. Cassandra throws herself into its path, single-handedly bracing against the sky as it comes crashing down. Her feet gouged deep trenches into the ground, her mechanical joints screaming under their overload. The beacon in the square. Dominic said Project String's back door isn't there. Back door? What does it mean? I haven't the faintest idea. Dominic only said if the voyage ever went wrong, make for the beacon in the square. Crimson stream howls overhead. The sky itself splits with a deafening shriek. All of this is on your body. That's the latest country tech, isn't it? Naturally, sweetheart. I was the very first Voyager to follow Dominic. You darling children, you came after me. Why? Because one day, Dominic told me these experiments, these weapons, could carry humanity further than we'd ever dreamed. So I said, fine, sign me up. Let me be the one to take the first hit for those children. Pain's got nothing on me anymore. With a fierce cry, she throws herself forward one step, carving in a passage just wide enough for Joanne to duck through. Oh, Joanne. Cassandra forces a smile and looks on this time at the girl who reminds her so much of Neart. Time to run. No! I'm sorry, Miss Cassandra! Joanne swipes with the tears and surges forward, the crown clutched tight against her chest. Behind her, Cassandra's roars, and the scream of steel fade quieter and quieter until the white fog closes over them, and there's nothing but silence. Cassandra, no! No! But how long it's been? Cassandra sinks to the ground, her mechanical arms dead weight beside her, crimson veins threading across every surface. They have no manners at all. Treating a lady like this. No! Steel giant reaches down, seizes Cassandra by the hair, and as easily as snapping the stem of a flower, wrenches her lower body apart before tossing it aside. Ah! Bright vital fluid cascades down like a veil of rain. Her left arm, then her right. The giant pulls Cassandra apart piece by piece. Why? Like a child dismembering a toy, running every fragment between its fingers. Drifting in out consciousness, Cassandra pries her bloody eyes open and fixes them in a single direction. Toward the auditorium. Afternoon, 420 of them crowded around about her piano, voices overlapping. Weaving together a song they never gave a name. It's you again. Huh? A race surges through her long silver hair. A sharp striking silhouette stands within the white fog, watching her. This is the one that she saw in the fall, yes! At the back of the hole! I was wondering if that... Okay. I was wondering if this was gonna be like, a Lucia... between timelines thing, right? Lucia, or should I say Alpha. So you're back at the same starting point again. Have you made your final choice then? There are many people waiting for you in the future. People who matter. Still standing in the white fog, the figure observes Cassandra in quiet stillness. Like someone watching an old faraway memory that belongs to another. Nowhere to come. Our voyage ends here, Alpha. The steel joint unhinges its gaping maw and raises Cassandra's upper body with one hand, lifting what remains of her torn frame in its mouth. Why did she say a name? A name she doesn't even know. Perhaps it's some fragments Dominic left behind in her mind by accident during some experiments long ago. Perhaps it came from somewhere else entirely. She can no longer remember. Ah, that's it, Dominic. Oh, she said, oh, that's it, Dominic. She only recalls the afternoons many years ago. Sunlight pouring over the coastline. Dominic standing by the window. Back then, she made a prophecy. I'll bet that one day you'll die for your ideals, while I will write my bestial instincts straight into the history books, and I live on forever in glory. She takes in the wreckage around her, recalling the youthful faces, the lecture halls and hallways she raised from the ground, and that song they never got to name, and the smile of the person inside her pocket watch, and that chief technician who could never just tell her things plainly. If this is the ending everyone gave their lives for, then fate really is a cruel mistress. Everything we did, was it still not the right answer? The white fog offers no reply. Her ruined form shudders, tilts, and drifts downward into the deep. The wind sweeps through, carrying away the last whisper of sound. In 2160, a virus capable of corrupting logic circuits emerged from the vacuum of the zero-point reactor, descending upon the world without warning. Its effect on modern technology was so devastating that, even by the time humanity fell, its official destination had never circulated widely. This record that followed, people referred to it as the punishing virus. When the outbreak first began, the faculty and students who remained at FOS College held the line. Stripped of every modern weapon, they built their defenses from whatever was at hand and fought to contain the unfolding catastrophe with all they had. Roughly 193 minutes later, the final student seized a bundle of old explosives and ran into enemy swarm. All 3,162 faculty and students of FOS College were lost. What about Joanne, though? Hours later, power grids worldwide, along with electrical communications and military command networks, went completely silent. The next day, mass panic swept the globe. Columns of evacuees on foot stretched for dozens of kilometers along the highways. More than 50 cities with populations exceeding 10 million were virtually obliterated before dawn of the third day. Oh, my lungs. Hang on. On the sixth day, the remnants of humanity's military forces mounted a desperate counteroffensive. Soldiers went into battle wielding weapons 2 centuries old against enemies they could not begin to understand. Defensive lines were raised, broken, and raised again. Only then was it discovered that conscripts performed with remarkable effectiveness against the punishing virus. The world government's excessive caution meant the constrict technology had never been widely deployed. By the time anyone understood it, it was far too late. Do I think the fog is a stronger version of the punishing virus of our timeline? I think so. I guess. On the 10th day, the lunar base fell silent. The injured personnel stationed there were never heard from again. On the 12th day, the Mars outpost transmitted its final message to Earth. By the 15th day, less than 7% of Earth's surface was still holding out. Survivors gathered in isolated corners far from any power grid. No electricity, no technological shelter. They relearned how to build fires, dig wells, and navigate by the stars. In 2 weeks, civilization was hollowed back 2 centuries. And still the punishing virus spread. Humanity had climbed to the top of the food chain over thousands of years. It's taken centuries more to learn how to leave their cradle. Yet what poured from that cradle took only a matter of hours to swallow every trace of that glory. She no longer knows what day it is. Ever since she touched the beacon tower in the square, she has been wandering through this suffocating emptiness. Time has no meaning here. No sunrises, no moon sets. Nothing exists to measure the passing of days, but only eternal, unchanging white fog. She drifts through the void, a leaf torn from its branch, tumbling endlessly with no sense of where she's falling. There's no destination, there's no bottom. She still clutches the crown tightly against her chest. Its shell no longer the pale gold she remembers from the lab in their first year. The patterns are fading. The metallic luster dulling. The entire structure seems to be hollowing out from within, eroded by something unseen. The data stream has been cut. No information floods through its structure now. Disconnected from its source, it's slowly evaporating from reality. No! She grips it harder. Her fingers catch on the vanishing patterns, now zigging in as though the sheer force of her own body might anchor it to this world. Still, a crown fades. This is what everyone gave their lives for. Ophelia, Adelaide, Cassandra. 3,162 students in faculty of FOS. With human civilization. Every last ounce of that weight presses down on this fading piece of metal cradle in her arms. What if I just use myself? She closes... And this is, what, how Chimera comes to be? She closes her eyes, lifts the crown, and sets it upon her head. Without warning, excruciating pain explodes through her mind. As if countless needles stab outward from the core of her consciousness, piercing every nerve, puncturing every memory, tearing through everything that makes her who she is, everything that makes her Joanne. Her body curls in on itself, convulsing in the void. Fragments explode across her vision. A torrent of data too vast for her human mind to hold floods into her, ramming against the walls of consciousness, threatening to burst her apart. Started of its external data stream, a crown begins to feed on its host. It devours her flesh, her memories, everything human about her. Joanne wants to scream, but her voice is already gone. Day 1. Her head threatens to split her apart. She screams until her vocal cords tear. It's hell. Day 2. Somewhere deeper than hell. Day 3. Or is it? She can no longer tell. Time patches into splinters. She surfaces now and then, just lucid enough to feel the crown still resisting on her head. Its markings glowing faintly again, rekindled. Because it's feeding on her, drinking her marrow to keep itself alive. Conscious, unconscious. Conscious, unconscious. Will it be bottom of this? Yes, yeah, the bottom will be up, don't worry. All the bottles are made up. The gaps between waking grow longer. The moments of clarity grow shorter. Her race drain away, like sand slipping through her fingers. Ophelia's voice, Adelaide's back, Cassandra's sneer, Lucia, Abby. Joanne claws for them. She rips each memory back from the crown's devouring jaws and shoves it back down the deepest vault of her consciousness. Like a drowning woman forcing last sips of air into her lungs. Don't forget them. Lucia, Abby! She remembers the 2 names over and over, spelled to tether what's left of her mind. The crown is the world's last hope. If she falls, it vanishes with her, and all those sacrifices mean nothing at all. Get them to the right hands. To Lucia and Abby. Oh, wait! If they have it, maybe there's still a way to fix this. This thought becomes her only anchor, a single stake driven deep into the void. She binds herself to it, refusing to let go, even as the white fog and the crown peel her apart, stripping away her body and consciousness, layer by agonizing layer. I see. She don't knows how long it's been. Years? Decades? Jen cannot tell anymore. Her mind is a mirror, shattered and glued back together so many times nothing remains but cracks. It can really hold a reflection. But it can still hold 2 names. Lucia, Abby. Everything else, most of it, has faded away. Sometimes she hears things. Voices drifting through the white fog. Through countless layers of emptiness. From somewhere impossibly far away. Someone crying. Someone's calling out. Someone singing a song she thinks she once knew. Depths of the sea. Edge of the sky. She reaches out to catch them. Her hands close on nothing. Then the silence returns. Touching on and on without end. And at some unmarked moment, a terror flows through the depths of the white prison. She opens her eyes. Through the noise void, a crack has appeared in the distance. Something on the other side is tearing at it, clawing, pulling, trying to rip an opening in this sealed space. Light splits through the crack. Warm sunlight, the kind that belongs only to the real world. She hasn't seen it in so long. She doesn't know how much strength she has left. Not much, probably just enough for one last thing. She reaches out, her fingertips brush the edge of the crack. Looks like one goes right this time. I really did find a surprise waiting in the tower. Ah! White voice still shut behind her, like a closing mouth. She crashes onto something hard, every bone in her body crying out in agony. The light is blinding. She squints, unable to make out anything, only that there's air here, and warmth and sound. It takes a long, long time before the world finally comes into focus. I see. So this is all that's left of your world. Yes, Eiling. That crown Sephira. You mentioned Dominic was studying it to go down with your world too. Joanne's fingers falter. I was just slightly. She hates lying. Yes. Eiling asks nothing more. She appears to take it as truth. I have a question. In this world, is there someone called Lucia? Yes. And Evie. Across the chess table, the agent carks her out the name. Flicker of delight crossing her face. Both of them are here. Why do you ask? I can help you. What do you mean? You said there's a place called Babylonia in your world, right? The FOS up there was built to train combatants who lead constructs. Ranger gave me some devices yesterday. So when we reach it, I can tell you there's a real Sephira at FOS. And you need it, don't you? Go on. I want to pull the entire FOS starship into the fog. To avoid fighting in space. Can you make that happen? Eiling smiles. Of course I can. But all people will vanish. I know. But if you don't do that, your world, that home you came all this way from, will end up just like mine. It'll just take a little longer. Eiling studies her gaze full of scrutiny and calculation, hit by a cold flicker of acknowledgement. You just want to go home, back to before any of this began, don't you? To the humans in this world. They won't accept a monster like me, Eiling. You know I have another way. She's so pretty, though. I thought as much, my devoted disciple. I'll pull every string I have, and while I'm at it, I'll draw off some of the pests in your way. Don't make me regret this, Joanne. Joanne sits there alone. The air is cold. She stares at her own gaunt arms for a long time. She lied. There's no Sephira in this world's FOS. The crown is right inside her. A crown means nothing without the right hands to hold it. Her own body is coming apart. Months maybe. Weeks possibly. She's no time left to earn someone else's trust, to find this world's Lucia and Evie through proper means. If FOS still stands in this world, then she chooses to believe that Lucia and Evie must be tied to it. There's no time left for her to walk down the right path. So she's taking the fastest. Drag FOS into the fog. So chaos. Then find them. Maybe they're already at FOS. Maybe they're coming to its aid. So that's how we got here then. She lowers her head and presses both hands to her face. Light hair slips through her fingers like falling silk. I'm sorry. She says it silently. To the blameless ones who will see me caught in the coming storm. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She will not stop. Because if she stops now, then Ophelia and Adelaide truly died for nothing. Cassandra truly died for nothing. FOS is 3,162 faculty and students. All of them died for nothing. Their whole world died for nothing. She lowers her hands, dries her eyes, and rises to her feet. And she walks in the direction Eiling disappeared. Step by step. Each one heavier than the last. Either way, we'll see each other again one day. Only after leaving port and losing home does one understand what it means to go back home. I need to go pee! Can I go pee again? Sorry, I've been drinking so much water today, I need to go pee. Hang on a second. I've been chugging water non-stop. It's good that I'm getting hydrated, but like I really need to go pee, man. I'm so sorry. 1 second. Goodbye. Pee time. Enjoy the background. My car is here too. Hang on. Hang on. I'm accidentally obtained a car. I'll make room for my bed so you can lay down. You're too fat to go anywhere else. Hi everybody! Sorry for taking so long. I'm back. I was a good pee. Let's continue with the story. Still have 8 more notes to go. Hang on. I've done 6 so far. Oh, we're not even halfway yet? Oh god, it's in 3 hours. Might be a bit of a long stream. Oh god. Hopefully the next notes. I don't know how long the next notes are. I hope it picks up the pace a little bit because I do need to do things tonight, so we'll see. Oh, he's looking his... Okay, cool. I'm turning around. Time uses to move forward. Someone's toying with the instruments that measure it. They're digital and mechanical alike. The second hand on my watch ticks once. Then I must wait a year for it to tick again. After I lost all of you stranded in the fog, time just stopped for me. Look around. Everyone here shares the same kind of past. We're not monsters. We're just drifters who lost our home. Godless. Chapter 4. Okay. Everyone watches as the Chimera wraps their arms tightly around Alpha and flees into the endless void. As they rise, the void seeps into Alpha, fraying her hair, peeling away small pieces of skin, splintering her shell. The first voice is to pierce through into her failing shell into Leora and the others, the vanguard of that world. When I come back, we'll look for Luna together. We'll go see the dandelions bloom. Wait, is Chimera all of them? Is that why it's called Chimera? And Froggy, a really cute cartoon. When I come back, we'll watch it together, okay? Soon there won't be any living humans left in this world. This time I'll let us take the lead. It will definitely pass through the gate. Alpha takes some more division from the Vanguard member number 4, Leora. She watches her leading the way, all remaining Vanguard members at her back. They chose to be the first to meet death. Thank you for coming to collect my belongings. There's a candy in the red box. Hope it helps sweeten the bitterness. Feel free to take a short break here, but it's not time yet to stop, Nemo. Like everyone else, I rewrote the rules of the Hetero Tower and became a part of it. We're close to having our own secret tunnel. When that time comes, take everything we've left behind and go to Dominic's era. Oh, by the way, I want to do this tunnel extending the Hetero Tower, the bridge across dreams. Doesn't it sound nice? If what you said is true, then sending the Sephiroth to other worlds can save everything. Everyone will come together, stand side by side, and beat the bad guys. But you probably couldn't make it happen. I'm not doing so good either. I can't go find Luna anymore. And let me help you finish your mission. The voices at Alpha's ear grow clearer. Our little hero, Alpha. Why did you sit up too? I'm sorry, Lucia. Yeah, okay! Chimera's everyone! I'm sorry we failed. I'm sorry we left you at the base. I'm sorry we made you walk our path. I'm sorry you had to suffer so much. I'm sorry. Dragonis failed you. Can you forgive us? A crack has split the surface of that cold and hardened shell. The agony of the fog's corruption feels as though it happened only yesterday. Her skin peeling away, her flesh eaten through. Even the color of her hair bleached to white. Every detail remains perfectly vivid. And yet none of them compares to the anguish of watching the Vanguard team vanish into the distance. Perhaps the deadliest poison in all the world is regret and loneliness. Another soul long steeped in the poison that speaks now. Her voice hoarse. Time stopped for me the day I lost you all. In the beginning, there was only regret. I shouldn't have looked up at the dome. I should have kept my eyes on you. If I'd just been paying attention, you wouldn't have vanished. For the longest time, I thought you were dead. I thought you'd been buried under rubble, crushed by a falling ceiling panel. It wasn't until I had no choice but to accept the crown, until I gained access to knowledge I was never meant to have, that another possibility finally hit me. Chimera forced out a bitter smile. One that belonged to Joanne. What if you two had simply gone somewhere beyond my reach? Somewhere I couldn't see or touch? Did that mean I still had a chance? A chance to find you, to give you the crown? Can I bring you back and can we still save the world? The one we refuse to let go off? Oh, to let her go off? Chimera cradles Alpha close against her. I'm sorry, this is the only way I can talk to you now, but I finally found you. Joanne. Alpha finds herself nearly breathless, wrapped in an embrace she never thought she'd feel again. What identity should she wear? What more heart should she bring to face this bond drifting in a forgotten corner of the universe? This friendship, or perhaps this obsession? Lucy, you don't need to tell me. I know I've done wrong. While I was still resenting the punishing rights of taking my friends away, I was doing the exact same thing to the friends of another world. I've said my apologies to all of you, millions of times in my head, but I know not a single one can undo what I've done. Joanne wrenches her head around and lets out a piercing shriek. It's just how the world works. To do what's right, to grab that final chance, I had no choice but to stand on the wrong side for now. From between regret and helplessness, Joanne speaks, burying one of her faces in both hands as though the shame of facing an old friend, or facing the world at all, has finally overwhelmed her. They'll fought with their lives for this. 3,162 FOS students and faculty, all of humanity. Their sacrifices brought me this chance. I can't let their deaths mean nothing. This crown, it's so heavy, but I have no right to run from it. I'm a survivor of the old world, and a sinner in your new world. Behind those buried features, a hollow, bitter smile fights its way onto her face. I will cease to be. Just think of us as the scapegoats this story needs, alright? The chimera writhes and tears itself once more, its thoughts visibly unraveling. Different voices spill from its many faces, rival consciousness each clawing to be heard. Alpha stares at those familiar yet chaotic faces, each one parading before her in turn. Their mouths gape open, and the only words they speak are, I'm sorry. And yet their hands hold fast to Alpha, refusing to let go. Forgive us for doing whatever it took. This thread of sanity is all we have left to hold on to. Every single moment the fog and crown ate away in our minds, we held on to the good old days. Those memories are the only reason we lasted this long. Let's go back now and promise me never leave me behind again, okay? Our dear little Lucia, we failed you. We'll take you back right now. We'll promise to never leave you behind, okay? With the whole world of it setting upon her, Alpha's lips begin to tremble. But what can I do to save you? You're gonna what can I do to help you? Your friends want you to support you. If I wear the crown, I can take you home? The chimera's last strand of hope manages only a sigh, one that scarcely sounds human, when the fog all as long stripped of their home resonate as one. Ah! The chimera lets out a piercing shriek. The crown crashes down upon the chimera with a crushing weight, ripping away the last shred of reason, seeking to transform it into something utterly lost. Yes, home. I want to go home. We want to go home. It's a long, cruel ordeal. We have lived it for far too long. We have nothing left to give. Alpha remains trapped in Chimera's grip, her gaze drifting past her to the FOS starship, battered, wounded on top, very verge of collapse. Only its hull, the tiny white monsters still beating their wings. Cover me while I'm moving in! Blade in hand, Lucy gives chase, only for the failures to come flooding from every rift of the fog. They rampage blindly, battering her mid-bound. And sending her crashing back into the FOS. Watch out! The human lunges forward, catching Lucy as she tumbles down, and drives her blade into the hull. Their deadly slide grinds to a halt just short of the edge. I'm fine, we can't let it take Alpha! In slow motion, Lucy rolls upright, pulls the human up, and lunges back into a sprint. Her frame roars under the strain, and deep within her mind, a current of unease churns relentlessly. Instinct tells her that if the chimera takes Alpha away, consequences will be beyond undoing. With hesitation, she contacts the FOS starship. All units, stand by for covering fire. Huh? Lucy raises her head. Across the boundless void, the two Lucy's lock eyes for a single moment. One of them lets out a thin, weary laugh. Perhaps it's the fog's gift of unwanted sight. Too much vision, too much truth, leaving her sharp with clarity and heavy with exhaustion. Perhaps it's the sight of this world's vanguard team, still clawing and struggling, utterly unaware that they are fated only to be swallowed by failure. Look, this world's ordeal is yet to, look, this world's ordeal is yet to end. Alpha understood now with absolute clarity that she can never lay down the struggle. She must take up the will of the other world and fight on eternally without end. This is her fate. The starting point of Lucia. If I take the crown, there's still a chance, right? Even if it costs all of you. Chimera has collapsed entirely into chaos, capable now of nothing but incoherent wailing. Alpha has made her choice. Held fast in the grip of these maddened old friends, she tightens her hand around a blade and begins to fight back. She grits her teeth and wrenches out one arm free, showing away the familiar faces that crowd around her. Then she draws her blade, strikes to sever the Chimera's arms, and claws fiercely at the core nestled in the fissure of its chest. Perhaps the crown itself, only for the Chimera to swat the blade from her grasp. Doesn't matter, I don't need it. Alpha's hand lashes out with desperate resolve, plunging deep into the Chimera's chest, tearing through the blue-violet mass in search of what she needs. The Chimera lowers two of its heads, sinking teeth deep into Alpha's shoulders, and begins to tear. This is nothing. You've all endured far worse. Chimera snaps both of Alpha's arms, and Alpha answers with her teeth. She too sinks them into Chimera's neck and chest, tearing back with raw ferocity. Like the most primitive of humans gnawing at bloody flesh, save the both of them hold tears of blood. Lucy catches sight of Alpha's sudden feral counterattack and freezes Papa's heartbeat, then drives herself forward even faster. Don't worry, don't push it, we're coming! Her cry cannot bridge the distance to Alpha, so Lucia lifts her blade and sends a razor-edged arc slashing through the void. The distance is too vast. The energy wave carries for only a moment before the void devours it whole. Damn it! Sudden tightness grips Lucia's chest. The churning emotions within her mind clog the energy flow of her Omega Core, leaving it sluggish and strained. Hurry! We have to do something! Command it! Got it. Target Chimera, we're pushing upward again. Target locked. Vanessa's voice filters through the comms in broken fragments, carrying with it a thread of weary mockery. Honestly, my whole career just running support for someone. To hell with that! Fire! The erupting force field slams into the Chimera, jolting its escape route several degrees off course. Alpha is still clutched tightly in its arms. There's our opening. Go! Lucia and the human leap upward together. With a swift stroke of her blade, Lucia cuts down the monsters blocking their path. The moment her blade strikes true, the data floods into her. Countless memories of failure surge through her mind, each one a dull, throbbing ache. Right, everyone here in the fog has lost their home. But I'm not losing mine. Not again. Now strike, Lucia! Cut! The white moth shoots skyward in a blur, bringing her blazing blade down upon the Chimera's body. It hurts! It hurts! The blow wrenches the Chimera's arms loose, and Alpha spills from its grasp in a tumble. The human catches Alpha securely, only to find her body ravaged and torn from the Chimera's savage assault. Seeing another familiar face, Alpha shuts her eyes against its pain, letting herself feel the arms wrapped firmly around her. How am I supposed to face you now? Strike with your Alpha! The human cradles Alpha's head, forehead pressed to forehead, fingers gripping her ears while shouting. The fog derails all information, and sound is no exception. And through the haze, the memory surfaces within Alpha from that long-lost world. Two figures in bulky spacesuits, clumsily pressed together in the void of space, confessing their feelings to one another. Just like now, comms cut off, no sound able to carry across the silence, only visor against visor. But even then, the information reached the depths of their hearts. Open your eyes, Alpha! Something the touch against her brow and ears resonates deep within, forcing her eyes to open. Before her, the human's lips seem to shape words she knows by heart. Lucia just beside her labors over her torn body. Right. To not lose where I belong again. To go back home. I can still fight. I can do it. I can do it! Alpha staggers to her feet and takes the blade Lucy offers. Her wounds no longer arm pushed back against the fog's corruption, flooding her limbs with renewed strength. Vanessa stands on the deck, her gaze fixed on the figures battling above. Soon a streak of red light blazes to life. The Chimera recoils from the devastating blow, shrieking as it falls back. It thrashes like one drowning, cleaving through the fog like coils around it. More vagabonds pour from the rift, surging towards the insects swarming below. Not far away, adrift in the gray, humanity's arc floats on, its communications tower still flickering defiantly. Comms tower is holding, but only his message came through. And Lucia and the reckless fool made it to the Chimera. Vanessa tallies the situation in her mind. And the starship lurches beneath her and as she stumbles. She steadies herself, but barely. Great. Everything's falling apart. What's next? Right, activate the beacon in the monument and restart the main engine. She clamps her hand over the wound in her arm, but still the blood flows relentlessly out of her. Her life ebbs with it, her consciousness dimming at the edges. Even so, she forces her gaze upward, watching the two little moths fly towards the Chimera, and she lets out a sneer. Now I get it. Some people are born to chase the stars right to the edge, and some are destined to stay stuck on the ground, on the deck, looking up at their backs in shame. But this is looking pretty good considering the circumstances here, right? Just to the hollow where I used to be. Where I used to be. That's our job. Without people like us, who the hell catches you idiots and lunatics when you fall? Suddenly she raises her uninjured arm, and gestures towards the Raven Commandant, Lucia soaring through the sky above. She salutes the fallen. Tells her to Eliana, I said hi. Vanessa, no! The comms forecasting to all units. Held the stars, I said hi. She walks towards the next duty. She walks towards the next duty she must bleed herself dry to fulfill. She walks towards the monument. All units! Anyone near the square monument, get that beacon inside and activate it at all costs. Everyone else you're breathing and moving, get to the main engine and restart it. I don't care if you use the control room or climb the damn thing yourself. We give everything we've got to support the Great Raven Commandant. And Lucia. On the smoke scorched battle image deck of FOS, someone wrote these words in blood. No one who lights a torch in the dark should ever be forgotten. You still get up? If you can still stand, let's move. You can set the beacon inside FOS Monument and then... homeward. Okay, let's do this. I'm getting hungry now, huh? Think about food. Sorry. Food on the brain. Hi, Alpha. Hi, Ruth.
Watch out for the mist. It'll corrupt your wounds.
I know.
Get him, Lucia.
Not within.
I remember how to play still, don't worry.
My blade.
I'm playing her off stream.
Quench the fading light.
Quite a bit, actually. I really love her playstyle. I think I'm still probably missing something from like playing her very optimally, but I really do enjoy the way she plays.
Thunder.
Not within.
She's very satisfying.
Yet another vagabond filled with regret.
Ah!
Not without.
Lucia.
My blade shall quench the fading light.
I didn't even hit Lamal. Cool. Come back down here, man. Come back down here, man. Come on.
Not without.
Now I'll do it. Unless you run away again.
My blade shall quench the fading light.
They did hit, nice.
Thunder.
One alpha! Something about fuse. It's do orbs and then hold the big orb. And then you press and hold this button and then you win. Oh, there we go, like this.
Shall quench the fading light. There's no end to these things.
Oh, the fog.
Not within.
And then you can also do like a hold as well.
I'm losing control of my body.
You got this, Alpha, come on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I can't fall here.
As Chimera's sanity crumbles, more and more rifts tear through the fog. Lost vagabonds rampage through the fog, lashing out blindly at anything and everything as if venting rage pent up from enduring corruption for far too long. Lucia props herself up with her blade and stands, struggling to keep the Omega Core feeding energy to her frame. The human kneels in the corner, fingers trembling weakly around the gun, drained of strength. The FOS starship drifts in silence through the fog. For half an hour now, not a single shot has been fired. Concerned for the little ship, the human steals a glance back, only to find its light faint and faltering, about to die. This is a long, grinding battle of endurance, when the might well have no end. Get up! All eyes can see it now. The vagabonds within the fog are massing, pressing close to one another as the Chimera guides their alignment, gathering force for one strike meant to kill. Damn it, I have to move away. Alpha's grip on her own body is slipping too. The vessel Luna Shaper cannot withstand the anguish seeping in from multiple worlds. And yet, even then, when the horde of vagabonds lurches forward like a hail of arrows, descending upon the solitary figure trapped in a corner of the fog, it's Alpha who cries out first. Lucia, move! The doom, long in the making, locks into Lucia and comes diving straight for her. Lucia! Alpha's frame, shattered nearly to the point of dismemberment, suddenly surges with power. He charges forward, crimson katana raised high. The human lunges ahead as well. Lucia senses two lightning-fast figures plant themselves in front of her. One gray, one red and white. Alpha shoves the human aside, but the shockwave of the vagabond still strikes. The gash tears open, blood streaming freely, and it's clear the human is now dragged to the brink of death. I'm fine. And through the gaping hole torn through Alpha's abdomen, Lucia finds herself face to face with a massive swarm of vagabonds on the other side. Oh god! Golden red flames blaze to life along her katana as Lucia swings, cleaving through the vagabond's limbs. Why won't they stop? I cut them down, they just keep coming. Why? You knew my frame could outlast yours. You knew the fog would make your wounds worse, and commanded. The human's face is ghostly pale, the blood draining from the body faster than anyone could have imagined. Why does it have to be this way? Why won't it ever stop? With bitter rage, Lucia slashes through the enemies, guarding the human and Alpha as they retreat on a drifting platform that appears steady enough. Doom shows no sign of pausing. Within moments, the relentless flurry caused fresh gashes across Lucia's frame as well. Oh my god, this is a total collapse. Not something that can be stopped by one person standing at the front to shield the others. It's fine, I'm fine. I can still keep going. I'm fine too. I'm also... Blood no longer pours from the human's mouth and nose. There's likely none left to spill. From the great wound in Alpha's abdomen, crimson liquid still drips in a steady rhythm. Her frame is moments from breaking apart, yet she still forces herself onto her knees, brushing aside all efforts to restrain her. By now, she's probably holding herself upright on nothing but a spine of sheer will. Too many vagabonds. If we don't clear them out, we can't reach the Chimera. We have to take the crown from inside its body. Lucia throws a stunned glance over her shoulder, as though trying to determine if Alpha has also succumbed to the fog's corrupting madness. After all, from the moment Alpha tore herself from the Chimera's embrace, she has been consumed by an obsessive need to extract something from it, whispering words over and over that Lucia cannot grasp. And even a split second of distraction cost her several more wounds, ones that refuse to heal. Such wounds that typically mean little to her, but from the speed at which energy seeps out from them, she senses that under some influence. The Chimera's, oh my god. Chimera's quicken the decay of all things. Crown. Decay. She suddenly realizes she can no longer remember how many wounds cover her body. This is her own frame is being stripped away. 19 wounds? Or 109? Or 59! 59! Or 109! The data in her mind is indeed slipping away without restraint. She can feel her grip on her body and memories weakening with a terrifying speed. She's vanishing. The Chimeras are raising them all. I kind of raise your far more dreadful than being killed in battle, so I'm petting my cat right now. Suddenly, Lucia darts back to where the human and Alpha are, sinking to one knee. There she meets Alpha, still fighting on her knees, face to face, their gazes holding. That dream you had when the Chimera was holding you. Tell me, how terrifying was it really? So terrifying you can't prepare to lose anything more, so that you throw your life away for something I can't even understand. I don't know how to put that into words. This isn't just some simple investigation anymore. The Chimera Bologna dispatches task force squads to handle. I'm not completely in the dark here. I can feel something in my mind. Alpha! It sends Lucia back away a lunging vagabond. But not before it carves another wound into her frame. As of this moment, Lucia bears 195 wounds across her frame. Oh my god. Alpha closes her eyes for a moment. Just losing people who matter most in my life, over and over. Not just in this world. I've had those dreams too. Watching the people who matter die right in front of you, again and again. If you're lucky, there's half a limb left. More often, it's just a pool of blood, nothing left to hold on to. Can't even recover their things, just clinging to scraps of their last words. Turning into something you have to live by no matter what. Trapped in the fog, can't even cry out, fighting and fighting with no end in sight. Lucia's voice rises. She cannot recall the frantic, desperate flight she relives over and over again in her dreams. Spacious like this one, empty in every direction. Her visual module flickering between black and white until her perception spirals into chaos, leaving only the sense of moving through fog. And in that dream, what was she fighting for? All that time, I failed to protect you. I can't let you die again. This is the future I've always longed for. Peaceful world, in a world where you're there. Alpha gazes at Lucia, and in those desperate eyes, she sees a reflection identical to her own. Alpha lifts a broken arm, as if to brush away the tangled strand of hair covering one of Lucia's eyes. Why even you? I need you to understand, we're the same! What terrifies you terrifies me. What drives you drives me. Ever since we first reunited, you've been like this, keeping it to yourself, refusing to let anyone in, carrying everything on without a word. The vagabond's onslaught grows ever more frenzied, and last a claw finds his mark pacing through Lucia's shoulder. 496th wound. So you tell me, Alpha. Tell me if I get this crown Sephora you talked about, if I bring it to you, will that fix everything? Slowly, Lucia draws the broken limb piece lodged in her shoulder out from the wound. Will that take everyone back home? Her voice is thick with pleading. The pain wrecking both Lucia's is so overwhelming that they can barely make out each other's silhouettes. You both can still see, with perfect clarity, what they're fighting for. Yes. Alpha nods. With emotion, crimson droplets scatter from the ends of her hair, slashing onto the human's forehead. I have to get the crown, Sephiroth's power, even if it means death. I see. We'll keep fighting. You watch over command it. Lucia lifts the dying human and gently settles the broken body beside Alpha, leaving the two battered figures propped against each other. This is my fight too, Lucia. How much longer can you last? Forever. I can last forever. Lucia answers through the grey dimness. I have the Omega Core. I will never fall. Lucia's Earthly module is failing as well. She can barely make out the sound of her own voice now. But she knows exactly what she's been turning over in her mind ever since she landed beside the other two. The Omega Core. Using the data from Project Winter, the Hybrial Frames records, the Phantom Tracer, and our enhanced Omega Weapon, we can combine everything to use that egg as the carrier for creating an Omega Core. Beyond granting immunity to the punishing virus, Omega Core lets the body count as punishing as an energy source. Like an Ascendant, so no longer needs stasis pod recharges and can operate continuously. Alpha and Omega fighting side by side. Ooh, I didn't think about it that way. She rises and walks towards the Chimera, shrouded in the fog. As she moves, it strikes her once more. Energy driving her frame was built on the efforts of countless people. Vera, Liv, Nanami, Bianca, even Lamia, Luna. A shriek. Another vagabond shoots out a rift, skimming past her left arm and leaving behind a new gash. 197th wound. Right. We clawed our way out of hopeless desperation, too, finding tooth and nail just for a chance. A vagabond charges with a howl. Lucia is quicker. She impales in one thrust and casts the corpse away. By now, her composure has turned chillingly steady. Yet the assault still carves new wounds into her frame. 198th. We have to end this now. No more dragging. Neither of us can outlast the fog. Battered and broken, Alpha charges forward with the human's equally shattered body. What's my cat doing? Sorry. Spinning towards a sparse patch of vagabonds to find one to reprieve. Lucia's gaze looks into Alpha's silver hair. At some point, the tips have taken on a crimson-black hue. The exact same shade as her own. We're the same. You do the same thing in my place. Alpha doesn't look back. She just leaves her with a single line. Remember this. The one left behind suffers more than the one who falls. Alpha's clearly seen through her thought. Let me be selfish this once. She shines her grip on her blade. Her gaze finds the human's hand, and for a fleeting moment it's as if she's holding it gently in hers. It's my call now. Everything humanity's built during the Reconquista age has been handed to me. Time to use it. Lucia breaks into a sprint, charging straight towards the Chimera, cutting down every vagabond that stands in her way. And the thrusters mounted on her frame erupt with fire. She soars alone into the vast void. Alpha doesn't stop. She can feel the life ebbing from the body in her arms, yet she keeps running, searching for somewhere safe. She won't stop, because she knows she has become the Guardian now, The one left behind to carry on. Chimera too seems to grasp the unspoken understanding shared by the two Lucias. It takes a hand forward and a wave of vagabonds surges toward Lucia, clawing and tearing in a frenzy to stop her. Her 199th wound, her 200th wound. Lucia raises her blade again, and for the last time. The fog is where the vagabonds roam free. We'll never be able to defeat them here. In that dream of mine, this frame's Omega Core kept me going for many, many years. But this time is different. I'm not fighting this alone. I know you can last forever the way I can. The fog's eating away everyone, bit by bit. She too once had a dream much like Alpha's. The loneliness from it still haunts her. It's alright. It's alright, I can get through this. Someone's gonna get me through this. Man, I miss you. I miss you so much. She fears becoming that Lucia wandering in the fog. The one who kept whispering, it's alright to herself. She fears becoming that Lucia who repeated endlessly how much she missed Commandant, how desperately she wanted to see Commandant again. Every minute she stood guard at Commandant's side, she's been silently turning over that Lucia's anguish, relieving that terror that consumed her. Everyone's gone and I'm the only one left standing, then what was any of it for? She can't go through that again. I'll buy everyone the time they need. Well, I still can. She meets Chimera's attack head on, racing along his arm, drawing closer and closer to its face. She reaches the Chimera's forehead. I have to become you. At last, she raises her gaze and looks back. She never dared to voice this before, afraid of worrying everyone. But now, as if truly submerged in that dream, she finally speaks through the heavy burden she's carried all along. I'm so afraid of how much I will miss you. No! Lucia stops where Chimera raises her pyro katana high, aiming the blade at her own chest where the Omega Core glows with gentle warmth. She will no longer be the flame standing vigil through the endless night. Instead, she will ignite herself first, become a beacon that lights the way home for those who follow. The pyro katana pierces the core. Radiant flames erupt, flooding the grey expanse of the only core it's ever known. The flames wash over every vagabond, tenderly soothing them, raising their attacks mid-motion. The flames sweep through the fog, forcing back every last vagabond. Even the FOS starship is shoved backward by the sheer force of the energy unleashed. Only one figure remains. Alpha lowers her gaze to the human in her arms. Her breath is so faint she cannot bring herself to check if it still comes. So it seems her wish has been granted. She's the last one left alive. She watches as the flame sweeps across everything in the fog, finally enveloping the Chimera itself. The agonized behemoth rises in the fire. Lucia's flame sears into its body, burning one blackened hollow after another. Both Dior and Joanne have lost all control over this body. They're nothing more than puppets now, dancing on desperate despair strings. But other will, more precisely another data, forces its way into the fused creature through the scorched wounds, locking it in place. After a few seconds, the Chimera's shell stirs. The crown seems locked in a fierce tug-of-war with Lucia's consciousness, and the creature begins thrashing violently. Until a hand rips the skin from its face, and from the hollow cavity beneath comes a voice. Gentle and achingly familiar. Now. I'll finish this. Last one standing takes it all. Alpha lunges forward at breakneck speed. With a shrieking roar, her katana shears through the two of the Chimera's arms. A few years back, we were at each other's throats. Just like this. Alpha's mind drifts to her first encounter with Lucio among the ruins. From that very day, the two of them have always chosen this path. I look forward to your choice after learning the truth. Truth. And again. Chimera stops tearing open rifts. The vagabonds dwindle, cut down one by one. Alpha hacks and slashes the Chimera. When it lifts an arm to fend her off, she hacks her free. When its tail comes thrashing, she drives through it and nails it still. We make different choices. We walk different paths, but still end up at the same place. Finally, as the Chimera lets out a piercing shriek, Alpha drives her blade clean through, pinning the creature to the cold, lifeless hull of the FOS starship. Is it over? Is this the end, or the starting point I always circle back to? Can all of you still give me an answer? Alpha zaggers to her feet and raises her blade once more. The Chimera trembles as it extends its last two remaining arms. The crown. Take it. A crown carrying every happiness for you. The last one left to bear all the pain, truly still be called happy? Now, there's no time to dwell on such questions. She watches as the Chimera's two arms arc through the air and plunge viciously into its own colossal frame. It churns through flesh and sinew, rips free of formless mass, and lifts toward Alpha like an offering. Put in that will of happiness. Happiness, Lucia. Lucia, for this debate, alright? I promise you will succeed this time. We'll put an end to this crisis. The look in her eyes is making me tear up, man. I can't. We'll put an end to this crisis. We'll be there for you as you grow up. We'll make sure you have a happy life. Have you lived a life full of happiness, Lucia? I had no idea about tonight. It's just alumni catching over dinner, right? Lucia, Abby, I wish you... Chan doesn't finish. I held on as long as I could, but the moment I found you, the fog and the crown devoured my mind. All I wanted was to pass through the crown's power to you, because you're the only one who can wear it. But I lost myself and only hurt you more. I'm sorry. I know I really don't have the right to say this anymore, but... It's the only chance I could give you. Don't waste it. Don't let everything be lost. The fog of her alpha spins to shift and flow, painting scenes from her past across her vision. As if countless figures stand before her, hands stained with blood, bodies broken, and gently place a crown upon her head. This is born a queen, broken and utterly spent. Go. Get everyone home, back to a world of happiness. Ishmael! Was that Ishmael? Hang on a second, I'm gonna... Hang on. A brief break from the despair and the feeling almost started crying again. To, Skip, look, what's this? Damn it. It was worth a try? It was worth a try. It was! Man, the look in Alpha's eyes destroyed me, man. Okay, right. We're almost there. 4 more to go. Wait, no, not 4 more to go. 6 more to go. Oh god, okay.
A doctor and a deaf man loved. The same day the doctor would give the woman a rose, and every day the deaf man would give the woman an apple.
Wait. Thank you for 10 games, which I really appreciate. Thank you. Wait, wait.
The woman
hang on.
got confused and one day asked the deaf man, "There's a reason for why the doctor gives me a rose, but why do you give me an apple?" The deaf man replied, "What?"
Oh. Thank you so much. Cosplay her, really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that was a good one. Okay. I wasn't expecting that to be the ending. You got me. That's a good change of pace from crying at the end of last note. Thank you. It's always difficult to be born. You know the bird did not find it easy to struggle out of the egg. Think back and ask yourself, was the way so hard then? Wasn't it beautiful too? Could you have wished a more beautiful or easier path? It was hard, I said, as if I were asleep. It was hard until a dream came. Yes, you must find your dream then. The way becomes easy. But no dream lasts. Each dream releases a new one. And you should not wish to cling fast to any particular one. Well, a dream is your fate, and as long as you remain faithful to it, she confirms in serious tones. Your fate loves you indeed. One day it will be wholly yours as you dream it will be if you remain constant to it. Fitted by the Vanguard team. No, by the Fallen. Alpha put on the crown that had always been hers. If life is a journey to find oneself, then hers is a story of searching for where fate begins. The crown is dripping life. Putrid flesh and greasy fat, from the Follow-Deuce onto her scalp. Streams of blood and vital fluid, thinner in viscosity, slide down her face. spilling through her eye sockets, following the curve of her cheekbones. It all collects at her chin into one rotten tear. The new queen is crying. She lifts her hand and roughly wipes her chin, spearing away the blood-flecked, putrid tears. She then rises. The vagabonds grovel at her feet, clawing gnashes across her legs, and she lets them. Her body feels so heavy. Perhaps realizing she could not escape the fate of carrying the fallen, the new queen feels the weight crushing down upon her. Even so, she must act. She must push those who can still be saved toward the light. She reaches into the fog and a thought surfaces in her mind. I can finally read this fog. I should ask first. Will the universe show me the answer? Seething with hatred, she threatens the universe and asks her first question since being crowned. Crown. The Sephiroth, what are they? How do I bring them all back to a world of happiness? Her voice blankets the fog. It's a command. The new queen will not allow any disobedience. The fog turns an answer. Fully parsed, information becomes something reachable, legible, even pliable. This is the power of the crown. She extends a finger like the chimera tears a rift through the fog. A vagabond tumbles out, thrashing, bewildered. She crooks her knuckle. The vagabond claws desperately at her finger, drawing thin lines of blood, but she flicks it back anyway. Return. You know have the answers I seek. I need something more comprehensible. Ideally a person who can offer a proper explanation. She surveys every soul that has ever lived, searching the pristine white void for a fitting interpreter. At last she points to one. A skeleton, to be precise. Cassandra! The construct's bionic skin is scorched black, her metal limbs torn clean away. Evil construct who died guarding FOS. Now Alpha's command, the remains pull themselves together in the fog, reforming into human shape, resuming the flamboyant, prideful posture she once had. Huh? Me? Darling, I was just dead weight in the Vanguard team. What could I possibly know? Sandra is soaring radiant again, is fiddling with a lotus flower in her left hand. Busy with who knows what, while her right hand is dramatically towards her own face. The perspective snaps close. Alpha settled beside her, knees drawn up. Before this rather unreliable ground-up, Alpha finds strangely a certain peace. Because you're someone I'm more familiar with. In at least 2 worlds, you lent me a hand. At least 2? Oh, I remember now. A little restless, Cassandra rubs her eyes. There was a world where a punishing corrupted steel giant ripped them clean off. The memory of that pain still haunts her. She can't but fidget. So besides playing your college trustee in one world, we also crossed paths in some monastery in another, didn't we? And you can dig up even a passing encounter from that memory of yours. Here, I thought I kept my little gig at FOS's trustee nicely under wraps. Back in the monastery, I spent my days perfecting the art of flower arrangement, while the other constructs got run ragged by the old abbots. They train themselves half to death and still keep going, the absolute fools. And you were the worst of them, swinging that blade around day in, day out. Every time I take a stroll at the back mountain, then you'd be passed out cold on the ground. Gave me a heart attack every single time, really put a damper on my peaceful retreat, I'll have you know. Back then, I thought all that hard work meant you'd outrun your fate. But in the end, here I am helping you out anyway. Alpha sinks her blade into the floral foam meant for the flower arrangement. Can you skip the long-winded speech this time? Cassandra scratches her head. Alright. I'll use the monastery as an example, something we both know. To keep it sound mild. Cassandra places the lotus, as garnishes the woman herself, into the floral foam, right beside Alpha's katana. The moment the stem settles, countless luminous veins unfurl from the heart of the foam, reaching outward in every direction. White fog still drifts around them, but within its shroud, the monastery of purity has already manifested. A small world unto itself. Cassandra points to the center of the branching veins beneath them. Let's start here. Think of what we're sitting as the roots of a tree. Now look up and ahead. Alpha gazes ahead. The luminous veins are traced out a shape. Branches spreading wide. Fruit suspended from every limb. Across the surface of each fruit, faint silhouettes flicker. This is the ultimate form of civilization evolution. Or at least the ultimate form among all existing civilizations. Branches and fruit, paths and Sephiroth, so doesn't track. Good grief, you really are clueless, aren't you? How did it end up being you of all people? Are you seriously just some ordinary kid? Forget it. Just walk forward and see for yourself. I'll make a lot more sense than sitting here staring at the roots. Cassandra nudges Alpha towards her feet. To her feet. Alpha steadies herself, then ventures a single step forward. The blade. You won't need it to cut your way through this journey of happiness. We'll keep it safe for you for now. Don't be afraid. We're all here. Alpha's foot comes to rest upon one of the veins. Light travels up the length of her spine, and the world before her shifts in answer. We'll show you the system through things that make you feel happy. It's the simplest way, and one you're most likely to understand. Keep walking. Go to the end, and back to the beginning. Then you'll understand. This is... Before her, a ruined stairwell. By the look of it, this research facility has lain abandoned for a long while. From somewhere on the floor nearby, Alpha catches a low hissing. Not a human or the guttural muttering of something else entirely. Chaos contamination. Why this world? And why after everyone had already set out? Because you need to ask yourself what you wanted back then, at the very beginning. Alpha frowns. She raises a hand and presses down on the door handle that leads out the stairwell. Don't open it. It's baby Lucia. A sound drifts through the door from behind the door. Faint as a kitten's mew. When she pushes the door, pushes back, just barely. It's gonna be okay, I'm not scared. I'm brave. Nothing can scare the brave little hero Alpha. Behind the door is a child, throwing what meager happiness she can from delusion and self-encouragement. Alpha lets her hand fall from the handle. She looks around the stairwell again. Descends 2 floors, and at the base of a low wall discards traces of the little hero being driven back step by step, struggling to survive. Dark red pen marks. I miss mom and dad and my little sister again. I'm gonna start crying again, man! I miss Froggy. She climbs back up, step by step. I'm not too thirsty, but so hungry. One more floor up. Was it Miss Leora? Leora spelled wrong. Her hand moves on its own, reaching out to trace the misspelled word. The strokes peel away their touch, dipping her fingers. She holds his mistaken name in her hand, gazes at it for a long moment, then presses it into her chest. She climbs on, gathering up every word, each one small and sad and full of regret as she goes. The monsters infected by chaos contamination had spread upward from the building's lowest depths. The little hero had retreated floor by floor, until only the top remained. By the time she collects the last one, she's back at the door. A thin, exhausted sigh of the little hero slips through from inside. The monsters found me after all, didn't they? No, I found you first. Alpha gives the door a few soft knocks, as if tender as a mother's hand, every morning rousing her from sleep. Who's there? I'm an important person. I just want to ask you something. What do you want? You can see what I want. You already took them all away from me. The voice is that of a child, yet it speaks with startling clarity. I want mom and dad back. I want my little sister. I want Leora and everyone else. I want Froggy. They're where I belong. Without them, I don't have a home anymore. Voice landing against Alpha's ears like a knocking. Aren't you the same as me? Lucy's happiness is in protecting where she belongs. You forgot that. Or have you lost that desire? I've been fighting fate for so long. I think I really have lost all of that. And there's still a chance. A click sounds from behind the sealed emergency door. It opens of its own accord, just a crack. A timid voice slips through. The black-haired girl is speaking, asking the unimportant person. Can you help me find those monsters? I need someone to clear the way so I can set out. I'm Hero Alpha. I've got Froggy, I've got the blade a grown-up gave me. I'm going to complete the mission. How? You're just a little kid. I have to find the crown, Sephira, and pass it to the next world. The child clutches the blade, murmuring. Finish what the grown-ups couldn't. Find the people I love. Go to another world. Be born as mom's child again. Eat breakfast and dinner with mom and dad every day. Learn everything I want. I'll tell them I want a Froggy plush, and that I want a little sister. And then... As the crack in the door widens, her gaze hardens into resolve. Her voice gathers strength till it rings with conviction. I'll learn everything. Explore endless possibilities and finally become a warrior like Leora and others. I'll love everyone who loves me. I'll be brave and give what I have. With these final words, she lifts her blade. This is the story I started. I'm the starting point. Alpha meets those glistening eyes and holds them. A long silence passes before she offers a quiet, knowing smile. So this is the happiness you have been chasing since the beginning of Fate. Yes. Lucia nods firmly. Alpha nods firmly. Alright. I'll clear out the chaos contaminants for you and remove whatever stands in your way. Alpha bends down and opens the door for Arjun. But this world is falling apart as we speak. You need to run fast, Lucia. True to her word, Alpha cleanses the FOS research facility of every chaos contaminant that is gathered within. Then she watches as the original Lucia crawls out the door, gathers the crown into her arms, crosses through the fog, and readies herself to leap from the bridge across dreams. Just before the jump, Lucia turns to look back at her. Go on, brave Alpha. Lucia gathers all her gear into one arm, freeing the other. She then reaches out, stretching her hand toward Alpha. Huh? The fog rolls in, coiling through Lucia's hair, eating away at its color until it bleaches white. She's becoming the Alpha from the Over story now. The little hero who lights up the universe. The bold, fearless self she only ever imagined. Come, I don't leave you behind, unimportant person. I want you to come with me. I had no reason to accept your invitation. Probably wander beyond the worlds. Because you look so lonely, so lost. Come with me. Feel what happiness actually is. You can't figure out what you're supposed to unless you lived it yourself. She seizes Alpha by the wrist. With all her strength. Wow, she's told. Sorry. Alpha's her a smile. Your true self has always been with you. Lucia's found where fate begins. At last she becomes one with herself. From there plunges into the cycle of every world. First she returns to her mother's room. She is born. She sees her small plump hands, the wind's chimes tinkling above her cradle, and the foggy plush nestled beside her pillow as she hears her parents' laughter drifting through the room. Slowly she feels herself beginning to grasp what Cassandra meant by the happiness one dreams of. But wait. Who's Cassandra? Her feet carry her onward without thought, away from the tree's roots, one step then another, from kingdom to foundation, onward through mercy, through beauty. She forgets she's still walking the tree of fate. Her attention narrows to the present moment. See how much her mother's tender smile matters now. Such happiness to have a sibling, to have a family. TCC. Sis. I listened for Lucia. That sounds wonderful. Such happiness to get into the academy of her dreams. At the launch site of Dawn 3, Lucia swept into the noisy, restless current of youth. Adelaide, Cadet Designation 004. As your peer, it's my responsibility to upload the reputation and good order of our college. 004? Wow, 4th place and you're already putting yourself home monitor. I'm so sorry. I was rushing and wasn't looking where I was going. Oh god, hiccup made sense. Oh. Are you okay? My name is Lucia. Your friends came flying at my shoulder. Such happiness to honor and protect the ideals of those she holds dear. So we lunar baby Alpha, that's baby Alpha. On a peaceful afternoon, just as FOS graduation ceremony ends, she receives a phone call from Luna. Rock band? With her little sister, sometimes things happen. The kind of moments that leave her caught between a sigh and a laugh. Yeah, we were gonna tag the alleyways with the band's name before the concert. Killer publicity, right? And then Mom said the police want a family member to come sign for you right now. Mom's at it again. We're not in Dad's precinct though, so he doesn't know yet, right? I'm close by, I'll head over. But first, who's in this little crew of yours? Did they round up everyone? Yeah, me, Roland, Lamia, plus 2 others who tagged along, last minute, but I'm betting that they bail after today. So sis, our concert needs a new bassist. Like, urgently. You want me in? Yeah! You've got 3 months before you ship out to the front lines. You're not seriously gonna sit around bass the whole time, are you? With that friend of yours? Luna drags out the word on purpose. Alright, Luna, I'll do it. But you absolutely cannot tell Dad, not a word. And also, at the thought of that person, a smile rises from deep within Lucia. I haven't had the chance to tell you that. Evie's decided to join command. We'll keep fighting side by side from now on. There's happiness to fight for the preservation of every happiness this world holds. Lucia becomes a warrior. With her gun, she shatters the kneecaps of terrorists. With both hands, she cradles the flowers the child has offered her. Every now and then, she steals back to base, and within the narrow confines of a soldier's living space, conjures the grandest surprise she can muster. She celebrates several more birthdays among those she loves. More and more companions gather around her. The bonds between them, fine as silk threads, crisscross her life and tether her gently to this world, spinning a wide web of happiness. A river of joyful days and nights races past until it settles into one full, mellow afternoon. I feel like I have everything I could ever want. She lies upon the bed, her eyes gently shut, and speaks to the one beside her. Why is the bottom one blue? It's exactly what we hoped for. I'm so happy I could cry. Then cry. Always be here to wipe your tears away. But the one beside her pauses upon the sudden turn in her words. I've looked down at the web so many times. All those veins. There's always one small space that seems empty. A strand of silver thread torn apart. Something lost in the fog. A person at her side presses her hand gently, still full of tenderness. You're still set on finding what's missing? I think so. I've already seen it all. Complete happiness start to finish, from a higher position. I found where my fate began, and I've remembered the reason I chose to set out in the first place. That's why I believe that somewhere in a world that truly exists, there should be a Lucia like that. Even if her life had setbacks and suffering and pain, she could still reach the end and stay without regret. Throughout my life, I've had complete happiness. My dear Abby, will you do this with me? It means this higher version of me has to bear all the suffering. Even if we have to watch me stay trapped in the fog forever. Will you join me in giving this real happiness to the one and only Lucia out there? Will you help me? Will you help me? Will you help? Will you help me make it happen? And leave Anna Lucia is completely happy. Beside her answers firm and unwavering in every word. I will, and I'll stay beside your side even as you suffer. Death throws her back into the void, and she goes out with reluctance. Alpha opens her eyes. She finds herself standing atop the fruit of her crown. Cassandra's gone. The tiny room is gone. All that remains is the fog, and a trail of fresh hoofprints. Alpha follows one step at a time until she finds the little lamb waiting beneath the tree. Soft, spotless, and fragile, the lamb gazes at her. She knows what it was. Evie, Chimera, the scapegoat, every soul that was lost. Let's begin. Alpha and the lamb wait together beneath the tree, faithful to their promise, watching for the black-haired Lucia to be born in one of the worlds. An elastical figure takes shape among the branches. She bears no wounds, no scars, the most complete version of herself. There she is. The one void I need to fill. The one Lucia across all universes who still hasn't found happiness. The Omega core in Lucia's chest still lies dim. The power she unleashed in the fog has drained the last of her life away. Alpha gently smooths the hair back from Lucia's brow, revealing a forehead clean and unmarred. And the crown can fix that. Alpha draws close to Lucia until the tips of their noses touch, and their foreheads press gently together. Mom used to do this. I picked it up from her. Alpha begins to channel the crown's powers, and a soft radiance ignites within her left eye. This power was always ours. Alpha starts to make her choices. What if Lucia never lost Luna? Why does she never went with Nicola? She grow up healthy and strong, full of hope, become a fine soldier, find someone to love. Maybe she'd make it to a command position. Never turned into a construct. Never joined the original Garuan. Never betrayed by Ravenge. Never learned to hate. Never had her mind fractured. Never used a test subject. Alpha releases a long, slow breath. There'll be no Lucia of Grey Raven. The universe follows the law of conservation. One thing dies, another is born. Same principle. If I choose a different path, Lucia of Grey Raven will not exist. No matter what, I want at least one version of me to be happy. Even if there's only one world left. Even if everything else stops existing. Even if I lose the family from those dreams. Even if I lose the one I could have spent my life with. Even if I become unable to protect the people I love. Unable to fight for the happiness. Left adrift, questioning, struggling without end. Alpha thinks back to that lost self of hers. Sinking in a crimson abyss. Locked away in the prison of fate. Even so, I still want to do it. I see we're doing the Lucia name. Anyway. You come so far, climb so high. Search through all those similar dreams over and over. Isn't this what you've been seeking all along? And you risk everything to give me the crown for this very reason. For the first time, Alpha nuzzles close, forehead brushed against the forehead. As though relieving the warm and happy past the crown had shown her. This past she's slowly, quietly choosing to let go. What if I take all the negativity in this universe? Malice, misery, suffering, and convert it all into myself? And you'd be wrapped in nothing but happiness, right? Alpha murmurs. And that's what I'll do. Let me walk the cursed path. I'll see it through. Tiny motes of light travel along the tree's branching veins, rising from Lucia's still limbs together at her heart as her eye remains shut. With every fragment restored, the branch that belongs to Alpha, the past she has chosen to forsake, but there's a little more. You're the one who gives it this so gladly. As though sacrifice itself were sweet. Because she knows the tragedy is at last being undone. We'll go back soon. Back to the fog to base Khmer again. You won't have to detonate your Omega Core to save everyone this time. Don't forget your own words. We're the same. You did the same thing in my place. Alpha's gaze now sweeps across past, present, and future alike, reaching even into other world lines. It is granted her the greatest of all privileges, the right to choose. Lucy's lashes tremble, a faint sign of protest against such an imperious choice. Don't worry. Don't be sad. We may be drifting apart now, but I believe the world is round. And so is fate. One day, beyond all the paths that pulled us apart, we will find our way back together. I want to see how this ends now. Roll made it here. A reeks of death, yet without death, nothing new can be reborn. Nothing new can be born. What else? Who else? Having mended the one Lucia destined for happiness, Alpha raises her eyes once more to the phyllo tree, a lamb beside her. Her left eye is contracted into a ring, golden crimson encircling black, a black hole poised to consume all. Now I see what their eyes are different for. She understands now this miracle is the answer that she's been seeking. The answer about left eye, but her original self. Whose misery can I take on next? Several scarred hands reach out from beneath the tree, pleading for help. They're pushing her away all the same. Alpha takes every last one of them. Don't be afraid. I'll take it all. She will set everything right and bear every last shred of suffering and misery. She cuts through the fog, arriving at the moment each person faces an impossible choice. The first, naturally, is Luna, the one she can never let go. An unnamable tunnel paved with stars. Her girl chews on creeping unease. She tastes over and over the despair of fruitless effort. She treads over and over a road paved with hatred, pouring everything she has into something for this world. No one stands beside her, and in the end she achieves nothing. Until exhaustion overtakes her and she drifts back without thinking to the evening of January 5th, 2061. 16 days of the punishing virus outbreak. Wandering streets not yet touched, yet not yet fallen. She dials home, pressing the receiver tight against her ear. Desperate to catch every syllable while her mother speaks. They barely exchange a few words before the bird happiness is about to expire. Good night. Get some rest. Her mother speaks a few soft, caring words to the stranger on the line, then ends Luna's call. She sets down the receiver and closes her eyes, holding the sorrow in. I should go. Everything around her begins to dissolve. But the payphone erupts with a piercing ring, chime after chime, calling out to Luna lost in sorrow. Even as her body dissolves, dragged backward by the pull of the universe, Luna strains to reach out and grasp the receiver. She picks up as if in desperate prayer. Hello? Hello? The person on the other end simply draws a breath, just like any human would. And before she can even speak, Luna knows exactly who it is. Sis. She never means to cry at all. But the moment she hears her sister's voice, a sob escapes before she can stop it. Her regret, hurt, and grief flood the cramped phone and booth all at once. It's okay, Luna. I'm right here. Alpha's voice felt like a soft hand running down Luna's back. One soothing stroke, then another. Do you remember a long time ago when we went geese hunting together? I do. Think back. What did I tell you then? You said if we wanted to survive, we'd have to give up something else. And it was the law of conservation. That's right. I'm glad you remembered it all. I'm glad you remembered it all. Through this slight distortion of the line, Alpha's voice sounds lighter than it ever has before. Happiness and misery rest on the same scale. There must be a balance. I'm going to be the other side of that scale now. I'll hold the line there, so the rest of you can keep moving forward. No! Are you gonna hang up too? I won't, but you need to be the one who hangs up and keeps going. I need you to remember this. Soon in the future, I'm gonna contain the fog and use my power to disrupt the Ascension Network. It might not be too long before that day comes. You know when it does. What you do then is entirely up to you. You don't take the Ascension Network for yourself, I'll be there for you. I want you to believe. On the other end, Alpha presses herself closer to the receiver too. Everything that has happened in this phone booth is real. And that I'm where you belong. Anyone in this world might stop answering your calls, but I will always be there to catch you. Whenever you need me, just call. I'll always answer. Did you get all that, Luna? I'll remember this, I promise. Something clicks for Luna. Slowly, deliberately, she sets the receiver back in place and ends the call herself. She knows that she will never need to cry again. On the other end, Alpha listens to the hollow dial tone and allows herself a faint relieved smile. Beneath the tree. With one precious weight settled back into her heart, she can finally move forward. Untroubled by the ever I can speak English, what do you mean? By the ever heavier burden on her shoulders. She simply parts the fog before her, intent on reaching the next lost soul in an arduous journey. But then she spots something unexpected bigger. A man, somehow familiar. Hi there. Instantly she remembers the dandelion seeds he once gave her. Yes, she also remembers that down another path, countless miseries were his doing. A complicated man nearing his end. After a moment's notice, she steps into Vonnegut's pain, all the same. The house exudes a vintage charm, with daily necessities scattered about. A thin layer of dust blankets the corners, contrasting with a pristine gleam of frequently visited faces. Lucia. The man on the sofa does not put down what he's holding. He just glances up idly as if he's not at all surprised. Alpha notices. The moment he sees her, something flickers, almost imperceptibly in the corner of Vonnegut's eyes. Was that anyone in your mind calling out to me? Perhaps. I often can't tell who I am anymore. This is what you were aiming for back then. All I ever wanted was death. Who was the last person here talking to you before me? There was no last, only final. The final person speaking to me here will be the Raven companion who wakes up on the bed behind you 7 days from now. Vonnegut stresses the word final with unmistakable weight. Alpha catches it at once. She stops indulging a dying man in pleasantries and turns to look toward the bed. On the bed lies a human, unconscious from injury. It's an open wound across the abdomen, raw and gruesome to behold. She frowns, then turns and seats herself on the soft edge of the bed with the lightest, slowest of movements. I see you've learned to anchor yourself in time and space to this human's condition. What are you trying to say? As it happens, so have I. Easy now, don't go putting blames on me just yet. You're right before I could even start treating the wounds. I'll handle it. She picks up the first aid supplies, and a wave of familiarity washes over her. Back at the FOS college, Evie had once stitched her wounds with the same careful hands. That was how she learned. She searches the human's wounds with meticulous care, treating every injury until all is set right. And Vonnegut waits in silence throughout. Click. Only when Alpha finishes tending the human's wounds and sets the needle and thread back into the medical kit with a soft click, does the silence break. What is the current situation on your end? The Hedera Tower has been destroyed, but no more clear exits leading to any specific point in time. You, Lucia, remain inside, guarding the key that has absorbed the tower's core, but the fog is already spreading. The merciful one has noticed our situation, but she is not of our civilization. I cannot say for certain whether she will lend her aid. Sorry, I'm stretching. As if something had crossed his mind, Vonnegut pauses mid-sentence, adjusts his wording, and his gaze softens a little. It seems she must have lent her aid already. Vonnegut has already clearly seen through the change in Lucia standing before him. Yes. I'm grateful to her, and I'll be seeing her soon. Before the day comes when I must face what lies beyond the gate, I still need to recover. I see. Congratulations, Lucia. I'm not going to waste time asking whether that was Nemo or Trout talking. I only want to know one thing. Which Lucia are you congratulating? Alpha gazes at Vonnegut in silence. This time he pauses for a full 30 seconds of thought before breaking the silence. I know there shouldn't be one, Lucia. Nemo told me many things, but when it came to you, he'd never speak plainly. Perhaps because you're part of his regrets as well. He wanted to bury you in that world he never returned to. He observed the two Lucias in this world carefully, but neither of them seemed to be you. I tested you myself too when we met back in the greenhouse, where the red tide was being bred. Back then, fate clearly hadn't caught up with you yet. You hadn't returned to the same starting point. I suspected something had happened to you, but it didn't matter. My time was running short. I had matters concerning the Hetero Tower to attend to. I needed to go back. Yes, you're obsessed with going back. Even knowing the Hetero Tower would vanish and never descend again, you'd still try to activate 0-point Reactor 1, searching for a starting point over and over. How could I not be? I could only rely on my own judgment. No one else saw things from where I stood. And of course, your perspective surpasses mine now. The worried man seemed to want to close his eyes. There's no need for him to keep watching over everything anymore. I'm sorry, Lucia. We always saw you as Alpha's child instead of the hero known as Alpha. Even though all we wanted was to keep you safe. It should never have been your burden to bear. Yet here you are, bearing it all the same. You've done better than any of us ever could. Regret is pressed down behind his eyes. Alas, Vonnegut can meet Alpha's gaze with something like calm. Too many people deserve your apologies and amends. Your regrets just keep piling up. People seem unable to find a way to forgive Vonnegut. He's a man who deserves to die in every sense of the word. Yeah, but he's cool though. Settling his fate is not within Alpha's authority. All that comes of him, it seems, is a freedom left to Vonnegut alone. Alpha turns away from him and gently presses the palm of the human lying on the bed. It's a familiar gesture between them, and it works. The pain furrow on the sleeper's brow softens ever so slightly. Only then does Alpha's heart feel the faintest bit lighter. I'm taking this one with me. Suit yourself. But this layer must remain intact. If it doesn't, a top layer world you choose to preserve will feel the impact. Changes beyond anyone's control. I need to wait for 10 days before I can make my move. But taking this vein of fate, it may well be my last mission. If you would, take my cat with you as well. Vonnegut nudges the big orange bowl out of the corner with his foot. You already have a white cat and a grey one. Another well-raised, gentle-tempered. Hopefully you won't mind mine too much. I'm gonna pet my cat right now. Oh, he's sleeping. Hello. What about you, Vonnegut? Where should you go? Oh, I missed her. Hang on. Where do you want to go? I was still calling him Nemo. Have you ever thought about giving up that power? Cutting away all that noise in your mind and just becoming one person? Or one construct? Even if she has given up on taking Vonnegut's pain as her own, Alpha still points him towards a way home. Vonnegut lets out a soft sigh, his gaze resting gently on Alpha and on the human lying in the bed behind her. For just a moment, Alpha believes she sees him hesitate. But still, he says, all I have left is my life. It's the last thing I can freely choose for myself. Once I've spent it all, you can pass judgment however you want. That's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. How the victim of the suicide epidemic will exercise his freedom remains unknown. But Alpha can see it, the vein of the phyllo tree growing clearer by the moment. Someone has indeed begun to help, trying to hold it all together. With their aid, Alpha continues to gather each set of misery, untangling and setting them right. Only when the hands of the dead fade one by one, releasing her shoulders in peace, does she finally stop turning through the fog and pause to catch her breath. She looks up and sees branches thick with leaves, flourishing overhead. She looks down and sees the lamb still nestled in her arms, having never strayed. How long has it been? I have no clue. Past the passing of many lifetimes, I've seen the verse's full arc, from birth to final silence. Either way, a long time. Are you satisfied? Taking all this misery, offering yourself up as a sacrifice. Did you find a hint of satisfaction? Maybe, but that doesn't matter anymore. She blinks. Her breath passes like a fleeting moment. The emotions of the world seem to have lost their hold on her entirely. The lamb watches her. Its thoughts unreadable. Perhaps emotion was the price she paid. Setting aside what doesn't matter, I've learned more. She strokes the lamb, slowly coming to realize that the nature of the value tree is the mind itself. This is the true path that humanity, having spent every resource it possessed, managed to find. But now under the crown's protection, it flourishes evermore. She has undergone a complete metamorphosis beneath the tree. Not merely her eyes, but every particle of her being has become something that no longer exists in this universe. Alpha gathers her lamb into her arms, resting her cheek against its soft fur. She tells the lamb that she first grasped mercy, a foundational principle that every human must understand upon reaching enlightenment. So mercy is the blueprint. Every branch and every fruit of the tree grew from mercy. Her eyes hold the image of the woman with pink hair. I should go find her next. No, actually, she's already waiting for me. What about the other fruits? The lamb nuzzles against her. The others? She reaches out, brushing her fingers across all the other fruits. The fruits are at their core the most concentrated form of human civilization information. By consuming the ripened fruits, we can use that concentrated information to resist the universe's filtering. Why? A civilization's tiers is determined by its information entropy. Pack enough information together and it can't be filtered out or easily absorbed. Say you sit down for breakfast and all that's on the table is half a glass of milk. You'd call it a pretty sorry meal. But if the entire ocean was sitting on that table, you'd say, I couldn't possibly drink all that. Correct. Between my stabilization and everyone else's efforts, things are looking up. The fruits that we need to resist the filtering are starting to take shape. Look, Mercy, Foundation, Kingdom, Understanding, Beauty. So many of them slowly ripening. What makes them ripen? The leaves. We're working hard. She gestures towards the leaves dotted across the tree. Some vivid green, some brownish yellow, and some darkened to near black. Babylonia's fallow tree of Ushio, the spectre famed data hidden in Elysium. Even though it's false, the Arctic Union's amalgamation tech. Kartaki's seedling is its chronogene. Hasn't humanity always been walking on this vein? With enough leaves, they can pull in nutrients and feed the growing fruits. Is the Ascension Network part of the tree too? She gazes at the origin of the world, while the lamb's eyes stay fixed on her alone. The Ascension Network selects a powerful vessel to act in its stead. Absorbs all negativity to resist the universe's filtering. Like how Vonnegut embodies regret and Luna embodies hatred. Luna. The moment Luna's image flickers in her eyes. Oh, my cat wants to leave. Hang on, sorry. And away he goes. The moment Luna's image flickers in her eyes, she looks down, turning something over in her thoughts. But Luna carved out her own way. From inside all that hatred, she found a sliver of love and understanding. That's how she broke free from the Ascension Network's grip. So the Ascension Network was a mistake. She gives the lamb's ears a tender, indulgent pinch. Nothing on this tree is a mistake. Everything is its place. The Ascension Network is just the other side of a tree grown from the same seed. If you can climb it from the shadows into the light, that's not exactly a bad thing. You're from Babylonia. Your father Ushio wants to consume other positive fruits and use the positivity to resist the filtering. So of course you instinctively reject what the Ascension Network stands for. In the end, everyone's just trying to find a vein to reach the finish line. Nothing more complicated than that. She raises a single finger and points toward the mind dossier aboard Babylonia. I'll share my vision with humanity. Let them see the tree's veins more clearly. Is that cheating? I don't think so. She touches her lips softly to the tip of the lamb's nose. This is for you. A personal favor from me. She says nothing more. She rises and begins to consume more saffron, one bite at a time, one after another. At last she devours the crown as well, bite by bite. The peel, the flesh, the seeds, swallowing it all. Perhaps some creation myth penned by humanity speaks her fruits just like these. When she's done, Alpha wipes her mouth with the back of her hand, shaded revealing humanity's most primal form. There. I've understood this tree completely. She stands, extends her hand, and opens the gate that has long been waiting quietly at the tree's roots. The time has come. Alright then, let's see what's behind this gate. If you really can bridge everything... The lamb suddenly asks a question. She watches the lamb ask its question. Yet her hands continue their work, still pushing the gate open. In somewhere out there, is there someone still waiting for you? Maybe, but all of that... The gateway lies open now. There's no endless sea beyond it, no universe of stars. Only the lamb waiting quietly on the other side. A sharp sting rises in Alpha's nose as though someone has gathered up every emotion she lost through countless cycles of life and convergence and placed them back into her chest. What is this? This is me. The one who became unimportant. There's a promise she forgot to keep, Alpha. The lamb turns its back and leaves. Alpha throws out her hand, but finds nothing. Not even the ghost of its wool beneath her fingertips. No, wait! All at once, panic and longing flutter anew. She steps through the open gate. Being behind the gateway, you may now begin to put forward your hypothesis. Do you see where your point of view has come to rest? Is it fixed on Alpha, swallowing will pain? Or Lucia, as the megacore shatters? On the FOS starship, where every last light of Vanguard team has been extinguished? Or is it settled perhaps on the human who already took the final breath in Alpha's arms? So I'm really dead then. Death no longer faces you. It is as though your own life has become the most disposable thing you possess, the cheapest currency, readily traded away with whatever it is you seek. The hero finds their raw primal joy in their own destruction. Fortunately, someone paid a far greater price, enough to return every point of view to you. Now then, put forward your hypothesis. Where will you set your point of view? Where does your life begin? Skip to the best part. You guys are at FOS Military Command College. After training your appointed as command at the Raven Squad, under your command there are 3 conscripts, Lucia, Liv, and Lee. When one person has spoken these words to you. You are our hope. Wait, what just flashed before me? Branches that are open to choice. Would you make a choice? The path as it stands now is the one decided by... The human heart is made of flesh. The place of such a hypothesis begins to ache. I want to go back. It's very important to me. There's someone I should be waiting for. It's a promise I should keep. So be it. Because you were the favored one. The clamor of young voices gathering rises around you. The first figure to submit to view is a girl with silver white hair. She catches another girl. So we're seeing this from our perspective now. Interesting. She catches another girl with her age with swift, sure hands, but her earphones slip free and clatter to the ground. The silver-haired girl watches her leave and touches her right ear. She hesitates for a beat and starts scanning her surroundings. Hey, excuse me? You dropped this. Your earphones. Thank you. Are you one of the first class too? Yeah. My name is Lucia. The world goes quiet for half a second, long enough for you to hear, with perfect clarity, the pounding of your own heart. Your eyes blink, drinking in every detail how Lucia looks now. Your mouth slowly opens at last, speaks those words to her. I know. Whoever laying eyes on that cadet's name tag. Before the capture the flag team exercise. Before the punishment of the 500 push-ups. Before the rotational training at the airborne command post. Before flying the aircraft past FOS. Before the birthday celebration on the grassy field at night. Before seeing Earth rise from the moon just for the two of you. Before all of it, before everything. Perhaps the only thing you could truly grasp was that first "I like you" spoken from behind Lucia's visor. But now what has become unmistakable is the line that followed. Where I belong too. The words are trapped behind the visor, heard by no one but yourself. Before avowment for Lucia was made ready, they're in the FOS auditorium. As Jan turns every gaze toward the corner, 2 figures rise as one as if on cue. Lucia, there's something I want to tell you. Alpha steps through the gateway. The imagined drop beneath her feet never comes. Instead, her foot meets solid ground and a wave of disorientation so violent it nearly tears consciousness from her grasp. She lifts her gaze. The magnificent dome of SOS College arches overhead. She then looks down. She's dressed in formal wear, the very outfit tailored for her graduation. She remembers too how she once took it out again deliberately for a moment of utmost importance. Tremor runs through her as if she needs to confirm something. Shaking hands, she gropes through her pockets until the fingers close around something smooth, round, born by her own heat. A ring. It's a crown as well, man. Round is a close circle. The final link in the loop. In an instant, she feels it. The heartbeat she once had as a human. Every feeling she's ever known surges back into this body. And yet she remembers with piercing clarity what a happy day this had been. And the day that demands the greatest courage to return to. Sound returns first. The irrepressible laughter and chatter of friends and alumni rush into the ears of the human named Lucia. Then sight. She scans the room, taking in face after face, flush bright with excitement, all of them achingly familiar. Ophelia, Adelaide, Cassandra, and Joanne, hands clamped over her mouth as if to hold back a scream. Everything seems to move in slow motion. The universe showed no mercy for that unfulfilled promise. Yet someone who cared enough pulled her back into this moment. From behind her comes the sound of steady footsteps. There's something I want to tell you. The ring pressed tight in her palm, she turns back slowly. So slowly, to look once more at the one standing before her. For her breath, she wants nothing more than to run away. But this choice is her last, and it matters most. She raises her gaze and looks at the person in the eye. You first. She stumbles over the familiar line, forcing them out. But the human before her stays silent and simply offers a smile. She freezes, because in the human's gaze she finds no trace of nervousness. No worry, no expectation. Those eyes still hold countless unspoken things, but all youthful emotions have faded. What remains is a quiet, knowing happiness. But it's no longer the same as back then. She doesn't even notice the tremor in her own voice. Of course it's not. Alpha. You know everything already. We all do. She looks around, swift and searching. Only then notices that every face carries something subtly different from before. They're all smiling too. Smiles of quiet release. Even Joanne meets her eyes, offering a small nod of understanding. Everyone, if you're gonna stand by your choice, you have to let this place go. I'm with you. Demon takes a half step forward, and it sets off a small stir among everyone watching. Oh, it's happening, it's happening! Who's going first with the ring? She draws her gaze back, no longer glancing around. There's no need for it anymore. The one before her begins to speak the words that were meant to be hers. And what happened on the moon? The lunar override? Not that. I know. She swallows down the tightness in her throat and goes on beneath the gaze of hundreds of watching eyes. You both remember. I should have the comments first, then I said something to you. Even now, I still... Her face flushes a faint pink. Probably just observation of the visor. I told you back then I'd only say it once. I lied. There were so many times I wanted to say it again. Lying awake at 3 in the morning in North Africa, I wanted to say it. Checking my gear before a mission, I wanted to say it. And when I saw those sunset photos you sent from the South Pacific, so terribly shot, honestly. But I still wanted to say it. She had something more. Riding back to the monastery when I found you on the road and pulled you onto my bike. At the coding shop during the festival, in the flea market in Constellia, picking out bed for the cat. Every single time I wanted to say it. Slowly she draws her hand out from behind her back. What a coincidence! Once again, she's the first to bring out the ring, and the human follows without hesitation. 2 hands rise to the same height, each holding a ring. They stand facing one another, eyes meeting through a veil of tears. Have you under the witness of FOS? She adds a witness to her vow, but this promise is one she will never take back. I will not spend my life with you. Around Kyo thunders, crack splits the air above. The dome fractures, and the last world begins its collapse. I will not stay by your side forever. Words of the vow are agony, splintering her more completely than the rupturing dome, and she barely stops herself from taking it all back. You are the one who matters most to me. You always have been. And she leaves no room for retreat. She says nothing more. I accept. Oh, Alpha! Still, the human is understanding and forgiving as always. And it gives her the courage to say what she needs to say last. Will you? Her skated slender glasses ends in fragments, each shot refracted in the glow above and carrying with it the image of 2 faces side by side. Not marry me forever? Alpha!
Sunlight through the trees, hear the bell ring. You called my name. I felt the spark, the first light in the dark. I found your eyes, and all the world stood still.
I don't know if I can make it through this without like I'm holding back tears. I don't know if I can make it through this without crying. It's so beautiful, man. It's so beautiful. I saw the photo on the desk.
I lied. After that, there were so many times I wanted to say it again.
I'm gonna cry, please don't.
In North Africa?
No!
Lying awake at 3 in the morning, I wanted to say it. Before every mission, checking my equipment, I wanted to say it. And when you sent me the photos, that South Pacific sunset, pretty terrible shot, honestly. But even then, I still wanted to say it. For all that has been, all that is, and all there is to come. Will you? Not marry me?
I'm holding myself together, just barely. Just barely. This is so beautifully done, man. It really is. Thanks, Joanne, for being supportive, man. You're a real one. Thank you.
Let the cursed path be mine to trek. Let the homeward path be mine to chart.
She's so beautiful, man. Oh, follow tree. Yay. I'm like, I was holding it back, man. I was really holding it back. But it's fine. It's fine. I didn't cry. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. No, me, no cry. I'm not crying. Yeah. Anyway. Oh my god, that was so beautiful, man. The broken path dissolves in an instant, now footprint is in every footprint across past, present, and future. It's like, cause I'm trying not to, because if I spent like the first hour of the stream trying to undo my congestion. If I start crying, when it's gonna get stopped again. Yeah, Phyllis Editorium, Phyllis Fate's design, vanishing into the fog. The fog rides and retreats, erasing every lingering trace until only a solitary figure stands. Alpha extends her hand, and the Zephyr's power obeys, drawing the fog inward. The drifting realm too finds where it belongs at last, within Alpha's mind. I made every choice I had to make. Alpha stands behind the gateway, murmuring to herself. The Sapphira, forged from pain and misery, can no longer exist as the crown. The Alpha's choices it now are forced into atheism. The mist of regret saturates her body. She who can bridge every consequence upon herself now tastes the pain, truly for the first time. The fog within her mind rises spectral jagged horns pierce through her forehead, reshaping the shifting hue. Shifting hue! Each second of fresh agony. Alpha tries to tear them away. Even shattered, they cling to her brow, refusing to go. These horns of misery now rooted forever in her face. Shadows gold goddess. Good catch! I forgot about that! Manny developed the crown sapphire, believing this power to manipulate gravitational fields would bring about the stars of time within reach. Some would always be dazzled by starlight, forgetting the crushing weight of the crown itself. To put on the crown is to observe and lock in one branch of the universe, to shoulder the entire future of this last remaining world. The Alpha, now bearing the crown, desires far more. Insatiable, she reaches out to absorb the suffering of every event and world, to draw ill misery onto herself alone. Alpha! But no one have to grieve. Everyone could smile, applaud, leave a long ordeal behind, stepping into a new world, a new journey reborn. But how can a weight that breaks the spine still be called glorious crown? There are no gods in this world. Only one person, wrist pierced, bearing a wooden plank, walking forward without end. Only a demon's body with mismatched eyes and horns jutting from her brow. This is Alpha's path alone. A godless road. Good. This is what I have to do. This is what it means to carry atheism. Behind the gateway, she lets out a bitter smile, uncaring what waits beyond or what watches her from the dark. Someone hears the laughter and opens their eyes. Your fate loves you indeed. One day it will be wholly yours. I've been waiting for you. Being beyond the gate, tell me, what do the civilizations do when they face the harvest? Have any worlds made it this far before? The new queen lifts her head through the pain, her voice urgent, questioning the presence beyond the gate. Yes. But the crown's choice, or in your case, atheism's, is what matters most. If you cannot shoulder the weight of the information, the path you've chosen will prove false and collapse before your eyes. Most crowns choose to preserve a handful of the most promising paths, even when none are perfect. It leaves room to reconsider. But the universe follows conservation. Hesitation, full of options. They ensure one thing: you'll never reach the absolute. So the crowns of other civilizations almost never saw it through to the end. The merciful one remained silent, offering no reply. So I made the right call. I'll hold the line for the one world that remains. Everything else will already cut it away. If I made the right call, then I can bring everyone back now, right? With a slow incline of the head, the merciful one offers atheism her deepest respect. You have made your choice, and you kept only one. Go. Your vanguard team awaits. They will live on with you, moving forward by your will alone. The merciful one's voice sets the fog thrumming with resonance. All around Alpha, familiar voices rise, echoing the farewells the ones they once spoke. Each one at pace with having been cut away by your choice. The vanguard team will never leave you behind again. There'll always be a little hero, Alpha. Can I still find you again? I'm sorry. You're my only friends. Maybe you only existed so I could pass this fate on to you. So it's fine. Everyone at FOS is Vanguard's reserve. I've been ready for this day all along. Just to be clear, in the one world you capped, you didn't enroll FOS, right? I really need another student who turns the whole academy upside down. Lucia, you don't need to look at me. You don't need to ask. I don't mind, because I know that no matter which world you choose to keep, you'll always find your way back to me. Just keep looking forward. No need to look back. Come on now. Let's sail home together. Go! Lead everyone home. Face after face, voice after voice, they gather and converge, slowly coalescing into a single seed. The final note of the chorus fades. The solemn auditorium never settles back into silence. On stage, the students buzz with excitement, calling out their questions to someone seated below. Miss Cassandra, what's the name of the song? And that's who she sees! Miss Cassandra of House College brings a hand to her forehead with a sudden smack. Oh, how could I have forgotten the most important part? What's the name of the song? Cassandra murmurs the words, turning her head as she and the students on the stage will cast their gaze toward the audience below. The sense of gives a sudden flicker, It is called something. The far corner of the auditorium is not empty after all. Someone had been standing there all along. Trusty Cassandra meets Alpha's gaze and repeats the question. Oh, sorry, so it's the music. Each word rated with intent. Alpha, what's the name of the school anthem? The stage seemed to swell with more and more figures. Joanne, Adelaide, Ophelia. Leora and the others who wrote themselves into the bridge across dreams. Chrome, Vanessa, Holly Joe, Simon, Sika, Valeria, Hanif. And beyond them, countless more. Her parents, Luna, her sister, Liv and Lee, her companions and family. Every vanguard, every world stands gathered here waiting. They're waiting for the name of the anthem. The answer atheism will give. Alpha speaks. After the long, arduous voyage, she has found a name more worthy of it. Let's call it Homecoming Voyage. Roll credits! This path we set out was always meant to be a long journey home. The last resolute smile settles on Alpha's face. The kind of smile that can only belong to someone who was once truly happy. The Vanguard smiles with her, all of them united in accepting Alpha's choice. Alpha raises her hand. Fate of human civilization rests within her grasp. Held tightly, held completely. High winds of desert sands fill my eyes. We fly through wilderness and valley. For mercy we will cry and hold stronger faith. Those steady shadows from a distant land. I'll bring everyone home. I look to the skies and lift my arms. My turn to rise with all my might. She walks onward, hand raised high, advancing through the auditorium of FOS as the Vanguard song swells around her. Today you're held tight in my hand, and with today's will time reigns unchanged. Onward she presses, crossing the bridge across dreams. We thrive daily, holding our heads high. Onward, following the veins of the tree, she crosses through the fog. She plucks the other fruits from the tree, scatters them apart, and casts them out into the world. I'll be the one to watch over them. But tomorrow. Alpha stands again at the tragic point of divergence. Now the human is not yet bled out. Lucy's Omega Core is not yet caught fire. The battle raging aboard the FOS starship is held in suspension, frozen at the ends of every voice roars in defiance before the silence in the grey descend. Alpha gazes upon the world, newly pruned, and counts the Vanguard one by one, every soul present. She scrubs away the blood left by the vagabonds, staining her body, and rises bearing the full cost upon her shoulders. No one knows it yet, but the story that has been falling without end has just reached its turning point. As Chimera's sandy crumbles, more and more rifts tear through the fog. Lost vagabonds are impaged through the fog, lashing out blindly at anything and everything, as if venting rage pent up from enduring corruption for far too long. Lucy tries to prop herself up with her blade, and stands, struggling to keep the Omega Core feeding energy to her frame. She's exhausted from battle, yet a faint hope flickers at the edge of her awareness. The Chimera seems to be weakening, and her wounds are slowing their decay. A human kneels in the corner, fingers trembling weakly around the gun, drained of strength. A clench of the jaw, the other hand locks it steady. The FOS starship does not stop firing. It's no longer a war of attrition without end. The figure of red and white has already toppled the most colossal of vagabonds, surging upward from the depths of the fog to stand before them now. Shock seizes Lucia's face. In a fleeting instant, she sees Alpha's silhouette crumple beneath some invisible burden, a pitch-black crown atop her head, dripping with melted flesh and viscous vital fluid from the dead. As though she's crushed under an unbearable weight, haunted by something dark and clinging that will never let her go. Her body is a map of scars, caked with the dust of ages, as if she had walked this road for eons uncounted. Before Lucy can look more closely, Alpha's voice reaches her from just ahead. I can take them now. You don't have to burn yourself out anymore just to force an opening. What? No, I just need everyone to back me up. Alpha's gaze meets the human's in a fleeting exchange. In those mortal eyes, she sees only fog. Bewilderment misting over, and understands the vision that sees beyond worlds will not be granted to the human. Not yet. Because that person made a choice long ago. She lowers her eyes, but there's no time to taste even that faint sting of dejection. Alpha! The human's hand binds hers once more, gripping tight. We'll all be there for you. A flicker of dejection is gone. Alright, let's get out of the fog together. Lucia, who knows herself more deeply than anyone can say it with certainty, Alpha has changed. Not only in that fleeting double image she glimpsed, in the crimson black hue creeping into her hair, in her gaze, her voice, her every choice. She has a dim, elusive memory of Alpha presenting her forehead to hers, tenderly entrusting her with something, and she cannot recall when. We may be drifting apart now, but I believe the world is round, and so is fate. One day, beyond all the paths that pull us apart, we'll find our way back together. Lucy says nothing more. A single steady nod, and she steadies herself. Her blade sweeps out, flames roaring to life along its edge. That is her answer. At that same moment, alarms shriek through the FOS starship, and Vanessa's voice rings out with the others. We'll take down the Vanguard together. Man, she looks so cool! With those final words, Alpha draws her blade and charges towards the Chimera, the Vanguard. The dead of the other worlds tear ceaselessly at her mind. Yet they cannot slow her advance. She knows she is still the same as the day she first set out, pressing forward without hesitation, without ever looking back. That day, little Lucia leaped into a rift in the fog, clinging to her last scrap of hope, and in the corruption lost every color that had been hers. But even then, she could hear someone calling her name. That voice told her she was her own future self. She told her that countless souls had fought desperately across world after world, all to deliver this one chance survival into her hands. Not just a Sephora data, not just a school anthem, she said she would find the greatest allies and the strongest support. She would gain an eye that pierces through all things, a hidden power dwelling within. And she would wield a blade that never falters, one that can cut through every misery this world had to offer. Just like the hero Alpha she always dreamed of becoming. And so there was nothing left to fear. There's nothing left to fear. There's nothing left to fear. Her crimson blade thrums in her hand, and as her fingers tighten around the hilt, the vast power in it trembles with eagerness. Bring it on! Let's go home. Let's do it!
It's not over yet.
Man, this is cool.
Return to where it all began.
Let's go, man.
This path we set out on.
Where are you? Oh god, I can't see you.
Meant to be a homeward path.
I can't. My hand is like I need to change. My hands are like underneath my sleeves.
Sever. Not without. Against all odds.
Where are you? Where? I can't see where you are, man. Come back. Come back. Come back.
Thunder.
Did you just teleport away from me? Come on.
My blade.
I can still hit you. Hang on.
Fading light.
Okay, I still hit you. Nice. Hey, come back here.
Sever. Against all odds.
Go attack. Well, I forgot what this does. Does it do anything? Oh, it does do something. Cool.
Not within.
Come on.
My blade shall quench the fading light. Return to the past.
I can't see you. Come on. Honestly, it doesn't sound gameplay optimal. It is not gameplay optimal. We want it to be thrown directly into the fight, but it's fine. Oh, the monument!
His
is not the correct one. Allow me to show you the true power!
Even if all that's left is your empty shell, I'll bring you home.
Why are you running away from me, you coward? Come on. Uh-oh. Oh! Hang on. What am I stuck in right now? Hang on.
Your conviction is mine!
Uh-oh, I'm getting destroyed here. Can you come down? No, okay, I couldn't dodge that.
Not to perish.
Oh, I didn't
not to end.
hold the... Oh well. I guess we're doing this now.
Abyss, bow before me. Sever, not without.
Come on.
Against
Come on.
all odds. Sever.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Can I still hit you?
My
Come
blade
on.
shall quench the fading light.
It did hit, but just not very much.
Thunder. Against
You cannot stop it! Far away home!
I love this, the voice acting for Mango. So, okay, I want to, okay, I see what I'm gonna do. Oh, this is feeling very,
To that perfect path!
There's a game this reminds me of. Do I need to say it?
everyone home.
It's very cool.
Your choice!
Hey, stop it, man. It's very mean of you. Okay, so what pistol one that it wants me to do? If it's red, then it's red. Oh god, which one's red and which one's... Okay, I understand now what I need to do for that attack. This music's insane.
My blade shall quench the fading light. Thunder.
I want to get a chance to that color attack again because I didn't realize what I meant to do because I'm not very smart. Yay!
Over yet!
Vanessa!
You made the wrong choice! You could have sailed back to the golden age! Why do you insist on choosing the time future?
Tom and Don! Come on, Vanessa! Come on, Vanessa!
We will all become abandoned pawns of a wrong path! No hope to reach the other shore. No hope to reclaim home. All our sacrifices in vain.
Come on, Vanessa!
You've chosen. Offers no salvation!
Or is this very loud? I'm sorry. I can't adjust the volume right now. Ah, sorry. Come on!
Behold,
Alpha's so beautiful, man.
nothing but darkness lies behind you. Why do you still raise your blade? On this wrong path.
Wrong path. Winding paths. I've walked them all.
Come on, Alpha! Oh my god!
But I don't need to look back.
Home. Where we lost
Come on! Man, that's beautiful. It was Lucy the one that clusters. Hell yeah. That looked so beautiful, man. Oh man. Engines blazing up, a starship tears through the fog and bursts back into the cosmos in a single flash. The hand of the universe sweeps across the starship. The catastrophic shockwave that should have torn it apart vanishes in half a heartbeat. Every disaster that Alto was struck, smoothed away into nothing. What's happening? Earth from a flattened dimension back into 3 dimensions, space. Their limbs and bodies abruptly return to their command. The crew's first response is a unanimous visceral revolt. Students across the starship retch and heave in a cacophony of misery. Everyone is throwing up. Great. Back in Millennia, everyone scrambles in a controlled frenzy. FOS signature confirmed. Requesting emergency dock. Put us through now. Online docking ports cleared for approach. Automated coordination modules online. Trajectory calculations still crunching. Gestalt. Gestalt emanates a ghostly blue light as a calm female voice streams through the gentle broadcast into every staff member's earpiece. Starship orbital insertion confirmed. Altitude normal. Trajectory synchronization will be complete within 1 revolution. Docking conditions satisfied. Commencing docking procedure with sector E2159. Estimated docking time remaining 22 minutes 8 seconds. A flicker of static ripples through Gestalt's broadcast as if the AI itself were pausing to think. And it does something no supercomputer should. It speaks unexpected warmth, calling out, FOS, welcome home. Oh! Staff members still for half a breath, then slip straight back into the rhythm of their work. Clear to dock. Hold everything, all stations listen. High concentration punishing virus readings detected aboard the FOS starship. These levels, we're looking at agent class hostile at minimum. No, readings still spiking. Alert, Science Council Sector 2135 under direct assault. Enemy punishing virus signatures confirmed as Ascendant class or higher. All mine beacon connections across Revelina have gone dark. Level 2 alert. Alarm bells blare throughout the vessel. Hey, the thing on the FOS starship! The staff member's shout cuts off mid-cry. Ah, I see her! The staff member lifts their head, then rises unsteadily to their feet, their gaze locked helplessly into a humanoid figure without the starship. Level 1 alert. Alpha. Without the starship, the fog clears to reveal a figure in red and white rising upright. She tilts her head back, straightens her spine, and tucks a stray strand of hair behind her ear. She needs no protection to stand exposed in a vacuum of space. She sheaths her blade with unhurried grace and gazes down at Babylonia below. Then step by step, she walks forward, unburdened by the weight of the cosmos, and steadily descends towards Babylonia's bridge. All units, stand by. Level 1 alert, prepare to engage. A pair of hands settles into the staff member's shoulders. Step back. Lee! Non-combatants, pull back. The leading female commandant strides forward as tide of human soldiers and convicts mass at her back. Weapons raised, they push towards the bridge in rhythm with her stride. Laser slides peppering the red and white figure with cluster of crimson dots. Alpha catches sight and live among the throng. Her footsteps halt at the very edge of the starship. She does not advance another step. The standoff stretches nearly 30 minutes. Docking complete. And an internal and external pressure nominal. Opening hatch. As the FOS starship's hatch yawns open, several pale faces emerge before the waiting army. The harsh glare of Babylonia sears Vanessa's vision, nearly forcing her eyes shut. She pushes herself 1 step forward, but overestimates her strength and lurches sideways. Seeing Vanessa stumble, the human reaches out to steady her, only for those same limbs to give way. Lucy catches the human from the side. Commanded! Liv and Lee are the first to break formation, lunging forward to catch everyone before the new FOS team collapses like dominoes. Valeria's gaze on them instantly on the dark red stains blotting the students' clothes. Her brow furrows. After Liv and Lee, Star of Life medics surge into the starship under armed escort, racing death for every second. The next battle has begun. I love that description. Her hand, Alpha remains standing aboard the starship the entire time, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her blade. She makes no other move, only watching FOS students being evacuated one by one. She's simply keeping watch. From the fog within her mind, A voice of herself seems to rise, questioning. What do you think about Alpha when you watch over everyone rush towards the happiness? Alpha tilts her head slightly, listening to that voice. After starting everything, now you decide to take it all back. Are those fragile feelings really gone from you? Really gone from you now? Then you wish they would stop just once and look back at you. Alpha lowers her head once more, her gaze settling on the human and Lucia beside. A Lucia who can find happiness. This is good enough. When the human withdraws from the starship as the final one, the soldiers silently open the path for Ola Grey Raven. Only then does Alpha let her gaze fall, looking no longer. She bends her knees and propels herself down from the starship summit. She's no intention of damaging Abyllinia's structures, and so chooses to leave via the bridge. She'll leave quietly, just like that. The wary vigilance fixed upon her does not waver. The human pauses as well, turning to look. Alpha! Alpha moves 2 steps closer to the bridge. The soldier's aim tracks her every move. Sights fixed on the back of her head. Don't move, Alpha. This ends here. But Alpha doesn't stop. Amid the bristling standoff, the human reaches out a hand. Lips parting, clearly on the verge of saying something. Will it be thank you? Or I'm sorry? Or stay, Alpha? Alpha says nothing more. She does not stop. Her eyes remain fixed ahead, utterly indifferent to the red dots swarming across her body. She walks straight past the humans. Past the human, past Raven. Perhaps they are simply strangers now. Perhaps this is where they part ways for good. But she does not need an answer anymore. Because Atheism made an eternal vow with a human long ago to walk the path that leads away from happiness, just as she does now, moving resolutely in the opposite direction from everyone towards the bridge's far end, and then into the dark of the universe. Homecoming Voyage. All the blank you blank. What is that? What does that mean? Beneath the tree, Alpha gazes at Earth. Lior and the others were right. Dominic made other plans. Humanity is already on the path. Path Dominic foresaw. I'll make sure they stay on course, at least for now. I'll need my guidance. Alpha extends her hand and points to the heart of the Atlantic. Open your eye. Her finger grazes the Atlantic. One eye stares open. A human who should have shared my vision. She can no longer bring herself to speak the name of the one she left behind. The one she might have walked through a lifetime with. Your starting point. This is where you'll find it, too. One after another, she lays down the thread of... There's a casualty in the Atlantic steps. Wait. And she suddenly senses something. As if another gaze is fixed on the very thing that she watches. She chases it for a few seconds and finds it comes from a black and white construct. The variable, it seems. Since Avelia's presence in her. She takes a long, careful look. The Sea of Atlas searches for its new queen. Its roar shaking the sky, exposing an immense grey coastline. Corruption hangs thick in the air. Corpses litter the tidal flats without end. The bodies of humans and constructs, all of whales and sharks, of apes and serpents, of birds. Silver strands knot through them like umbilical cords running from evolution's birth to the grave, descending into the abyss. Atheism. You finally gained this sight. A spider woman stands at the far end of the sea of corpses. Philia's sister, Helentine. I have a sister to thank. Through her, you already knew of me. But unlike the price you paid, it is only through this body that I can stand before you here. What do you want to tell me? Your end of the scale. She raises a hand and the waves shudder. Spider silk from her 5 fingers holds up a multitude of decayed bodies, weaving them into twin spirals against the sky. The universe's information follows the conservation law. You've witnessed its greatness and have felt its power. You have found the truest bane and severed all the other branching paths. In turn, the civilizations will pay a price equal to your choice. Further down this path, humanity will yet face the other perils summoned by the filtering itself. When the time comes, you will never see what's forsaken fate itself, will have no choice but to accept humanity's desperate gamble, and aid them in it, whatever the outcome may be. The woman meets Alpha's gaze, waves crash against ancient reef rock that has weathered eons. Is this the future you want? Countless figures flash before Alpha's eyes. This is an answer Alpha has never hesitated over. I burn away my own future for this path humanity now walks. It will be long and arduous, but it is the true one. It will follow my shadow and walk to an even farther tomorrow. I see. Valentine gazes up at the boundless ocean. The spiral of decayed flesh weave and coil together, saturated with seawater, assembling into the most ancient of single-celled life. The helix's sequence holds 10 base pairs, each matched to one of the 10 fruits upon the tree. Philo tree? It is the cradle of all consciousness, but as life multiplied and diverged, all living souls lost the bridge that once connected them to the roots. From a certain moment, the sky and earth began to pull apart. Lightning scarred the dome of heaven. Cells divided and converged. Motion to land all the way to the late, Devonian. Until a life-formed, cool tree rose to rule the world. This is a solution that belongs to Earth alone. Every story will find its answer along this vein. You and that human used it to seal the branch. But the master of the punishing virus will choose a new agent for that same reason. I understood this long ago. The Philo tree of Ushio was never anyone's invention. Dominic simply stood upon the right path before anyone else did. With a faint smile, Valentine gazes towards the vast ocean. And you should also understand that humanity never needs to seek miracles from graves. I'm starting to wonder, are you the real Valentine? Or just the shadow cast by a Sephira? I've read the ordained path of fate and this moment was never part of it. That is precisely our purpose. I paid the price to warn you as an overseer. The change is coming. You would do well to master the rules of this world through the Philo tree, and soon. Alpha sifts Valentine's past and future. In the change Valentine spoke of, Alpha spots a familiar figure. Shall I tell you how it ends ahead of time? Don't bother. Alpha first lifts her gaze to the colossal tree, growing dense and wild on nourishment of rotting fireflies. It's my destiny to witness every choice made by human civilization. The final result is only the destination. What I'm truly here to oversee is every twisted decision and every second that passes between now and then. Alpha lowers her gaze again, returning her steady watch to the earth. In a temporary camp on the surface, Luna opens her eyes as well. It seems only a sliver of time has passed since she watched Alpha leave. The panicked fish is still beside her, only looking even more flustered now. Alpha has just reappeared! Amir banishes the comms terminal she somehow acquired, gesturing at the server-wide notice. Roland, meanwhile, looks like he already knew the answer. My, should we be preparing a little congratulatory speech? The lost one has finally found her own path. Luna, however, lifts her gaze to the sky. She's found where her fate first took root. Luna suddenly realizes her upward gaze meets no hindrance. From the sky to the cosmos, barriers are dissolving for her. She's beginning to see through everything. She reaches out to touch the air before her, control answering almost at will. She is certain now, her connection to the Ascension Network truly is remade, just as Alpha said. She has held tight to the memory of that phone call. I need you to remember this. Someday in the future, I'm going to contain the fog and use my power to disrupt the Ascension Network. It might not be too long before that day comes. You'll know when it does. What you do then is entirely up to you. If you want to take the Ascension Network for yourself, I'll be there for you. It's this. She handed me the key to total elimination over the Ascension Network. She clenches her fist abruptly, as if to seize every strand of the punishing wax from the air. The timing is precise, right when the power is being disrupted by certain anomalies. Her eyes narrow, tracing the wellspring of every anomaly back to one agent who can't seem to stop provoking Babylonia. So it's you. She quiets the noise in her mind. With methodical precision, fixes her course ahead and nods to the other two ascendants before moving beyond the forest. I'll always stand beside you, sis. So for now, let's begin by exterminating the little bugs causing all these anomalies. Luna makes her choice as well, resolving to hold her position as an agent for now. A role steeped in hatred, or perhaps love. The power of Ascension will continue to serve the path she deems right. One more node left. Also, sorry if you heard that snapping sound. It's my chair. The Vanish recording. All the best.
Huh? We're recording? You're not even counting down first? Lucia? Commandant. By the time you hear this recording, well, everyone probably knows already. I've always wanted to say this. You know, the two of you, even back when you were at the FOS, how do I put this? You're the type to think you've hidden something really well when literally everyone sees through you.
Is this gonna be what Babylonia picked to put the start of the chapter?
Lucia, you do realize that always leaving an empty spot next to you, no matter where you are, isn't exactly subtle, right? Do you really think we can't tell who it's for? That said, something about that was just really endearing. So none of us ever called you out on it. seeing you two being all lovey-dovey makes...
Called it! Called it! It's the one I've already intercepted.
Alright, you're getting sappy. Get to the point already. Move it.
Wait! I'm not done yet.
Lucia, Commandant. I've been watching you two since day one at the Academy. You guys fought battle after battle.
She's got a really cute voice.
Mission after mission, nearly getting yourselves killed more times than I can count.
And whenever there was any breakthrough in the research on Saphira technology, the two of you would be first in line to volunteer for testing. I know you just wanted to support my work, but being so reckless doesn't help, you know?
Hey, you could just put two reckless daredevils together like that.
Well, yeah, but it's not like anyone can stop them.
Yeah, they ended up together anyway. No idea which one of you made the first move, but I bet it was Lucia. Anyway, I just hope that you two will stick together and stop being so damn reckless in the days ahead, where it is you decide to go. Now take her blessings and go live happily ever after. Okay, I think we'll leave it at that. Adelaide just sent a message saying they're back.
What? Hold on. There's still one last thing I need to say.
Then make it quick.
Anyway, Lucia, Commandant, just say yes to each other already. We're all rooting for you.
Love you guys. You'll always have my best wishes. I'm sending you all my love.
Me too. Have a great life.
Oh.
They're here. Quick, put it away.
Before we go, all the best to you, Commandant. All the best to you, Lucia.
All the best to you, Lucia.
FOS will forever...
Oh. The recording that will never be played comes to a sudden stop. All the best to you, Lucia. And that's chapter 41. That was really good, man. I loved that a lot. I'm missing an achievement, but go to Babylonia. I want to see what this is first. That was a really good chapter, man. I love that.
Welcome to Section B2, Commercial District.
Okay, so we can get this now. I'll worry about this later on. I'm gonna probably use it in my own time, I think. But man, that was really good, man. Sorry, I'm just... I had a great time playing through the entire chapter. And that recording at the end was... I was always wondering, like... when that was gonna come into play. When we had, like, the proposal, I was wondering if they were gonna bring it up then, but it got brought up now at the end. It's a nice way to end it, man. Anyway, sorry, I need to wrap this up now, because it's been 5.5 hours, and also I need to go and, I need to go feed my cats. They're probably gonna get mad at me because I'm a little bit late to feed them tonight, but thank you everyone for coming and for watching me play through this chapter. It was really, really good. Really good. Sorry for my stuttering today. I feel terrible about it. I struggle reading sometimes. I read too fast and my brain can't keep up with it, but I hope you at least enjoy reading through everything with me. Oh god, I'm gonna get myself some dinner now. Gonna eat some nice food and feed my cats, and yes. Goodbye, everyone. Oh yeah, don't please check out link in the description. Thank you for sponsoring the stream. I'm gonna go eat food now and also feed my cats. Bye, everyone. Really good chapter. I loved it. Wait, I'll put that on the screen to end. No. Go away. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. I never know exactly where to press to like, oh no, to like not trigger the animations. There we go. Now we can end it. Bye, everyone. Good night.